Ain discovered the Dullahan's magic stone glowing ominously on a pedestal. He reached toward the stone while protecting Olivia's attention gripping the room. A mysterious figure appeared before Ain, floating silently in a bright ethereal light. The figure explained the cause of Ain's death, revealing a chance for reincarnation. Ain faced a life gacha machine, realizing his new life would begin by chance. Ain hesitated but followed the goddess's instructions, preparing to pull the gacha. He turned the gacha handle, and a golden capsule emerged, signaling a super rare result. Inside the capsule, Ain found a slip naming the skill toxin Decomposition X, mysterious and plain. The goddess explained that the skill was extremely strong against poisons and bacteria. Ain was transported to a new fantasy world, ready to begin his reincarnated life. An sat alone at a table in a quiet room, pondering his new life. He noticed his hand twitch, sensing something unusual about his surroundings. An wondered if the memories of his reincarnation were just a dream. Pain throbbed through his head, reminding him that years had passed since then. He drank from a cup, testing his skill toxin Decomposition X, confirming its power. Ain tested his skill on outdoor mold, and the bacteria decomposed completely. He experienced a headache and fatigue, questioning whether the skill had side effects. Remembering his training appointment, Ain hurriedly ran to meet his father. Outside, he practiced sword swings under the supervision of other knights and guards. Logas, his father, and a famed general, praised Ain's improvement in swordsmanship with approval. An reflected on his birthplace, the Roundheart family territory near the capital's largest port. He realized his reincarnation placed him in a noble family because of his super rare gacha. Logas celebrated Grint's readiness, praising him for already looking like a proper knight. An continued practicing his sword swings as his father and family supervised. Grint received encouragement and guidance, while An watched silently, observing his younger brother's progress. An observed his younger brother Grint, recognizing his rare skill and potential. Grint possessed the precious skill Holy Knight, while Ain only had Toxin Decomposition. Ain practiced sword swings, acknowledging Grint's superior promise compared to his own plain skill. Frustration grew as Ain struggled with his training, determined to improve. He continued practicing while watching training equipment and armor. Focusing on refining his technique, Ain aimed for the iron target, determined to make his father acknowledge him. He struck the armor, but pain followed, and success felt out of reach. Ain reflected on differences with his brother, refusing to let them discourage him. He slammed his sword again, seeking to impress both his father and mother. Ain committed to working harder than anyone else, resolving to improve his skills. Ain continued studying late into the night, surrounded by towering stacks of books. A servant reminded him that dinner time was approaching, breaking his focus. Ain apologized, realizing he had become deeply immersed in his studies. The servant praised Ain's dedication, noting his remarkable effort in both study and training. He explained that Ain's diligence made even becoming a general a realistic goal. Ain thanked the servant and hoped his mother had completed her work. He realized with joy that his mother Olivia was finally present. Ain decided to see her before dinner, eager to reunite. He knocked on the door and entered, calling out to his mother. Olivia greeted Ain warmly, welcoming him home with a gentle smile. An thought of his mother as more like an older sister than a parent. Olivia embraced Ain warmly, giving him comfort and reassurance. She praised him for doing his best every day, making Ain blush. An noticed his mother's workload, realizing she managed many responsibilities alone. He concluded that his father was not involved in her work, admiring her dedication. Ain admired his mother, recognizing her skill in managing the house and documents. Olivia reminded Ain that she had something special for him, catching his attention. Ain opened the gift and looked at it with surprise and curiosity. It was a status card, displaying his stats, skills, and abilities. As a Roundheart heir, Ain expressed uncertainty about his stats, and Olivia reassured him, delighted by his reaction. Ain learned that most 5-year-old children have a stamina of 10, comparing himself. He noticed the gift of training skill on his status card, strengthening his body and reducing fatigue. Olivia praised Ain, explaining the card proved he had been working hard on his own. Ain looked at his mother with admiration, touched by her words. She suggested they go on a stroll after his errand for grandmother, inviting him to spend time together. Ain questioned why his mother was handling the task herself, believing a servant usually would. He blamed himself, thinking he was unbefitting as the eldest son, feeling guilty. Olivia held his hand, asking him to accompany her and calling him her wonderful knight. Ain eagerly agreed, delighted to spend time with his mother. He followed her to choose tea, showing respect and readiness to assist her. Ain and his mother sat with a merchant, examining the items presented carefully. Ain noticed a magic stone in the display, Curious about its purpose and power, the merchant explained magic stones come from monsters, crystallized with magical energy used for tools and rituals. Ain held the stone, reassured that it was safe to touch. He smelled it, and was surprised by its sweet, honey-like fragrance, amazed by the magic. Ain wondered if the magic stone could taste sweet, curiosity sparking in him. He hesitated, realizing no one had ever licked a magic stone before. Ain carefully licked it once, ensuring no one was watching. The stone tasted incredibly sweet, surprising him beyond expectation. Feeling guilty yet captivated, Ain asked if he could purchase the magic stone. The merchant gifted Ain the magic stone as thanks, and Ain gratefully accepted it. Olivia suggested they go for a stroll, and Ain happily agreed. An noticed the yellow magic stone had turned colorless, surprising him. The next day he practiced sword swings diligently, refining his skill and technique. An felt a surge of power as he trained with the practice dummy. Invigorated, An struck the practice dummy with full force, breaking through the armor. He smiled, realizing he successfully avoided deflection and gained confidence. Inspecting his wooden sword, Ain noticed cracks forming, showing the intensity of his strikes. He stood, absorbing the energy from his training, feeling a surge of power. The practice dummy lay in pieces as Ain continued his rigorous sword practice. Ain's strike crushed the practice dummy, astonishing the onlookers with his power. He had slashed through iron armor, using only a wooden sword, leaving everyone shocked. Checking his status card, Ain saw all his stats had increased, reflecting his skill and the gift of training. Ain traveled with his mother through the countryside, moving quietly in horse-drawn carriages toward the capital. His mother appeared tense, while Ain remained composed, trying to soothe her worries as they approached the city. Ain learned that his stepbrother Grint would be formally recognized by his father at a noble gathering. The announcement also included Grint's engagement to the young noble daughter Shannon, surprising everyone at the event. Ain comforted his mother, acknowledging the situation, but quietly felt frustrated over the favoritism shown to Grint. Ain noticed his mother's sad expression and felt frustrated that she seemed so troubled by recent events. He recalled the incident with the broken equipment and resolved to work harder to earn his father's acceptance. Arriving at the capital, Ain and his mother stepped from their carriage, preparing for the upcoming social event. They approached the Grand Palace, where nobles gathered for announcements and introductions. Ain admired the huge mansion, realizing the scale of the noble world he was about to face. Ain and his mother, Olivia, were instructed to greet Grint's fiancée and her family first, while his father and stepbrother remained ahead. They entered the grand mansion, home to the only Archduke of the Heim Kingdom. Observing the elegant interiors, Olivia led Ain through the courtyard, noticing the noble family waiting for them as planned. Inside, Olivia realized that Ain was not allowed to attend the main party, which surprised her. A servant explained the invitation rules, and Ain understood the situation, preparing to wait outside while Grint participated inside. Ain realized his mother's influence had guaranteed Grint's participation, but he still felt excluded from the main event. He decided not to dwell on it, focusing instead on staying calm and helping his mother. Ain admired the mansion's beautiful garden, imagining a peaceful stroll even during the party. The servant thanked Ain for his graceful suggestion, acknowledging his tact and thoughtfulness. Olivia worried about Ain missing the party, but he happily explored the garden, finding comfort in the flowers. Ain told his mother he would be happier surrounded by the flowers instead of attending the party. Olivia hugged Ain tightly, sharing a quiet moment of comfort and relief. A servant arrived, explaining that the Archduke had allowed them to take a stroll in the garden. Ain met a young noble girl who asked if he was the eldest son of the Roundheart house. The girl introduced herself as Klon, granddaughter of the head of the Auguste house, greeting Ain warmly. Ain nervously introduced himself to Klon, asking why the granddaughter of the Archduke was in the garden. Klon politely apologized for the mix-up caused by her family's invitation error, putting Ain at ease. She offered to guide Ain and Olivia through the mansion garden for the evening. The trio strolled together, Klon showing the intricate layout of the rose-filled garden. Ain marveled at the magical beauty of the flowers, feeling joyful beside Olivia, and guided by Klon. Ain admired the sunset over the middle court, noting that the garden became even more beautiful in the evening. He asked Klon and Olivia if they had heard about the Roundheart house, curious about its reputation. Rumors about Ain being arrogant and having the Holy Knight skill reached other nobles observing the family. Klon quietly reflected on the succession of Heim Kingdom's future, noting Ain's growing recognition. Despite the gossip, Klon concluded that Ain was the most gentlemanly person she had met that day. Ain complimented Klon on her beauty, surprising her with his sincerity. He excitedly pointed out the glowing blue flowers in the garden, drawing Klon's attention. Klon explained the blue fire rose was difficult to cultivate, needing perfect water, earth, and air conditions. She warned that the rose's thorn contained a lethal poison capable of killing 1,000 people. Klon added that the poison caused a burning sensation, giving the rose its dangerous name, leaving Ain amazed and cautious. Olivia explained that the blue fire rose could be transformed into a real jewel if its poison was drained. Klon described the jewel, star crystal, which sparkled like the night sky, rare and valuable in the Heim Kingdom. Ain learned only 2 of these jewels existed, and it required half a year's taxes to produce one. He reflected on his skill, Toxin Decomposition X, realizing it could safely remove the poison from the flower. Ain felt that today might be his moment to prove himself and use his unique ability with Klon's guidance. Ain reached for the blue fire rose despite Olivia and Klon warning him not to touch it. He experienced a strange sensation as the Toxin Decomposition X skill activated, feeling weightless and surrounded by bubbles. The detoxification felt refreshing, like drinking mint soda, without the usual drawbacks he experienced before. Olivia and Klon watched in concern, fearing he might discard the flower. Ain focused, determined to successfully use his skill to safely handle the dangerous blue fire rose, telling himself, "I can do this." Ain confidently reminded himself that his skill Toxin Decomposition X made him strong against poison. A burst of light radiated as Ain carefully handled the blue fire rose. Klon and Olivia watched in shock as the transformation began. Ain held the flower, now crystallized into a glowing star crystal, smiling with relief. Klon expressed concern over his recklessness, but Ain explained it was his skill, successfully producing the precious jewel. Ain presented the star crystal to Klon, fulfilling her dream of seeing the jewel. He knelt, offering the crystal with a heartfelt request for her to accept it. Olivia looked on, surprised and touched by Ain's gesture. Ain panicked internally, feeling embarrassed that his line sounded corny in the mythical garden atmosphere. Klon's eyes widened in shock, blushing deeply at Ain's gesture and words, captivated by the moment. Ain smiled, explaining that Klon must accept the star crystal he had created using his skill. Klon nervously reached out, placing her hands on the jewel, finally saying, "Yes, I will accept it." She looked radiant under the moonlight, clutching the crystal with delight. Ain offered another crystal to Olivia, surprising his mother with his swift, skillful creation. He thanked Klon for her time, gracefully ending the garden moment before the evening speech began. Klon playfully told Ain not to speak so politely to her, making him blush. Ain agreed, and Olivia noticed that everyone else had already left, leaving them waiting. A maid explained that Earl Roundheart had left early for a nighttime party. Anan and Olivia reflected on their father's neglect, questioning his regard for them. Olivia gently addressed Ain, showing concern for his feelings while standing beside him in the quiet hall. Olivia gently asked Ain about his feelings toward his father, prompting reflection. Ain admitted he was grateful for being raised, but could not forgive his father's attitude toward his mother. Olivia smiled, relieved to hear his honest feelings, showing warmth and reassurance. She took Ain's hand and decided to guide him away from the harsh environment he had endured. They walked together under the moonlight, toward a place Olivia called the most beautiful location, their homeland. Ain stood on the stairs with his mother, hearing her mention their homeland. Her calm expression hinted at secrets yet to unfold. Suddenly, Ain watched in shock as his mother destroyed a mysterious ring, its fragments falling to the ground. She explained she no longer needed it, leaving Ain puzzled but attentive to her actions. She then requested to return to the port city, smiling softly, as Ain agreed. Ain accompanied his mother to the carriage, reflecting on her decision and the journey that awaited them. Ain and his mother rode in the carriage, but it did not stop as expected. She asked him to wait patiently, smiling. Ain looked out the window, noticing the city's streets were unusually noisy and chaotic for the hour. The crowd reacted with fear and confusion as something enormous approached, drawing everyone's attention. Ain's eyes widened as he spotted massive cannons mounted on a giant floating ship. The ship loomed over the city, its immense size leaving the citizens stunned while Ain watched, astonished. Ain followed his mother down from the carriage, astonished by the massive ship docked nearby, stretching over 200 meters long. The citizens stared in shock at Olivia and Ain, unable to comprehend the sudden arrival. Armored knights began marching down from the ship, causing the crowd to panic and flee in fear. Rows of knights advanced in perfect formation, their presence imposing and disciplined. Ain reached for his mother, worried, but she reassured him calmly, instructing the knights to put him at ease. Ain approached a knight stepping forward, her presence commanding attention and respect. The knight introduced herself as Christina Vernstein, greeting Ain politely and warmly. Ain observed her closely, surprised by her beauty despite her armored appearance. Olivia and Christina exchanged words, indicating prior acquaintance and a shared plan for the port city. Ain realized the enormous ship had arrived specifically to retrieve Princess Olivia, confirming the scale of the mission. Olivia told Ain she would explain everything during their journey, while Christina knelt respectfully nearby. Ain followed Olivia up the gangway, entering the massive ship that had come to retrieve them. The scene cut to Auguste Archduke's mansion, a large and imposing building showing the scale of his family's influence. Graf Auguste, head of the family, reflected on a mistake made by their Archduke relatives, noting that a young child had handled it well. The discussion continued as Christina expressed agreement, and Graf complimented Roundheart's eldest son on his remarkable personality, hinting at the family dynamics awaiting Ain. Claude expressed her gratitude for a gift from Ain, making Graf Auguste smile thoughtfully. Graf worried about the Roundheart family possibly breaking a promise regarding succession, showing concern for political tensions. Claude acknowledged Graf's instructions and agreed to keep their conversation secret, ensuring discretion. Graf explained a strategic plan involving a 2-day ship journey from Port City, Roundheart, to a distant continent called Ishtar. Claude studied a map, realizing the kingdom of United Nation, Ishtalica. Graf revealed Olivia's true identity, surprising Claude and emphasizing her importance beyond the Bardland Company. He confirmed Olivia was the daughter of the current king of Ishtalica, linking her to the royal family. Olivia sat gracefully, declaring herself the second princess, her presence commanding respect and awe. Ain and Christina realized the full significance of her identity, connecting Olivia's status to their journey. Olivia smiled reassuringly, revealing the family's royal lineage, leaving Ain shocked at the revelation of her royalty. Olivia apologized to Ain for keeping her royal identity secret, speaking calmly aboard the ship. Ain questioned why a princess from such a powerful kingdom would marry Roundheart's family. Olivia and Christina exchanged glances as Olivia hugged Ain, showing a rare relaxed and playful side. Olivia explained she would reveal details gradually, and Ain acknowledged her careful discretion. Ain reflected on seeing his mother act openly happy, finding it far more comforting than sadness. Olivia received a star crystal from Ain, explaining its significance and special meaning. Christina clarified the crystal's symbolism, which implied a proposal to the opposite gender. Ain was shocked and confused, staring at both Olivia and Christina in disbelief. Claude accepted the star crystal, realizing its importance and recalling her previous reaction. Olivia explained the water train system in Ishtalica, surprising Ain with the technology's steam-powered operation. Unmarveled at the civilization in Ishtalica, surprised by the presence of a steam engine. Olivia praised Ain as smart and well-learned, hugging him warmly, while Christina smiled approvingly. Ain reflected on accidentally revealing knowledge from his previous world, while Christina suggested he rest. The ship sailed smoothly across the water, carrying them closer to Ishtalica. Ain, Olivia, and Christina shared a meal, resting and enjoying a calm moment together during the journey. Ain, Olivia, and Christina exited the water train, amazed by the new surroundings and crowd. Ain's eyes widened as he saw so many demi-humans, marveling at Ishtalica's diversity. He noted the advanced civilization and technology, realizing how different it was from Heim Kingdom. Olivia explained the kingdom's diverse races and cultures, helping Ain understand the city better. The group looked down upon Ishtalica from above, awe-struck by its grand scale and beauty. Christina announced her return as Imperial Guard Knight Vice Captain, standing proudly at the gate. Ain was impressed by Christina's cool appearance, while Olivia teased her lightheartedly. Christina fell comically, but Olivia reassured Ain, showing her playful, caring personality. They walked through the grand hall, discussing the sudden message regarding Christina's return with concern. Olivia reminded Ain to act normally in front of her father, following her careful instructions. Olivia and Christina worried about disturbing the king, fearing his potential displeasure and reaction. Ain learned about Marcha, a loyal servant from Olivia's childhood, responsible for her care. Christina and Olivia debated whether to meet the king immediately. Considering his ongoing work, Olivia boldly announced her return to her father, surprising both Ain and Christina. She entered the council room confidently, ready to address the king and present her case. Ain's eyes widened as he approached the throne, recognizing the imposing figure before him. The man's aura radiated authority and power, leaving Ain awestruck. He realized this was the legendary ruler of Ishtalica. Ain arrives at his mother's homeland and immediately faces the king. He feels a mixture of awe, and Tain arrives at his mother's homeland and immediately faces the king. He feels a mixture of awe and tension. The king examines Ain closely, sensing his presence radiates a powerful aura. Ain realizes the man before him is the ruler of a great kingdom. Nervous and unsure, Ain takes a hesitant step forward. He struggles to find his voice while standing beside his mother. Ain formally introduces himself, revealing his previous family name, round heart, and asserting his identity in the royal court. The king warmly acknowledges him, revealing his own identity as Silvered von Ishtalika, and proudly declaring that he is Ain's grandfather. Ain meets the king, and a loyal knight, feeling both nervous and curious as they approach him. He shakes hands with Lloyd Galatia, the Grand Marshal, who vows to protect the kingdom and its people. Olivia announces that she has divorced and will no longer return to her former home, signaling a major change. Her decision shocks the king and Lloyd, prompting urgent questions about her reasoning. Olivia explains she acted for Ain's happiness, convincing everyone that her choice was necessary for his future. The king orders Chris to manage the court and ensure no one speaks about recent events, keeping the matter private. He commands that Olivia explain her decisions properly to all, and calls Warren and Kadima to the court. The court sits at a grand table as tension fills the room, everyone prepared for Olivia's explanation. Lloyd demonstrates his powerful presence and readiness for any expedition, impressing and intimidating those present. Olivia reassures the king that Ain will no longer be threatened, asserting that past conflicts will not repeat. Kadima, the first princess, speaks to Ain, emphasizing the unfairness of excluding him from inheritance due to his skill. The Prime Minister, Warren Lark, begins explaining the true reason Olivia married in another kingdom. He reveals the marriage was strategic, aiming to acquire sea crystal, a valuable resource for magic tools. Warren explains how Ishtalika processes sea crystals safely to harness magic. Unlike other nations, Ain listens as Warren continues, explaining that the crystals are scarce and necessary, leaving no choice but to request them from another country. The king explains that in exchange for receiving sea crystals, Ishtalika will protect Haim, and Ain will be promoted when he comes of age. The king considers the approaching sea dragon and plans to evacuate his daughter and grandchild to keep them safe. Olivia reassures Ain that even after her divorce, she has not abandoned her royal duties and continues her work diligently. She presents her detailed report, showing that she has already found a potential new supplier for sea crystals. The king reviews her findings and identifies a country northwest of Haim, preparing for the next step in securing resources. The king is shocked to discover that the sea crystals, normally on the sea floor, are rising to the surface, evidence of Olivia's meticulous work. Ain reflects quietly, realizing how much effort his mother has invested in her research and duties. Olivia's past hardships are revealed. After giving birth to Grint, she endured unjust treatment, yet continued performing her duties with grace. Even when busy, Olivia never neglected Ain, spending precious time with him despite her responsibilities. Ain feels deep gratitude and guilt, realizing he can never fully repay Olivia for her sacrifices and dedication. The king and court members reaffirm that Ain is their priority, and everyone expresses willingness to endure hardships for his sake. Olivia hugs Ain, expressing her joy at finally meeting him and seeing him safe. Ain looks at Olivia with gratitude, overwhelmed by the reunion with his mother. The king and Lloyd acknowledge Olivia's growth, noting she has become both stronger and more capable. Warren presents a critical document with the queen's permission, advancing the kingdom's plans and showing Olivia's effective preparation. Olivia, the king, and Kadima prepare to sign a critical document with Ain and the court observing. All witnesses, including Warren and Lloyd, reaffirm the document, formalizing the agreement and showing royal approval. An reflects on the significance of the moment, realizing the trust and responsibility placed upon him. The king loudly declares that Ain is officially recognized as royalty of Ishtalika. Ain recalls his humble beginnings, acknowledging how much he was ignored and unacknowledged, making this recognition deeply meaningful. The court, including the king, Olivia, Kadima, and Lloyd, formally announces Ain's royal status, shouting his name with recognition. The king points at Ain, officially appointing him as the crown prince in front of the entire court. Ain, overwhelmed and emotional, realizes he has become the crown prince of a powerful and unrivaled kingdom, marking a pivotal moment in his life. The capital city of Ishtalika stood tall, its towers reaching toward the sky as preparations for royal matters stirred among its citizens. Rumors spread that Olivia Sama had returned and her son, Crown Prince Ain, was expected to arrive, sparking curiosity and whispers in the marketplace. Villagers and nobles alike speculated about Ain's character, eager for a glimpse of the young prince who had been absent for so long. Ain demonstrated his skill in swordsmanship, impressing onlookers with unexpected precision and agility, showing the results of rigorous training. Grand Marshal Lloyd Galatia acknowledged Ain's growth, praising his dedication while contemplating the potential power of a prince who had just begun mastering his abilities. Ain recalled his struggles. His father and others had never truly acknowledged his efforts. He wondered if everyone would accept him as a capable and rightful crown prince. Grand Marshal Lloyd observed Ain thoughtfully, wishing he possessed at least one promising skill. Lloyd approached, requesting Ain to stand still, preparing to assist the young prince carefully. Lloyd removed his cloak, offering it to Ain, silently signaling protection and acceptance immediately. Ain was surprised as Kadima-san suddenly appeared, energetically greeting him with feline excitement. Kadima-san quickly grabbed Ain, running past Lloyd. As the prince struggled to understand the situation, they entered a tall, cluttered library, filled with books and ancient artifacts, quiet and mysterious. Ain sat across Kadima-san, confused, wondering why he was being suddenly abducted by his companion. Kadima-san explained Olivia-sama's request, showing evidence and reasoning, leaving Ain amazed at her thoroughness. Ain, Kadima-san, and Olivia shared tea, enjoying a calm moment together in the library. Kadima-san showed Ain his status card, revealing increased abilities, including Toxin Decomposition X skill. Once realized his status confirmed he was Olivia-sama's son, part Dryad by birth. Kadima-san explained Dryad's abilities, showing Ain he could eventually grow roots like his mother. Ain learned Ashalika's royalty could inherit multiple races, including human, Dryad, and Kate Sith. Kadima-san noted Ain's status increased dramatically, suggesting a reason linked to his hidden potential. Ain reacted in shock as Kadima-san revealed he had been absorbing magic stones' power. Kadima-san explained that monsters consume magic stones to strengthen themselves, though humans usually cannot. With Ain's unique Toxin Decomposition X, Kadima-san hypothesized he could replicate monster-like absorption abilities. Ain recalled tasting a merchant's magic stone, unaware it might have contributed to his growth. Olivia explained that Ain had absorbed a magic stone inside her, increasing his status. Ain learned that every demi-human contains a magic stone, including elves like Chris-san. Olivia noted Ain's earlier clumsiness was caused by low energy from his absorbed stone. Chris reassured Ain that the magic stone wouldn't endanger her, allowing him to relax. Kadima-san prepared 2 boxes of magic stones to test her hypothesis on Ain. Kadima-san explained the magic stones' prices. Cheap stones were small, expensive ones were high grade. Ain began consuming the cheaper stones, finishing the box quickly, following Kadima-san's instructions. Next, Ain sampled the high-grade stones, noting their color and anticipating their magical effects. Suddenly, Ain staggered, swaying unexpectedly, prompting Kadima-san and Olivia to rush to his side. Ain disliked the walnut-like taste of the high-grade stone, surprising everyone, including Olivia. Kadima-san clarified that Ain couldn't absorb unlimited magic power without certain conditions in place. She explained how different types of magic stones have caps on status increases. Shane realized he had acquired another skill from the high-grade magic stone's monster origin. Ain noted his body felt fine now, though he had headaches with previous attempts. Chris-san explained the gift of training skill enhanced Ain's immunity, confirming his body's safety. Ain finally met his mother Olivia, embracing her warmly as Kadima-san observed happily. Olivia guided Ain toward the castle, preparing him to meet his father respectfully. They approached the massive ornate doors, which hinted at the grandeur hidden inside. Grandfather Silvered opened the treasure room, revealing its vast collection of valuable artifacts inside. Ain questioned the purpose of visiting the treasure room, marveling at gold and treasures. Grandfather Silvered explained. Olivia requested Ain receive a reward and apology for past hardships. Ain was presented with Dullahan's magic stone, a legendary national treasure of Ishtalika. Olivia described the stone's history, linking it to their first ancestor who defeated a demon lord. Ain held the precious magic stone, feeling its power and historical significance intensely. Olivia reminded him it was a royal treasure, part of Ishtalika's legacy and heritage. Ain stood before the glowing national treasure, feeling the weight of its magical presence. Olivia and Silvered advised him to step back, wary of the stone's overwhelming power. Ain faced the magic stone directly, prepared to interact with its legendary abilities carefully. He touched the stone, sensing immense energy unlike any other magic stone he had seen. A message appeared, welcoming Ain's return, marking the start of a new chapter in his journey. Ain gripped Dullahan's magic stone as swirling energy erupted, his family bracing for danger. The stone's power surged toward Ain, seemingly moving independently, surprising him with immense force. Silvered shouted instructions, urging Ain to release the stone if he felt any discomfort. Ain embraced the magic stone, finding a strange harmony as energy flowed into him. Lightning and magical currents erupted around them, creating a spectacular display of raw magical power. A brilliant explosion of energy erupted from Dullahan's magic stone, enveloping the room entirely. Silvered, Olivia, and Ain braced themselves, watching as the magical energy swirled around fiercely. Sparks of magic surrounded Ain, highlighting his absorption and the stone's extraordinary, raw power. Silvered and Olivia gasped, concerned yet amazed, as Ain's power intensified beyond expectations. Ain realized he was overflowing with magical power. Finally sensing the full effect of the stone, Ain's status showed massive growth, reflecting stamina, magic power, attack, defense, and accumulated skills. The Archduke's residence in Hume Kingdom appeared under the moonlight, quiet and imposing. A young noble girl gazed at Ain, promising she would meet him again someday. Lady Klon sat alone at her desk, holding a magic crystal, feeling frustrated and unfairly burdened. A maid entered, checking on her progress, and Klon explained her completed work calmly. Klon revealed she had already finished all the assigned tasks, surprising the maid with her efficiency. She smiled, asking the maid to inform her father she was ready for a harder assignment next time. Determined, Klon resolved to improve further, preparing herself to be worthy to stand by Ain's side. Lady Klon received instructions from the Grandmaster to prepare a letter for Ain, feeling anxious and hurried. She searched frantically for paper and a pen. Realizing this task was more important than homework, Klon became flustered as she faced writing a letter to someone of the opposite gender for the first time. She rushed down the hallway, determined to deliver her message despite her nervousness. Outside, she gazed at the moon, wondering what Ain might be doing while she prepared the letter. Ain walked through the palace hall with Olivia and the Grandmaster, approaching a massive glowing crystal. Both Olivia and the Grandmaster praised Ain for his incredible growth and the power he had absorbed. The Grandmaster advised Ain to find a proper vessel to contain and control his immense magical power. Olivia's careful planning surprised Ain, showing her strategic influence behind the scenes. She revealed her foresight in orchestrating events, including Ain's ability to absorb the magic stone safely. Olivia reflected on her past, feeling uncertain after the death of the Roundheart family's head. She admitted she was not brave enough to commit to Logas, surprising both Ain and the Grandmaster. Olivia revealed she gave birth to Ain as a dryad, making his magical heritage clear. She apologized to the Grandmaster, explaining her plans had led to a necessary divorce. Olivia requested a private discussion with Ain, leaving him confused but obedient as she guided the conversation. Ain, Olivia, and the Grandmaster sat on a balcony, discussing royal and magical matters calmly. The Grandmaster and Katieman reflected on Olivia's marriage, realizing mistakes in arranging royal unions. Ain admitted he struggled to follow the explanation, feeling confused by the story's complexity. Katieman cheerfully explained the meaning of root, shocking the Grandmaster and causing laughter. Ain learned that dryads form lifelong bonds with only one person, and creating a child is serious. Ain questioned Warren about dryad characteristics, seeking clarification on his origin and family history. Katieman explained that dryads' complex traits allow them to bear a child alone, highlighting their unique biology. Ain learned that he was created entirely from Olivia, making him her direct offspring. The Grandmaster clarified Olivia's duties as royalty, her hesitation in the relationship, and her difficult choices. Ain felt relief and acceptance, realizing that Olivia's decisions protected both her life and his, easing his worries. The Grandmaster explained that the Roundheart family neglected contract terms, leaving Olivia's child unrecognized as heir. Ain felt relieved, realizing no one would blame Olivia, and he laughed as his hunger returned. The Grandmaster warned Ain never to enter the audience hall where the Demon King's magic stone was displayed. Ain reacted in shock, learning the stone belonged to the first Demon King defeated in history. Katieman explained that if Ain became hungry, he could unconsciously absorb nearby magic stones, making the hall extremely dangerous. Ain spoke about the first king, learning he was admired for strength and a big heart. Ain's hands clenched as he reflected on the greatness of the first king and his heroic legacy. He wondered if the first king's fame extended to other. Lady Klon sat alone at her desk, holding a magic crystal, feeling frustrated and unfairly burdened. A maid entered, checking on her progress, and Klon explained her completed work calmly. Klon revealed she had already finished all the assigned tasks, surprising the maid with her efficiency. She smiled, asking the maid to inform her father she was ready for a harder assignment next time. Determined, Klon resolved to improve further, preparing herself to be worthy to stand by Ain's side. Lady Klon received instructions from the Grandmaster to prepare a letter for Ain, feeling anxious and hurried. She searched frantically for paper and a pen. Realizing this task was more important than homework, Klon became flustered as she faced writing a letter to someone of the opposite gender for the first time. She rushed down the hallway, determined to deliver her message despite her nervousness. Outside, she gazed at the moon, wondering what Ain might be doing while she prepared the letter. Ain walked through the palace hall with Olivia and the Grandmaster, approaching a massive glowing crystal. Both Olivia and the Grandmaster praised Ain for his incredible growth and the power he had absorbed. The Grandmaster advised Ain to find a proper vessel to contain and control his immense magical power. Olivia's careful planning surprised Ain, showing her strategic influence behind the scenes. She revealed her foresight in orchestrating events, including Ain's ability to absorb the magic stone safely. Olivia reflected on her past, feeling uncertain after the death of the Roundheart family's head. She admitted she was not brave enough to commit to Logas, surprising both Ain and the Grandmaster. Olivia revealed she gave birth to Ain as a dryad, making his magical heritage clear. She apologized to the Grandmaster, explaining her plans had led to a necessary divorce. Olivia requested a private discussion with Ain, leaving him confused but obedient as she guided the conversation. Enin, Olivia, and the Grandmaster sat on a balcony, discussing royal and magical matters calmly. The Grandmaster and Katieman reflected on Olivia's marriage, realizing mistakes in arranging royal unions. Ain admitted he struggled to follow the explanation, feeling confused by the story's complexity. Katieman cheerfully explained the meaning of root, shocking the Grandmaster and causing laughter. Ain learned that dryads form lifelong bonds with only one person, and creating a child is serious. Ain questioned Warren about dryad characteristics, seeking clarification on his origin and family history. Katieman explained that dryads' complex traits allow them to bear a child alone, highlighting their unique biology. Ain learned that he was created entirely from Olivia, making him her direct offspring. The Grandmaster clarified Olivia's duties as royalty, her hesitation in the relationship, and her difficult choices. Ain felt relief and acceptance, realizing that Olivia's decisions protected both her life and his, easing his worries. The Grandmaster explained that the Roundheart family neglected contract terms, leaving Olivia's child unrecognized as heir. Ain felt relieved, realizing no one would blame Olivia, and he laughed as his hunger returned. The Grandmaster warned Ain never to enter the audience. Ain walks toward the magic stone shop, curiosity in his eyes, noticing the unusual design of the entrance. The shop owner, a striking woman, greets him as she prepares the store, her presence commanding attention. Ain hesitates, unsure about the shop's eccentric owner, while his companion reassures him that the shop is reputable. Chris joins Ain, greeting the shop owner, and the group exchanges polite acknowledgement before focusing on the purpose of their visit. The shop owner asks if they need magic stones, while Ain confirms he came to inspect them, ready to begin his selection. The shop owner compliments Ain's hobby, expressing hope that they will become friends. Chris observes the store, while the owner warns them not to touch the magic stones directly, highlighting their danger. Ain examines the stones carefully, noticing their magical energy and the high prices displayed. Using his training, Ain detects subtle scents of the stones, recalling the unique richness of their magic. The shop owner explains a white wyvern stone, whose monster meat is prized for high-quality steak, and Ain considers whether to try it. Ain quickly decides to buy a magic stone, surprising Chris and the shop owner with his decisiveness. He explains that he received allowance from his grandfather, and promises to keep his crown prince status and powers secret. Ain selects multiple magic stones, and the total cost shocks the shop owner, reflecting his generosity. The shop owner prepares to wrap up the stones, readying them for transport. Ain and Chris leave the shop, excited to return to the castle and absorb the magic stones. Ain discovered a mysterious stone enclosed in a glowing case. He learned from the scholars that the case was specially made to seal the stone's magical power. Curiosity overcame him as he studied the stone, sensing an unusual energy emanating from it. Suddenly, the stone reacted, casting shadows and light across the room. Ain realized the stone's magic was awakening, hinting at an adventure he could not ignore. Ain observes a strange magic stone and senses unusual power from it. He believes it may be dangerous, but not entirely evil. An suddenly offers to sell the magic stone with its case, surprising the two girls nearby. The girls and a merchant react with concern, sensing something wrong, but Ain remains calm. The merchant agrees to buy the stone. Ain accepts the money, while others suspect the stone influenced him. Despite concern, Ain leaves with the payment, still under the stone's subtle effect. Crone worries about the sealed magic stone and believes Majuis would understand it better. While Ain shows a quiet, uneasy expression, Ain moves on and decides to check other magic stones, acting casually as if nothing serious happened. Crone reacts in shock at Ain's behavior, while the others observe him with concern and curiosity. Crone confronts the situation, realizing Ain's words were reckless. While the merchant questions his attitude, Crone begs Majuis to keep the matter secret as the group reflects on what just happened. Ain leaves the magic stone shop feeling satisfied, thinking his visit was enjoyable despite the earlier incident. Chris shows signs of distress, trying to hide her reaction while Ain notices something unusual about her condition. Later, Ain returns home exhausted and collapses onto the floor, reflecting on the long day. A servant named Olivia arrives and offers to help Ain change his clothes, greeting him politely. Ain hesitates at first, but Olivia explains her duty, and he allows her to assist him. Olivia reassures Ain calmly, maintaining her composure while he feels overwhelmed by her presence. Owen receives a letter with no clear sender, and Olivia hands it to him, while he examines it with curiosity. Olivia explains that the letter came from a noble house in the Heim Kingdom. Surprising Ain, they analyze the route, realizing the letter passed through another country, making the situation suspicious. An doubts the letter's origin and begins to question its intent, considering it may be a trap. An reads the letter addressed to him, which describes a past memory involving a gift and a special night. The sender reveals she kept the flower Ain once gave her, showing her lasting feelings and connection to him. Ain recalls the girl's face and begins to recognize who might have sent the letter. The letter explains the sender cannot reveal her name yet, but promises to do so when they meet again. Ain realizes the sender plans to come to Ishtalika, leaving him surprised and uncertain about what will happen next. Ain listens to a maid as she speaks positively about Warren and Olivia. He feels reassured and begins to trust her judgment. The maid questions whether Ain can leave his home for Ishtalika. Ain recalls how Olivia treated him and his mother kindly, strengthening his resolve. That night, Ain looks at the moon and quietly calls out Klon's name, thinking about his future. Ain meets Klon and spends a gentle moment with her, forming a meaningful connection. As they part, Ain hopes they will meet again, carrying that memory forward. Time passes into autumn as Ain walks near the academy with his companions, continuing his training and adjusting to his new life. During combat practice, Ain faces a heavily armored opponent in a formal duel observed from above. Crone and others watch anxiously as Ain is urged forward, showing concern for his performance. The opponent attacks with a powerful strike, aiming to overwhelm Ain and claim victory. Ain reacts quickly, sliding past the attack and evading with precise movement, turning the situation in his favor. Ain defeats the armored opponent with a decisive strike, forcing him to admit defeat in front of the watching crowd. After the match, Ain proudly reports his victory to his mother, who praises his effort and growth. Chris expresses her happiness as she reflects on watching Ain's progress, while others acknowledge how much he has matured. Lloyd continues training the soldiers, reminding them to protect Ain while pushing them to improve their strength. Lloyd explains that Ain's growth comes from both his skill and effort, recognizing his ability to handle his unique power. Lloyd invites Ain to spar, smiling as Ain agrees, despite some hesitation preparing himself for the sudden challenge. As they begin, a powerful shock spreads through the area, drawing attention from people in the city as the ground shakes. The clash causes massive destruction in the training ground, cracking the surface as the force overwhelms the surroundings. After the exchange, Lloyd praises Ain's growth, recognizing how much stronger he has become compared to before. An struggles to remain steady while Chris approaches, showing concern as he warns her to keep her distance. Chris becomes alarmed as An shows signs of exhaustion, worrying he might lose control and absorb a magic stone again. Olivia and Lloyd decide to end the training, confirming Ain's condition and ensuring he rests. Later, Olivia speaks with Ain about preparing for the future, guiding him toward the next step in his growth. Olivia reveals that Ain will attend the Royal Academy, smiling as she shares the decision. Ain accepts the plan and begins studying, preparing himself for life at the academy. Chris becomes alarmed as Ain shows signs of exhaustion, worrying he might lose control and absorb a magic stone again. Olivia and Lloyd decide to end the training, confirming Ain's condition and ensuring he rests. Later, Olivia speaks with Ain about preparing for the future, guiding him toward the next step in his growth. Olivia reveals that Ain will attend the Royal Academy, smiling as she shares the decision. Ain accepts the plan and begins studying, preparing himself for life at the academy. Ain reflects on attending the academy as a crown prince, feeling uneasy about the responsibility ahead. Chris visits Ain and invites him out, giving him a chance to relax before his next step. They walk along a quiet beach, where Ain discovers a peaceful place behind the castle. Chris encourages Ain about the upcoming entrance exam, reminding him of his strength and growth. Ain wonders about facing stronger opponents in the future, thinking seriously about the challenges ahead. Ain questions Chris during their time at the beach, unsure about what she intends to do next. Chris prepares to demonstrate her swordsmanship, asking Ain to pay close attention as she begins, with precise movement. Chris releases her sword in a controlled motion, surprising Ain with her technique. The sword lands at a distance, showing the result of her skill and control over her weapon. Chris suddenly appears beside Ain, revealing her speed, leaving him shocked as he realizes her true ability. Chris explains her movement to Ain, clarifying her skill while mentioning Lloyd's strength and the level Ain must reach. Thanks, Chris reflects on his goal, realizing he must grow stronger to stand alongside Lloyd and Chris. Chris admits she secretly helped Ain before the test, while he reacts to the sudden wind around them. As the wind blows, Chris pauses, her expression shifting as she notices something unusual. Chris becomes flustered after realizing her ribbon is gone, leaving Ain confused as she hurries to retrieve it. Ain witnesses a girl being violently thrown aside during the entrance exam, shocking him as he steps forward. He approaches her with concern, realizing the harsh examiner is pushing candidates both physically and mentally. The examiner intimidates the applicants, questioning their abilities while maintaining strict rules to prevent bias. He demonstrates overwhelming strength, defeating examinees easily and declaring their efforts insufficient. As the test continues, the examiner calls for the next participant, placing pressure on those remaining, including Ain steadies himself, and decides to rely only on his sword, preparing to prove his strength in the exam. He faces the examiner directly, showing determination as the test officially begins. The examiner provokes Ain, challenging him to earn his approval through combat. Ain charges forward with speed, launching a precise attack that catches the examiner's attention. Their swords clash repeatedly, as Ain pushes forward against the examiner's overwhelming strength. Ain continues his attack, trying to confuse the examiner with movement and timing to create an opening. He is suddenly struck and pushed back. Struggling to maintain balance under the pressure, the examiner criticizes Ain's technique, pointing out his reliance on raw ability instead of proper skill. Ain realizes the examiner's strength surpasses the knights he faced before, understanding the gap between them. Despite the criticism, Ain regains his composure, focusing on the goal of passing the exam rather than winning. The examiner refuses to hold back and continues the test, while Ain insists on proceeding despite the pressure. The examiner provokes Ain with harsh words, trying to shake his composure and test his resolve, and lowers his head, absorbing the insult as his emotions begin to shift. The examiner reminds him of the rules, allowing the use of skills while pushing him to show his true ability, and endures the pain and pressure, steadying himself as he prepares to respond seriously. Ain recalls his mother and the people who trained him. As anger rises after the insult directed at her, he releases his power, activating a skill that manifests dark energy and phantom-like arms around him. The examiner reacts with shock, unable to understand the nature of Ain's sudden transformation. Ain stands firm within the dark aura, declaring his resolve as he prepares to continue the fight seriously. Ain faced a powerful opponent as a large sweeping attack moved toward him inside the arena. The opponent rushed forward aggressively, increasing speed and strength, while aiming directly at Ain without hesitation. Ain reacted quickly, extending his hand as a fast attack closed distance and threatened his position. Multiple strikes surrounded Ain, forcing him to defend while the opponent observed his improving movements carefully. A heavy blow hit Ain, pushing him back as the opponent moved again to continue pressure. On clashed blades with the opponent as debris scattered, both pushing strength while maintaining balance during impact. The opponent spoke confidently, analyzing Ain's movements while preparing another attack inside the arena with controlled posture. Ain countered quickly, swinging his weapon upward as the opponent's strike approached with force and speed. The opponent blocked firmly, enduring Ain's strike while noticing his growth and increasing attack intensity during combat. Ain drove the opponent downward, shattering the ground on impact as both remained engaged in the fierce battle. The opponent unleashed a powerful upward strike, sending Ain airborne while asserting dominance during the intense exchange. Ain blocked the incoming attack, surprising the opponent as debris scattered from the force of impact. Ain pushed forward, showing determination while the opponent struggled to react under the sudden pressure. Ain released a strong attack, striking forward as the impact created a large explosion across the battlefield. After the clash, Ain stood breathing heavily as dust settled, while the opponent's attack faded nearby. The examiner launched a powerful strike, forcing Ain backward as the overwhelming force pressed heavily against him. Ain reacted quickly and blocked the attack, surprising the examiner as the clash sent debris flying outward. Ain pushed forward with determination, extending his hand while the examiner struggled under the sudden pressure. Ain released a powerful strike, creating a large explosion that shook the battlefield and disrupted the surroundings. After the clash, Ain stood breathing heavily as the dust settled, while remnants of the attack faded around him. The opponent stood among Fey walls, surprised by Ain's strength. After enduring the intense and destructive clash, Ain remained standing calmly, showing confidence while acknowledging the opponent's strength and readiness to continue the test. The battlefield showed massive destruction, forcing observers to question whether the test could continue under such damage. Ain bowed deeply, apologizing for losing control as the opponent watched, still recovering from the impact. Ain smiled awkwardly, reflecting on his actions while the opponent stared seriously, realizing the boy's overwhelming potential. The opponent acknowledged Ain's effort and declared him successful, recognizing his strength and growth during the test. Ain bowed respectfully as the opponent walked away, leaving him standing alone while processing the result. Ain ran through the corridor happily, holding the certificate and feeling relieved after completing the difficult trial. Others gathered and reacted to Ain's success, noticing his presence while sensing unusual tension around him. A woman confronted Ain, questioning his hidden power as he hesitated, aware his ability had been revealed. The female knight confronted Ain, worried about his dangerous skill and the consequences of losing control. She explained calmly that healers were prepared, showing the academy expected injuries during such intense examinations. Ond listened quietly as she mentioned the examiner's strength, realizing the opponent was far more experienced. She warned that the incident would be reported, advising Ain to prepare for possible consequences. A few days later, the academy stood quietly, marking the beginning of events following Ain's overwhelming display. Ain sat quietly while his grandfather lectured him, as his mother stood nearby observing the situation. His grandfather spoke calmly, easing tension while discussing Ain's behavior, and acknowledging his growth after recent events. Ain listened carefully, realizing he must adapt to royal expectations, despite his young age and inexperience. The king decided Ain should participate in public affairs, preparing him for responsibilities beyond the academy. His mother encouraged him warmly, reminding Ain this would be his first duty as a royal member. Ain looked surprised after hearing about public affairs, beginning to understand the responsibilities expected from him. A ship moved across the sea as Ain followed his grandfather, heading toward his first duty beyond the academy. Ain stands with Crone and the old mage, observing the distant sea, sensing something important ahead. Large battleships arrive at Magna Port, drawing attention as Ain witnesses his first public responsibility unfolding. Crone explains the ships defend the nation, while Ain realizes the scale of power surrounding him. They walk through Magna, seeing markets busy and ships docked, understanding the city's importance to Estetisha. Ain inspects cargo and conditions, recognizing duties tied to governance, strengthening his resolve as future king. Ain arrives with Crone and Chris, preparing to inspect the sea crystals delivered from Euro Kingdom. Crone swiftly cuts open the crate, demonstrating precision and strength, while Ain watches her actions carefully. The crate opens instantly, surprising Ain as Chris observes calmly, confirming Crone's efficiency during inspection work. Ain examines the sea crystals closely, recognizing their salt-like appearance and understanding their role in trade. After finishing inspection, Ain reflects on the experience, acknowledging his responsibilities while continuing his growth as leader. Ain recalls his mother leaving for public duties while others react, sensing change surrounding his family situation. A noble woman reads a letter, smiling slightly, as Ain wonders about its meaning and effect. Ain declines rest and chooses to visit the pier, continuing his responsibilities, despite suggestions from others. Chris presents an item while Crone reacts strongly, recognizing its danger even within the secured Navy base. The Great Earth Ruby is revealed, a powerful magic tool capable of protecting its wearer's life. Ain receives permission to move freely, while Crone warns him to stay close, within safe distance, and walks alone to the pier, observing the sea and sky, enjoying a rare quiet moment. He relaxes while watching birds and waves, thinking about rest despite his responsibilities as Crown Prince. A sudden sound from the harbor interrupts him, drawing his attention toward ships and unusual activity nearby. Ain becomes alert, sensing something suspicious, shifting from calm thoughts to awareness of possible incoming trouble. Ain agrees to wait, while Crone and Chris continue their tasks, remaining within the designated safe area. Ain walks to the pier, observing the calm sea and clear sky, appreciating a brief moment alone. He watches birds and waves, thinking about resting, momentarily easing his mind from royal responsibilities. A sudden harbor signal echoes, drawing Ain's attention toward the ships and ongoing movements nearby. Ain grows alert, sensing something unusual, shifting from relaxation to cautious awareness of possible disturbance. Ain lies between crates, finding a quiet spot, thinking about duties and enjoying a brief moment of rest. A seagull perches nearby as Ain relaxes, the surroundings calm while he remains hidden beside crates. Listening to the waves, Ain feels comfort, his thoughts slowing. As the peaceful atmosphere lulls him, Ain falls asleep, drifting into memories, recalling familiar places and feelings connected to port towns. In his dream, Ain remembers his mother, feeling warmth and nostalgia as he peacefully rests among flowers. An plays with his mother in a field of flowers, enjoying a peaceful moment filled with warmth. An senses her presence again, feeling comfort as she gently touches him while he rests. His vision blurs as he wakes, confused, questioning whether the moment was only a dream. An sees his mother clearly, realizing she is truly there. returning after a long absence. His mother holds him gently, watching over him as Ain rests, feeling calm and reassured. Klon explains her grandfather's situation, while Ain listens, learning about the responsibilities passed within her family. A map reveals Klon's journey, showing the route and the incident that caused her disappearance midway. Ain and Klon sit together, discussing the past, as she expresses concern about matters not easily resolved. Crone returns and greets Klon, while Ain prepares to introduce her, bringing everyone together at the pier. Crone notices something unusual, watching closely as the situation develops around Ain's unexpected reunion. Crone invites Klon to join them to Magna, and Ain agrees, while the group prepares to leave together. Klon formally asks to accompany Ain, showing respect, and he accepts, acknowledging her presence beside him. Later, Klon and her mother sit together at night, beginning a quiet conversation inside the residence. Klon expresses gratitude to her mother for support and arrangements made during this important visit. Her mother reflects calmly, revealing mixed feelings while observing Klon's growth and the path ahead. Klon sits with her mother, Olivia, sharing tea calmly, while a quiet and serious atmosphere surrounds them. They begin a private discussion, focusing on Klon's intentions and the decisions she must face moving forward. Olivia asks directly about Klon's future, observing her closely as Klon reacts with visible tension. Klon feels pressure, gripping her dress, understanding that she cannot hide her true thoughts anymore. Chris and the elder reflect on similar concerns, recognizing the importance of Klon's answer for Estetitia. Klon explains her purpose in coming to Estetitia, revealing her determination to meet Ain personally. Olivia questions Klon's future intentions, carefully observing her thoughts about her relationship with Ain. Klon responds firmly, showing resolve, declaring she already prepared herself before leaving her homeland. Olivia smiles brightly, accepting Klon's feelings, satisfied with her answer and her determination moving forward. Olivia proposes Klon attend the academy, planning her future while integrating her into Esthetitia's environment. Olivia assures Klon that the royal family will support her growth, recognizing her potential within Estetitia. Klon reaches out, asking for support, while Olivia accepts, offering guidance to help her develop further. Klon responds with determination, holding back tears, resolving to continue her efforts and grow stronger ahead. Ain studies in the Grand Library at night, surrounded by books, focusing on tasks with Marche beside him. Ain continues working through heavy assignments, eating while reading, determined to finish everything, despite growing exhaustion and concern. Later, Ain studies alone at his desk reviewing notes, maintaining discipline as the quiet night deepens around him. Klon appears behind Ain, startling him during his work, while he struggles to stay focused and finish lessons. Klon observes Ain's interest, noticing effort, while Marche smiles nearby as Ain reacts awkwardly to her unexpected visit. Klon smiles warmly, expressing renewed determination, while Ain watches her reaction, surprised by her sudden confidence and cheerful attitude. Klon informs Ain about Warren's invitation, explaining she will attend the celebration with her grandfather as honored guests. Ain reflects on the situation, realizing his position remains unclear, while Klon listens calmly and observes his thoughtful expression. Klon encourages Ain to rest, mentioning the bath, while Ain admits exhaustion and prepares to end his studies for night. Klon leans closer, inviting Ain to go together, causing him to react with surprise, while she maintains a gentle smile. Ain arrives at the grand banquet hall, observing nobles and guests gathering around tables, while maintaining a calm and composed presence. Klon appears in an elegant dress, approaching Ain after changing, drawing his attention as he notices her refined appearance. Klon explains her delay due to accompanying her grandfather, while Ain admires her formal look and regains his composure. Ain and Klon sit together at the party, quietly observing the surroundings as nobles converse and enjoy the grand celebration. They look over the illuminated city, reflecting on the experience, as Ain considers the beauty and uniqueness of Ishitalica at night. Ain observes magic stones displayed at the banquet, realizing their common use in the kingdom, while Klon watches quietly. Ain explains his situation at the party, noting his uncertain position, while Klon listens and reflects on Heim differences. Ain considers his future role, thinking about becoming king, while Klon advises him to improve his speech and preparation. Nearby nobles question Ain's presence, expressing doubt and suspicion, while Ain and Klon remain calm despite growing attention. The crowd begins whispering about Ain and Klon, spreading curiosity and tension throughout the banquet hall as they stand together. Klon reassures Ain and encourages him to enjoy the party, gently pulling him forward as he regains composure. Klon leaves to get food, asking Ain to wait, while he watches her go and remains standing alone. An elder approaches Ain, informing him about a prepared gift, drawing his attention and causing slight confusion. the king speaks about Ain's situation, expressing concern and reflecting on past matters related to Haim and the party. The elder continues explaining the plan, while Ain listens carefully, realizing something important is about to be revealed. A glass suddenly shatters on the floor, drawing attention as Ain notices the sharp sound and looks ahead. A noble confronts Klon, stepping forward with hostility, while surrounding guests turn to watch the tense situation unfold. The noble insults Ain, questioning his presence, as Klon grows uneasy, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly uncomfortable. The noble reaches toward Klon, attempting to assert dominance, causing her to react with shock and hesitation. On steps in firmly, blocking the noble's action, protecting Klon while confronting the situation with calm authority. The noble continues confronting Ain and Klon, questioning her status while drawing attention from surrounding guests in the hall. The noble harshly criticizes Ain and Haim, warning him about crossing boundaries while expressing clear hostility and arrogance. Klon worries and tries to stop Ain, but he remains calm, standing firm as the situation grows more intense. An recalls past experiences of rejection, remembering how he and his mother were treated without belonging anywhere. An reflects on his weakness and past, while Klon looks concerned, realizing the burden he still carries within himself. Ain steadies himself, gripping his hand tightly, resolving to face the situation with his own strength and determination. Ain steps forward and declares himself, directing any resentment toward him instead of Haim, while Klon watches anxiously. The nobles react with surprise, their expressions shifting as Ain's words disrupt the tense atmosphere inside the hall. Ain calmly questions the noble's dissatisfaction, addressing the issue directly as the surrounding crowd listens in silence. The noble panics under pressure, denying accusations, while Ain maintains composure, controlling the situation with firm authority. Ain places his hand on the magic stone, releasing power as energy flows outward, drawing immediate attention from everyone nearby. The magic stone begins changing, turning transparent, as guests react with shock and confusion at the unexpected phenomenon. The crowd murmurs loudly, unable to understand the transformation, while tension rises across the banquet hall. An presents the transformed stone, calmly explaining its significance as proof, while maintaining a firm and composed expression. An declares the platinum result as evidence of his strength, demonstrating his ability and silencing doubts among the nobles. Ain stands before the nobles, holding the crystal and boldly questioning their doubts about Ishitalika's strength and pride. The elder and king react with shock, recognizing Ain's resolve as the atmosphere shifts across the banquet hall. Ain steps forward confidently, declaring his name and identity, drawing full attention from the gathered nobles and guests. Ain addresses the crowd directly, inviting any complaints toward him while maintaining calm authority despite the tension. Ain raises the crystal high, declaring his promise to become a king who will lead Ishitalika forward. The nobles react in shock, realizing Ain's true identity, as the atmosphere shifts dramatically across the entire banquet hall. An calmly asks acceptance for himself and Klon, standing beside her while maintaining a composed and sincere expression. An reflects on his words, realizing he spoke honestly, while the surrounding guests remain silent and focused on him. The nobles begin bowing toward Ain, acknowledging his status as Klon stands beside him. Surprised by the sudden change, important figures observe calmly, recognizing the moment as the decision spreads across the hall and tension settles. An realizes his new position, understanding he has officially become the crown prince of Ishitalika. Ain von Ishtalika observed the glass container carefully while the cat-eared girl examined it with a magnifying glass. Suddenly, a distant fortress erupted in explosions, shaking the surroundings and scattering debris across the landscape. Citizens gathered in front of the castle, cheering as the royal gates opened, signaling an important event. Ain stepped forward, announcing himself as the crown prince, capturing the attention of everyone in the crowd. The crowd whispered admiringly about his courage and strength, praising Ain for protecting others and facing powerful magic. Ain sat comfortably as Klon offered him a drink, while the king observed the event with relief. The king reflected that Ain's announcement went smoothly, noting that the nobles highly evaluated his actions. Ain's speech at the party impressed everyone, mirroring the first king's style and promising loyalty to the people. The advisors recalled Ain's careful attention to detail, and how he had likely studied the previous king's actions. The king decided to support Klon's education, allowing her to choose her preferred path and enroll in the female academy. The king explained the 3 paths for a noble girl: to be a civil official, highly educated, or a princess influencing others. The king and his advisors waited eagerly to learn Klon's choice for her future education and role. Klon confidently expressed her desire to become a well-educated lady capable of influencing many and protecting the king. The king observed thoughtfully, realizing Klon had chosen all three paths, combining wisdom, influence, and loyalty. An and Klon sat together as the king praised their potential, acknowledging them as the kingdom's blessed next generation. The king watched thoughtfully as Ain and Klon prepared to depart, acknowledging their maturity and readiness. They walked through the palace courtyard, flanked by guards, as cherry blossoms fell gently around them. Olivia reminded them to check their luggage, ensuring everything was prepared for their new journey. Ain and Klon confirmed they were ready, standing confidently in their formal attire. Olivia offered a playful hug, sending them off to their respective academies, with encouragement and hope for the future. Klon reminded everyone about Ain's safety, while Olivia assured her she would personally escort him. Ain prepared to depart, receiving guidance and encouragement from his mother and Klon. Olivia wished Ain a happy school life, and he responded enthusiastically, ready for the challenges ahead. The group arrived at the academy, observing the busy, bustling environment and preparing for their studies. Amid the crowded streets, Klon and Olivia promised to ensure Ain's safety, guiding him with care through the academy district. Ain worried about navigating the crowded road to the academy, while Klon reassured him he would be fine. From above, the academy's entrance looked grand, with wide streets and gates bustling with students and visitors. The fountain and surrounding buildings impressed Ain as he approached the school, feeling both excitement and nervousness. Klon explained that another escort would serve as Ain's bodyguard while he attended the academy. Dill appeared to take his place as Ain's new bodyguard, ready to guide and protect him through his academy life. Ain met a new student, bowing respectfully as Klon introduced him formally. Klon explained that the boy was Dill Galatia, son of Lloyd Sama, and Marche San, who would act as Ain's bodyguard. Ain reacted in shock at the unexpected height difference and maturity of Dill, surprised by the dynamic, leaving the story on a cliffhanger. Ain noticed Lloyd and Marche outside the castle. He paused, unsure why they were meeting here, sensing something unusual. Crone explained that Dill, though an apprentice knight, had exceptional skill. Ain realized Dill would serve as his protector during academy training. Ain learned that Lloyd and Marche were married. He was shocked, having never known about their private lives due to castle duties. Dill formally introduced himself as Ain's bodyguard, presenting a message from the king. Ain felt honored by the recognition. Crone instructed Ain to act confidently while respecting Dill. Ain absorbed the guidance, preparing for his new responsibilities with determination. Ain extended his hand to Dill, greeting him politely. Dill bowed slightly, acknowledging the prince with respect. Dill stood formally, keeping his composure. Ain smiled at the courteous gesture, appreciating the knight's disciplined presence. Dill expressed honor at serving Ain as his bodyguard. Ain felt reassured knowing someone capable would protect him. Dill clarified that he was only a bodyguard. Ain noticed his stiffness, but respected his dedication to duty. Crone reminded Ain to stay attentive while Dill accompanied him. Ain nodded, prepared to follow her instructions carefully. Ain walked with Dill, reflecting on whether he had been unreliable. Dill stayed composed, showing no concern over Ain's doubts. Ain confirmed that no welcoming ceremony existed in the academy. Dill offered to guide him through the day, ensuring proper introduction. Dill led Ain into the classroom, pointing out it was the second class. Ain admired the grandeur and size of the Royal Academy room. Ain noticed the class was far different from others. Dill explained that only top students could enter, highlighting its prestige. Dill described the Academy's purpose, to develop ability above all. Ain understood the focus on skill for the kingdom, whether noble or commoner. An prepared himself mentally for the Academy, aware that ability was valued above all. Dill promised to visit him later. An examined the massive classroom door, noticing there was no knob. He wondered how to open it. The door revealed an automatic mechanism. An was surprised that even classrooms had such advanced technology. Inside, Ain observed the students seated in the grand classroom. Each appeared skilled and attentive, reflecting the Academy's prestige. Ain noticed the small class size and realized everyone had to get along. He felt nervous yet eager to meet all classmates. Rook, the magic engineering teacher, entered the classroom. He noted that no students were absent and emphasized the importance of the first day. Rook explained that this class was special. Ain listened carefully as Rook mentioned that one teacher had retired, and he would take over. Rook concluded by instructing the students to leave a result and then dismissed them. Ain and the others watched silently, attentive. The students were surprised by the brevity of the session. Each student processed the teacher's instructions in their own way. Rook added that students could use academy facilities, but must take the half-yearly test. Ain felt the weight of responsibility, preparing for his training ahead. Ain met Roland, a demi-human student. Roland cheerfully introduced himself, noting he had taken the magic engineering test. Roland explained he also took the swordsmanship test. Ain observed the young wolf-like student with curiosity, intrigued by his enthusiasm. Roland's excitement grew when he realized Ain was the rumored kid. His eyes sparkled with admiration and surprise. Roland described the rumors about Ain, saying the examiner was a skilled adventurer and had been challenged by Ain in the test arena. Ain felt nervous, worried about others' impressions. Roland reassured him, laughing warmly, making Ain feel more at ease in the classroom. Ain announced his entrance as a sixth-year student. His presence drew attention from other students in the classroom. Roland and others whispered, noticing Ain was the son of the Grand Marshal. They were curious why he attended this class. Dill greeted Ain formally, reminding him it was a free study system since the first year. Ain listened attentively. Dill offered to guide Ain around the academy. Roland and other students were surprised but intrigued by the proposition. Ain introduced himself to Roland and invited him to join the tour. Roland happily accepted, beginning their friendship and exploration. Roland hesitated, explaining he had some papers to handle. Ain waved, understanding his priorities and reassuring him. Roland was dumbfounded when he realized Ain had introduced himself simply by name. He discovered Ain was the Crown Prince. Ain and DL walked through the academy, exploring its vast halls and magnificent architecture. The size of the library and facilities amazed Ain. DL guided Ain through the academy, showing him the main facilities. Ain thanked him, impressed by how extensive the campus was. An asked DL if he could remain by his side. DL explained he would try to minimize time apart but must respect his own schedule, showing dedication and discipline. An noticed 3 girls sitting on the grass. Curious, he turned to DL and asked about his preferences for women. An tried to use the topic as a way to get closer to DL. He encouraged conversation despite Dill's normally stiff demeanor. Dill considered Ain's question seriously. Ain explained he asked to identify someone who could protect him better, thinking of safety first. Dill revealed he preferred a lady stronger than himself. Ain immediately thought of Chris, recalling her impressive abilities. An encouraged Dill, acknowledging it might be difficult to find someone fitting his standards. Dill appreciated the support quietly, nodding in understanding. Dill admitted that friends often teased him, making Ain's encouragement feel special. He expressed gratitude, appreciating the sincerity of the Crown Prince, and felt that the distance between him and Dill had grown closer. Both recognized the progress in their relationship, small yet meaningful, and suggested having lunch together. Dill agreed, understanding it was an opportunity to continue building trust and communication. During the meal, Ain imagined a closer bond with Dill. Dill stayed vigilant, ensuring Ain's safety while allowing him to enjoy his meal. The scene shifted to Lee B Female Academy. Ain's new journey expanded to include new environments, promising further growth and interactions. Chris smiled warmly, greeting the students. Her calm demeanor brought ease to the tense academy atmosphere. The girls encouraged the main character to meet Chris's older brother. Ain was curious, but cautious. Mindful of social hierarchy, Ain politely explained. He was just a commoner, and not in a position to pursue a relationship with a noble. He felt conflicted yet respectful. Chris expressed gratitude, reassuring Ain that she appreciated his consideration. Both parties apologized for any rushed interactions, resolving tension. Chris ended with a sincere smile, expressing hope that they could get along. The students responded positively, signaling acceptance and potential friendship. Ain reflected on his limited time at the academy. He determined to learn as much as possible, inspired by Olivia Sama's experiences. He vowed not to waste a single moment, focusing on what he could do immediately. Ain moved forward with determination. The scene shifted to the Ishtalika capital night station. The castle loomed under the moonlight, signaling the start of a new adventure. Guards noticed a prison break. Alarmed, they demanded explanations from one of the knights, their surprise evident in their expressions. The prison door had been opened using a special magic tool. Knights were baffled, unable to determine who had executed the escape. Knights received orders to contact the castle immediately. They were to gather a list of stationed knights urgently after a prison break. The escapee's profile was revealed, a dangerous ex-adventurer known as the Sloth freed. He was a demi-human vampire who killed for money. The knights prepared to capture him as soon as possible. The Ishtalika capital was on high alert under the moonlit night. The vampire soared across the city, flapping his wings, evading capture. He moved swiftly and silently, keeping out of reach. A close-up of the vampire's intense eyes highlighted his cunning and threat. The city's defenders faced a formidable and elusive criminal. Ain arrived at the academy gates, waving goodbye to Roland, ready to begin his new life among the students. He walked through the halls with Dill, discussing the recent change in the first class's teacher, curious about the unusual announcement. Ein learned that the previous teacher had been dismissed for failing to meet the academy's standards, surprising him with the sudden news. Dill explained that the teacher, Wolf Magnus, was knowledgeable about monster poisons and came from a prestigious family. Further investigation revealed that Wolf Magnus had been fired due to past misconduct against commoners, ensuring the academy maintained strict policies. Ein walked beside Dill through the academy halls, listening as Dill explained that the dismissed teacher came from a noble lineage. Dill shared his view that the man had no noble dignity, believing he deserved stricter consequences for his misconduct. Ein reflected on his own status as royalty, realizing he would never misuse it to harm commoners or assert superiority. Dill admired Ein's thoughtful approach, acknowledging that his perspective on equality was admirable and rare among nobles. As they exited the hall, Dill reminded Ein of his duties as bodyguard, ensuring that their alliance remained both formal and protective. Ian walked with a female knight who excused herself to relay instructions to the patrolling guards, leaving him momentarily. She instructed Ein to stay put, emphasizing caution, while he agreed nervously, unsure of what awaited him. Ein navigated the crowded streets, feeling overwhelmed by the bustling city and struggling to maintain his composure. He noticed a group of students from Libi Female Academy interacting with local guards, their presence sparking curiosity and concern. A group of mercenaries offered their protection to the students, but Ein remained firm in his duty, refusing additional assistance. Ein stepped forward, asking the group of students and mercenaries to stop, noticing their behavior troubled them. The mercenaries questioned him aggressively, but Ein remained calm, allowing the students to retreat safely. One mercenary swung at Ein, but he skillfully avoided the attack, surprising the adults with his quick reflexes. He countered with a precise strike, defending himself while explaining he only acted in response to their aggression. The mercenaries realized his skill and status as a student of the Royal Academy, pausing in shock and reconsidering their approach. Ian raised his hands in apology, trying to calm the mercenaries and avoid escalation after the confrontation. The mercenaries laughed at his timid stance, underestimating him because he faced 3 opponents alone. Suddenly, Ein struck precisely, taking down all 3 adults at once, demonstrating his skill and control. The female knight appeared behind him, impressed by his restraint and decisive action, affirming his authority in the situation. Ian reflected on the events, deciding to report the incident to the king, while the knight teased him for always getting into trouble. Ian entered the treasury with Laurel and the female knight, observing the collection of swords and artifacts with curiosity. Laurel and the knight praised Ein for his actions earlier, asking him to reflect on his choices and responsibilities. The Queen of Ishtalica. Laurel complimented Ein, noting that his courage and calmness matched the expectations of a crown prince. They presented Ein with a black dagger, emphasizing that it symbolized the strength he gained from absorbing Dullahan's magic stone. Ein lifted the dagger carefully, aware of his role as crown prince and the responsibility to wield it wisely in the future. Ein gripped the dagger, amazed at how natural it felt, as if it were an extension of his own arm. He thanked his grandmother for the gift, beaming with joy and pride at receiving such a prestigious weapon. Laurel and the female knight praised Ein warmly, remarking on how much he had matured and grown stronger. Ein proudly showed that the dagger was a gift from his grandmother, fitting his status and abilities perfectly. A new visitor, a cat girl, interrupted politely, capturing Ein's attention and hinting at more events to come in the royal court. Ein examined a cursed magic stone purchased from Majolica's store, puzzled by its strange energy and effects. The group discussed how to research the stone, but even the cat girl admitted she could not analyze it. The cat girl teased Ein, tugging on his ears, causing him to squirm and protest, showing his short temper. Ein apologized, explaining that his reactions were natural, while the female knight reminded him that violence wasn't always the solution. They concluded that only one approach remained, acknowledging the situation had gotten out of hand but preparing to move forward carefully. The cat girl instructed Etienne to try sucking the cursed magic stone, surprising him with the unusual method. They discussed precautions, agreeing to seal the room and destroy the stone if anything went wrong, ensuring safety. Klon stepped back as Ein prepared to interact with the stone, guided by the female knight's careful instructions. The stone began to react subtly as Ein focused, its mysterious energy drawing his full attention. Ein concentrated on holding the stone, observing subtle changes while the group monitored carefully, aware that the cursed magic might awaken. Ein held the cursed magic stone, feeling it pulse with an unknown energy as the group watched nervously. Suddenly, a dark presence emerged, calling out, "I found you." Startling everyone in the room, the cat girl and the female knight shouted for Ein to put the stone back in its box immediately. From the stone, phantom-like serpentine hands appeared, swirling around Ein, showing that the magic stone had awakened. Ein reacted in shock as 4 phantom hands reached toward him, testing his control and the strength of the stone's curse. Ein struggled as the phantom hands from the cursed magic stone swirled violently, while the cat girl and the female knight shouted in alarm. He gripped the stone tightly, realizing that his body was reacting involuntarily to the stone's energy. The magic stone began absorbing into him, trembling in his hands, testing his control over its powerful curse. The cat girl leaped forward, urging Ein to stop and return the stone to the box immediately. Despite the chaos, Ein fought to maintain balance, resisting the phantom hand's pull as the room shook from the stone's power. Ein looked down at his arm, shocked as it had transformed into a massive armored appendage, the power of the magic stone surging through him. He stepped back, trying to comprehend what was happening as the group watched in astonishment, the cursed stone reacting violently. The cat girl and the female knight exchanged worried glances, unable to predict the stone's full effects, as Ein's arm continued to grow and pulse with dark energy. Ein suddenly finds mysterious armor forming on his arm, surprising Crone and the others inside the quiet library room. Ein realizes his body moved on its own after touching the magic stone, alarming Crone and revealing unusual resonance effects. Ein listens as the merchant explains the connection between Dullahan and Demon Lord stones, suggesting a strange bond forming. The merchant warns Ein that magic stones may possess will, urging caution as their resonance could lead to dangerous outcomes. The merchant reveals the cursed stone Ein bought reacted intentionally, implying his encounter was not coincidence but planned from beginning. Ein observes the cursed magic stone inside the case, sensing danger, while Chris reacts outside after hearing sudden noise. Ein loses control as objects scatter across the room, while Klon tries delaying Chris from entering and seeing chaos. The armor disappears, leaving Ein exhausted on the floor as Crone, Chris, and Klon stare at the messy room. Ein explains the situation briefly, while Chris celebrates the armor vanishing, though Crone watches him carefully with suspicion remaining. Chris opens the delivered parcel excitedly, while Crone receives it calmly, unaware it may connect to earlier mysterious events. Chris opens the long-awaited book with excitement, while Ian and Crone quietly observe the detailed cover from nearby. Chris eagerly asks Ian for help sending something, while Crone listens calmly, watching her energetic behavior inside the room. Chris reveals she spent a large allowance on the book, surprising Ian and amusing Crone as curiosity grows about it. The group learns the book was written by a famous elf and focuses on the history and story of Demon Lord. Chris happily begins reading the book aloud, while Ein and Crone watch closely, sensing the content may reveal important truths. Chris struggles to read the book, while Ein and Crone realize something is wrong as she trembles holding it. They discover the book is written in ancient elf language, making it unreadable, and Ein examines the pages carefully. The group sees a portrait resembling Dullahan, surprising Ein as the figure looks similar, increasing suspicion about the book's meaning. Crone prepares to leave while reminding Chris to take care, as the situation calms and the group temporarily disperses. Crone notices the expensive book left carelessly, realizing its importance and connection to the mysterious events surrounding Ian. Crone examines the book titled Demon Lord Biography, showing interest as Ein's earlier discovery continues to draw attention. Crone reads the contents quietly, noticing a detailed illustration, while Klon watches carefully from nearby, observing her reaction. The page reveals the Elder Lich, and Crone studies the figure closely, sensing its importance within the book's history. Chris suddenly remembers her task and rushes out to deliver the package, leaving the others behind in the room. Later, a formal setting appears where a speaker addresses an audience, hinting at upcoming developments related to the book. Ein reads about an academy district competition, showing confusion as he considers what it means for students like him. Chris explains the annual event and its contests, but Ein refuses participation, surprising her despite her excitement. Ein reasons that only higher classes will compete, believing their abilities surpass his, making participation unrealistic for him. Chris leaves to research the event, while Ein decides to focus on training, convinced avoiding the competition is better. Ein heads to the training grounds and meets instructor Kaiser, preparing himself to improve, despite choosing not to compete. Ein meets instructor Kaiser, who challenges him confidently, recalling past tests and preparing to evaluate his current strength seriously. Kaiser checks Ein's readiness and armor, then begins the test, showing concern while ensuring proper preparation before battle starts. The training field activates as energy spreads, and Kaiser operates the system, summoning a powerful opponent for Ein to face. A massive summoned bison appears before Ein, overwhelming in size. As he stands firm and prepares to confront it alone, Ein recalls defeating the bison before and considers a new approach, while Kaiser warns about its shockwave attacks and risks. Ein catches his breath after throwing the bison, watching it fall while preparing himself for the next possible attack. Kaiser criticizes Ein's reckless method, striking him to correct his thinking while warning against facing danger without proper strategy. Kaiser demands a better plan, emphasizing that strength alone is insufficient and urging Ein to think more carefully in battle. Later the scene shifts to a calm setting, showing a quiet cafe as the intense training session comes to an end. Ein rests with Krone, reflecting on training, while realizing he might still participate in the Academy District competition. Ein sits at the cafe as discussion about the swordsman competition continues, while students nearby pass by in the Academy District. Ein notices 3 girls approaching, and Krone observes them as they carry themselves confidently toward his table. Klon quietly shows displeasure, while Ein reacts awkwardly, as the girls move closer and shift the atmosphere around them. One girl sits beside Ein, surprising him, while the others join Krone, creating a tense but calm situation at the table. The group realizes the girl is someone connected to a past encounter, linking her to the place where Ein once acted. The girls ask Klon about the Crown Prince, while Ein listens quietly as attention begins shifting toward his hidden identity. Klon describes the prince as kind and brave, while Ein reacts awkwardly knowing they are unknowingly talking about him. Klon expresses happiness about staying by the prince's side, deepening the admiration while Ein becomes increasingly embarrassed. The girls grow excited praising the prince, while Ein struggles to respond, overwhelmed by their admiration and attention. Ein asks them to stop, while Klon continues praising him openly, leaving the situation awkward as his identity remains unspoken. At the cafe, several girls gather around Klon, asking about the Crown Prince, while Ein listens quietly and observes the situation. Klon describes the prince as kind and brave, while Ein reacts awkwardly, aware they are unknowingly praising him directly. Klon expresses her happiness about staying beside the prince, showing sincere admiration as Ein becomes more embarrassed by her words. The girls grow excited and praise the prince enthusiastically, while Ein struggles to handle the attention and feels increasingly overwhelmed. Ein asks them to stop, but Klon continues speaking naturally, keeping the focus on the prince and leaving Ein in an awkward position. Ein humbly downplays his actions, while the girls realize his identity, creating surprise as attention fully shifts toward him. Ein invites Klon to return together, extending his hand, while she accepts calmly, understanding his intentions without hesitation. Klon questions Ein's actions gently, and he admits partially, showing honesty as their bond quietly deepens. Ein excuses himself and leaves the group, while the girls remain surprised, watching his calm departure from the cafe. Ein walks through the academy grounds alone, but suddenly notices someone ahead, signaling a new encounter about to begin. A suspicious man watches from the shadows near the academy, while another student notices unusual people gathering nearby. The student moves cautiously through the path, sensing danger ahead, while gripping his weapon and preparing for confrontation. Figures appear above, observing from a distance. As the student looks up, realizing he is being watched and surrounded. A Arena hosts the academy competition as Ein arrives, sensing powerful rivals and the scale of upcoming battles. Ein observes the Colosseum with DL, recognizing the vast field where skills and strategies will determine future standings. Before the match, DL shows respect toward Ein, preparing mentally while acknowledging the importance of the swordsman exhibition. Ein notices DL's uneasiness and reflects on their situation, understanding hidden pressure and expectations surrounding the upcoming confrontation. Ein remains and confident, analyzing DL while asserting quiet dominance, shifting the balance between the prince and bodyguard. Ein reflects on DL's unusual reaction, noticing his hesitation and maintaining composure while firmly rejecting any attempts to change. Chris approaches Ein warmly, pleased by improved relations, while Ein quietly considers the distance that still remains between him. Ein and Chris walk through the academy grounds, discussing small matters as time remains before Dill's match begins. Ein wanders alone briefly, sensing the academy's vastness, his thoughts shifting as a subtle unease begins growing inside him. Ein pauses near the garden, observing the quiet surroundings carefully as his instincts sharpen and something hidden draws his attention. Ein senses a strange mixed scent near the academy garden, his instincts alert as he carefully searches the quiet area. A cloaked man suddenly appears, overpowering a student and stepping forward with confidence, ignoring the academy's supposed holiday atmosphere. The intruder casually restrains the student, dismissing resistance while revealing intentions, treating the situation as part of a planned mission. The cloaked man decides to take the student as loot, gripping him tightly while showing a dangerous shift in attitude. The captured student struggles in fear, his body trembling as the intruder's overwhelming presence leaves him unable to escape. The vampire reveals his nature, gripping the wolf student, while explaining his hunger and growing desire after days without blood. The vampire exposes his madness, threatening to drain the student completely as his restraint weakens and violent intent surfaces. Laughing coldly, the vampire drags the bound student away, confident no one will interfere with his actions inside the academy. As the situation escalates, Ein appears, identifying the source of disturbance and confronting the intruder without hesitation or fear. Ein steps forward firmly, his presence stopping the movement as the conflict shifts, signaling the beginning of direct confrontation. Ein steps forward, glaring sharply as he confronts the intruder, his focus fixed on protecting the captured student. The vampire turns, surprised by Ein's presence, still gripping the wolf student while questioning how the situation changed. Ein firmly declares his stance, refusing the excuse and demanding the student's release while maintaining control of the encounter. The vampire grows irritated, dismissing others as useless, while tension rises and Ein prepares himself for decisive action. In an instant, Ein strikes, delivering a powerful blow that overwhelms the vampire, shifting control of the battle completely. Ein charges forward with full speed, blade drawn, aiming directly at the vampire while forcing him away from the captive. Ein grabs the wolf student and pulls him back safely, placing himself between the victim and the approaching threat. With his weapon ready, Ein demands answers, confronting the intruder and questioning his purpose inside the academy grounds. The vampire reveals he was hired by a noble, showing no concern while preparing to end the situation quickly. The vampire suddenly creates a smokescreen, escaping amid the explosion, leaving Ein alert as the enemy disappears from sight. Through the smoke, the vampire suddenly attacks, striking Ein with force while declaring his intent to fight seriously. Ein quickly recovers, analyzing the situation despite limited visibility, preparing himself carefully against the experienced opponent, hidden within smoke. Ein recalls warnings about exposing too much power, hesitating briefly while considering the consequences of revealing his true strength. The wolf student shouts in fear, reminding Ein of the danger, pushing him to act despite the risks involved. The vampire launches another fierce attack from above, aiming to finish Ein as the battle intensifies inside the smoke. Ein counters the attack instantly, striking the vampire with precision and disrupting his movement inside the dense smoke. Using his ability, Ein activates Phantom's Hand, delivering a powerful blow that overwhelms the vampire's defenses completely. The force of the attack spreads across the room, shattering structures as the vampire is pushed back violently. The academy hall collapses partially, debris falling as Ein stands firm at the center, maintaining control of the battlefield. Ein confronts the injured vampire again, his power now clear, while the enemy prepares to continue. Despite the heavy damage, Ein presses forward relentlessly, controlling the battlefield while preventing the vampire from acting freely, despite the collapsing surroundings. Ein swings his attack precisely, forcing the vampire back as debris falls, maintaining pressure without giving any chance to escape. The vampire attempts to counter, but Ein reacts instantly, avoiding the strike and preparing another decisive move. Ein unleashes multiple attacks at once, overwhelming the vampire completely, and trapping him within a barrage of powerful strikes. The vampire suffers heavy damage, realizing Ein's overwhelming strength as the battle turns decisively against him. Ein finishes the battle, standing over the defeated vampire as the dust settles and the danger finally disappears. Ein checks on Roland, reassuring him calmly while explaining the enemy is no longer a threat and the situation is under control. As they reflect, Ein recalls the strange scent and the intruder's words, beginning to connect the incident to a hidden scheme. Ein realizes the attack may involve a noble's grudge, his expression sharpening as the situation grows more serious. Ein gives clear instructions, sending Roland to safety and ordering others to gather, preparing for the next phase carefully. The scene shifts to a quiet lakeside terrace, where the atmosphere contrasts sharply with the earlier battle inside the academy. Ein confronts Wolf Magnus, recognizing him as a former teacher, calmly questioning his presence, despite his suspicious position. Magnus acknowledges Ein's insight, while Ein suspects that no other noble besides him holds such resentment toward the academy. Ein confirms his suspicion through scent, realizing Magnus's involvement, while Magnus subtly probes Ein's intentions and awareness. Ein points toward the lake, deducing the hidden plan involving magic stones beneath the water, exposing Magnus's true objective. Ein uncovers the hidden device beneath the lake, realizing it uses magic stones to trigger destructive explosions across the academy. Magnus reveals a calm, confident smile, showing no hesitation as his plan begins to unfold exactly as intended. Magnus acknowledges Ein's insight, while Ein remains composed, unfazed by the threat, and already familiar with dangerous situations. Magnus questions the Academy's purpose, revealing dissatisfaction and deeper resentment toward the system that supports nobles. Magnus explains his motive, believing the system will collapse, as he prepares to act and reshape the future through destruction. Magnus reveals his hatred, blaming Ein's family and declaring his intent to punish the Academy through destruction. Ein stands firm, declaring his resolve to protect Ishtalica and the Academy, rejecting Magnus's ideology completely. Magnus explains the bomb's power, stating the explosions will scale with magic stones, making the destruction unavoidable. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the Academy, as Ein realizes the device has already been activated. Magnus declares his goal to destroy everything and rebuild a new Ishtalica based on his twisted beliefs. With madness in his eyes, Magnus proclaims the moment as a revolution fully committed to his destructive plan. Ein faces Ishtalica's enemy, declaring resolve to stop the explosion and protect citizens as tension rises across the city. The enemy activates hidden magic tools, revealing confidence while Ein charges forward, realizing the danger behind the enemy's plan. Explosions erupt around Ein, but he withstands the shockwaves, analyzing the magic and preparing to counter the attack. Ein stands firm despite danger, warning the enemy of the incoming explosion while showing determination to survive and protect others. The enemy calmly reveals his protection against explosions, intending to witness Ishtalica's destruction while relying on his magic tools. Ein closes distance and strikes, surprising the enemy whose guarded body reacts as hidden tools begin activating under pressure. An attacks relentlessly, urging surrender, while explosions surround them, testing the enemy's defenses and limiting his movement across battlefield. The enemy counters with swift movement, refusing defeat, attempting to regain control while Ein continues pressing forward without hesitation. Ein lands a decisive blow, damaging the enemy's body, forcing visible strain as the magic tools struggle to maintain protection. Ein pierces through the enemy's defense, delivering a powerful strike, overwhelming him, and pushing the battle toward its conclusion. Ein overpowers the enemy, declaring his resolve, while the enemy trembles, unable to understand the overwhelming strength before him. The enemy collapses to the ground, defeated, as Ein stands nearby, confirming the battle's end and securing the immediate danger. Ein realizes the bomb remains active, quickly moving away, deciding to handle the explosion before it threatens the entire city. Ein discovers the massive magic device underwater, recognizing its scale and danger, preparing himself to neutralize its destructive power. An uses his skill on the magic stones, attempting to absorb their energy, focusing on stopping the explosion despite the risk. An channels his power into the device, forcing energy inward as the unstable magic begins reacting violently under control. Ein absorbs the magic stone's energy, enduring intense strain as their power fades, overwhelming his body with unbearable sensation. After succeeding, Ein collapses from exhaustion, barely conscious, as allies rush in, confirming he managed to stop the explosion. An reassures them despite weakness, explaining the strain from absorbing magic stones, while others check his condition with concern. The captured enemy acknowledges Ein's success, recognizing him as the crown prince, while the crisis ends and order returns. Ein listens as details emerge about the bomb placed beneath the lake, realizing the situation may be more complex. The enemy is taken away, but Ein remains thoughtful, sensing something unusual, despite the apparent resolution of the incident. Ein analyzes the plan, concluding the attack aimed at gathered nobles, but suspects the true objective was different entirely. Ein maintains composure among allies, preparing for the event. Though his thoughts remain focused on the unresolved threat, An realizes the truth, understanding another bomb exists, signaling the danger is not over, and action is still needed. An reacts as the captured enemy shows a faint smile, hinting at a hidden plan that has not ended yet. The enemy reveals another bomb exists, warning Ein he cannot reach it in time, creating urgency across the situation. Klon insists on going to defuse the bomb, but Ein stops her, realizing the target is likely the arena. Ein declares he cannot run away, choosing to act, understanding others would be in danger if he hesitates. Klon decides to follow Ein, accepting the risk, as both rush toward the arena to stop the second bomb. Ein fights fiercely in the arena, clashing blades with his opponent, maintaining focus despite the urgent situation beyond. The match reaches a tied point, drawing attention from the crowd, while tension builds as Ein remains absent from view. The nobles observe closely, questioning the situation, unaware that Ein is dealing with a greater threat elsewhere. The arena continues without Ein, as spectators grow uneasy. Noticing the crown prince has not appeared as expected, Ayan's absence becomes clear, yet trust remains as others believe he will return after completing his unseen duty. The arena match continues as the third round begins, while concern rises over Ain's absence during the important event. The duel intensifies, with both fighters clashing fiercely, as attention shifts between the match and the missing crown prince. Ain and Klon rush through the crowd, moving quickly across the area, determined to reach the hidden bomb location. Klon explains the back gate route, guiding Ain through the crowded area, choosing a faster path to reach the target. Ain recalls the bronze statue landmark, realizing the bomb's location, as both accelerate toward the final destination. Ain locates the second bomb beneath the statue, sensing its power as the device activates and begins gathering unstable energy. The magic stones intensify, glowing violently, as the bomb reaches a critical state, threatening to detonate at any moment. Ain rushes forward, realizing the danger is immediate, attempting to reach the device before the explosion fully triggers. Klon recognizes they are too late, as the bomb begins exploding, its energy expanding beyond their control. Ain refuses to give up, focusing intensely, preparing to stop the explosion despite the overwhelming situation before him. Ain pushes forward against the exploding force, enduring the pressure as the violent energy spirals outward, threatening everything nearby. Ain leaps directly toward the bomb, ignoring danger, closing the distance as the unstable magic reaches its peak intensity. Ain stretches his hand toward the core, focusing completely, determined to stop the explosion before it fully erupts. The impact spreads across the area, shaking the surroundings. While the arena battle continues elsewhere without knowing the crisis, Ain regains momentum, returning to the duel, prepared to finish the fight after handling the hidden danger. Ain confronts Dill in the arena, declaring his intent to win, as both charge forward with full determination. Ain swings his blade toward Dill, closing distance quickly, while Dill prepares to respond under pressure from the sudden attack. On returns to the arena entrance with Klon, drawing attention, as spectators realize his unexpected arrival during the match. On focuses on victory, committing fully to the duel, while Dill braces himself against the incoming decisive strike. Ain's attack pushes Dill back, overwhelming his stance, as the battle reaches its final moment before the outcome is decided. Ain watches from above with Klon and others, reacting as the match concludes, tension finally releasing across the arena. The result is announced, declaring Dill as the winner, while the crowd erupts, celebrating the intense battle's conclusion. Dill stands in the arena, acknowledged by nobles, while Ain observes quietly, having fulfilled his role behind the scenes. After the match, Dill approaches Ain, showing concern, while Ain responds calmly, hiding the burden of his actions. Far away, the sea moves quietly, hinting that the events have ended, but consequences of the conflict still linger. Ain arrives at the coastal castle town, observing the wide sea and surroundings while entering through the main gate. After receiving permission, Ain shops with Crone and companions, choosing clothes as part of a reward from past achievements. The group walks along the terrace road, overlooking the ocean, calmly exploring the town together under clear weather conditions. Ain reflects on spending responsibly as Crown Prince, realizing the high cost of purchases while enduring the cold sea wind. Noticing the cold, Crone suggests practical clothing, and Ain considers preparing better to handle the harsh seaside climate conditions. Ain and Crone observe the Crescent Harbor, noticing dangerous reefs spread across the open sea near the coastline. Crone explains the land was reshaped after a past disaster, leaving the coastline altered by a powerful unknown force. She reveals a single monster caused the destruction, overwhelming fleets and possessing power strong enough to control the sea. The terrifying sea dragon emerges in Ain's imagination, representing the overwhelming threat that once devastated the entire region. Ain and Crone react in silence, realizing the scale of danger, their expressions tense as they process the truth. Crone explains the sea dragon has destroyed many ships and taken countless lives, showing the scale of its power. She states the sea dragon ranks just below the demon lord, marking it as one of history's most dangerous beings. Crone adds the monster appears every century, and Ain considers whether it might already have awakened again. Recently, the group looks toward the town, understanding the threat could return soon, causing tension as they think about future danger. Crone reassures Ain calmly, promising protection while explaining that research and defenses against the sea dragon continue improving steadily. Ain clarifies the story's importance while walking with Crone, as she recalls promising to share it during their outing. Crone becomes excited and suggests visiting a store, shifting the mood away from the heavy topic of the sea dragon. The group agrees and quickly heads toward the town, with Crone mentioning Chris also has something she wants to find. They arrive at a shop filled with various goods, where Ain observes items like accessories and shoes displayed neatly. Inside, They explore different floors, appreciating the shop's atmosphere, while splitting up to browse and continue their visit. An speaks with the elderly shopkeeper, hesitating briefly before deciding on his next action while preparing to leave. An reveals he has something specific in mind, showing a thoughtful expression as he considers his intention carefully. Night falls over the castle as preparations begin, marking the transition from the town visit to an important evening event. A grand banquet takes place inside the palace, where nobles gather and celebrate under bright lights and formal arrangements. Ain attends the event with others, observing the cheerful mood while his grandfather enjoys the occasion and speaks proudly. Ain receives birthday gifts from Olivia and a young girl, marking his 8th birthday celebration with warmth and appreciation. Ain presents his own gifts proudly, offering thoughtful items while showing gratitude during the formal gathering at the banquet. Ain notices Chris is missing from the party, while Olivia and the others remain nearby, maintaining a calm atmosphere. Olivia explains Chris's shy nature, giving Ain a reason for her absence while observing the situation quietly. Olivia suggests Ain step onto the balcony alone, hinting at something planned, leaving him slightly confused but curious. Chris nervously waits on the balcony while Ain arrives, snow beginning to fall as the quiet atmosphere surrounds them. Chris tries to explain her presence, giving unclear reasons, while Ain listens and notices her awkward and hesitant behavior. Ain realizes Chris is struggling to lie, understanding her true feelings, despite her attempt to hide them. Chris gathers her courage, becoming emotional as she prepares to act, her nervousness visible while facing Ain directly. Chris gently places a scarf on Ain, expressing her care through actions as snow continues falling around them. Chris blushes while quietly wishing Ain a happy birthday, her emotions showing as she struggles to express herself clearly. Ain reacts with surprise, realizing the scarf is a gift, while Chris becomes more embarrassed standing close to him. Chris panics and explains she intended to give it earlier, recalling their shopping day while trying to clarify her feelings. She admits her nervousness and lack of experience with giving gifts, fidgeting as she honestly explains her situation to Ain. Ain responds kindly by offering his own gift, easing the tension as Chris reacts with surprise and visible emotional relief. Chris receives a necklace from Ain, surprised and touched as she carefully holds the gift, realizing its meaning. Ain explains the gift is his way of showing gratitude, acknowledging Chris's constant support and care toward him. Chris initially refuses out of modesty, feeling unworthy, while reacting strongly to receiving something so meaningful from Ain. After thinking, Chris accepts the gift sincerely, while Ain expresses his appreciation and promises to cherish her scarf. Chris looks at the necklace in her hands, quietly reflecting on the moment and the emotions behind the exchange. Chris smiles warmly, her feelings clear, as she treasures the gift while watching Ain leave in the cold night. Ain and Academy students arrive on a remote island for field training, preparing to face monsters and test abilities together. During exploration, Ain notices danger approaching as bats attack from above, quickly moving through trees to intercept and protect others. Ain strikes the ground powerfully, defeating the bats with precise force, demonstrating his growing strength and control over acquired abilities. After the fight, students react differently as Crone stays calm, while others argue about Ain's role and contribution during battle. Ain stands among his companions as they continue deeper into the forest, united by the Academy mission and shared experience. The instructor announces strict rules, forbidding students from bringing supplies, requiring them to survive using only their skills during the trip. An reads the document carefully, realizing the challenge demands teamwork, while the instructor allows students to freely form groups of 4. Bats, Roland, and Leonardo approach Ain, inviting him to join their team, forming a balanced group with shared trust and purpose. The group begins their journey confidently, walking through the forest while discussing rankings, believing their combined strength will overcome most challenges ahead. Dill Glacier appears as their escort, warning Ain's group to stay alert, reminding them hidden dangers exist beyond the visible monsters. 1 month earlier, Ain attends the academy as preparations begin for a yearly field trip involving all first and second classes. An instructor explains the event formally, presenting documents and outlining rules, while emphasizing structure, expectations, and the official importance of participation. Students react with excitement, while Ain listens calmly, understanding the trip differs from usual events and requires awareness of hidden risks. The instructor reveals the objective, requiring groups to cross an island within 3 days, forming teams and following assigned routes carefully. Ain and classmates realize the danger when told monsters inhabit the island, shifting the mood from excitement to cautious determination. The instructor announces strict rules, forbidding students from bringing supplies, requiring them to survive using only their skills during the trip. Owen reads the document carefully, realizing the challenge demands teamwork, while the instructor allows students to freely form groups of 4. Bats, Roland, and Leonardo approach Owen, inviting him to join their team, forming a balanced group with shared trust and purpose. The group begins their journey confidently, walking through the forest while discussing rankings, believing their combined strength will overcome most challenges ahead. Dill Glacier appears as their escort, warning Owen's group to stay alert, reminding them hidden dangers exist beyond the visible monsters. As night approaches, Dill Glacier calmly organizes the group, assigning tasks while Owen and others prepare to establish their first camp. Dill uses precise magic, focusing his breathing and control to activate a tool, demonstrating refined skill and efficient resource management. A barrier forms around the camp, enclosing Owen's group in a protective circle, securing them from potential threats within the forest. The group gathers food and checks supplies, realizing water is scarce, while Owen evaluates their situation and considers possible solutions carefully. When Roland suggests purification, Dill reminds him of the rules, reinforcing discipline as Owen's group adjusts to survive within strict limitations. Roland confidently prepares to solve the water issue, smiling as he decides to act immediately despite the group's uncertainty. Roland demonstrates his method, using monster stones and adjusting their properties to create a simple purification effect for the muddy water. The water becomes clear instantly, surprising Owen and others as Roland explains the changes he made to improve its quality. Owen observes carefully, questioning the ease of using such tools, while Dill reacts with concern about breaking the Academy's strict rules. The group reorganizes roles, with Owen and Bats taking the front line, while Leonardo and Roland remain in support positions. Owen observes his team interacting comfortably, realizing their cooperation and balance may lead them to succeed during the difficult field trip. Roland discovers unusual fruits in the forest, warning the group about their poisonous appearance, while sharing what he found nearby. Dill explains that similar fruits exist, advising caution, while Owen listens and considers how to safely determine whether they are usable. Owen decides to rely on his unique ability, carefully examining the fruit using his poison-related skill to avoid danger. Using his power, Owen neutralizes the poison, confirming the fruit is safe and demonstrating his usefulness to the group. Owen confirms the fruits are safe, explaining his method, while the group watches in surprise at his precise judgment. The group celebrates their discovery, recognizing Owen's contribution as teamwork strengthens and confidence grows among the members. As night deepens, the group prepares their meal, organizing tasks efficiently while maintaining awareness of their surroundings and possible threats. They cook the captured prey over a fire, ensuring proper preparation as they rely only on gathered resources from the island. The group gathers to eat together, sharing the results of their effort, while Owen observes quietly as their bond improves. Owen and his team gather around the cooked meal, sharing food together as their cooperation begins to strengthen during the trip. Dill Glacier accepts Owen's invitation and joins them, showing trust in Owen's leadership, while maintaining his composed and disciplined attitude. Owen prepares tea using gathered leaves, adding comfort to the meal and improving the group's overall condition after a long day. Dill acknowledges that such actions are often tolerated, explaining that minor flexibility exists within the Academy's strict field trip rules. The group relaxes together, enjoying the moment, while Owen ensures their unity remains strong as they continue following the rules. Owen and his team gather around the cooked meal, sharing food together as their cooperation begins to strengthen during the trip. Dill Glacier accepts Owen's invitation and joins them, showing trust in Owen's leadership while maintaining his composed and disciplined attitude. Owen prepares tea using gathered leaves, adding comfort to the meal and improving the group's overall condition after a long day. Dill acknowledges that such actions are often tolerated, explaining that minor flexibility exists within the Academy's strict field trip rules. The group relaxes together, enjoying the moment, while Owen ensures their unity remains strong as they continue following the rules. The group reacts in shock as news about Leonardo's sudden betrothal spreads, catching Owen and the others completely off guard. Leonardo becomes the center of attention as the group presses him, while he struggles to respond to the unexpected situation. Despite the confusion, the group continues eating together, maintaining their bond as the atmosphere gradually returns to normal. The night passes quietly over the island, with the campfire fading as the group rests after their first day. At dawn, Owen and his team prepare to depart, determined to continue their journey and complete the second day's objective. Owen and his group move through the forest as thick fog spreads, forcing them to stay close and remain cautious. The fog grows denser, limiting visibility, while the group struggles to see clearly and begins to feel the difficulty of movement. Roland becomes tired while walking, and the group discusses possible solutions, but they lack the resources to clear the fog. Roland suddenly slips on uneven ground and falls down a slope, causing panic as Ain quickly reacts to the danger. Ain manages to help Roland, and the group regathers, realizing the fog is more dangerous than they expected. Ain notices DL is missing, as the fog thickens, leaving him isolated while the group begins to sense something is wrong. The group calls out for DL, spreading out slightly, despite the danger. As tension rises and uncertainty grows among them, Ain prepares to move forward, sensing urgency, while Roland tries to stop him, realizing they may already be too late. Strange sounds echo through the fog, and Ain orders everyone to stay close, as an unknown presence surrounds their position. A powerful monster appears, identified as a crow butterfly, far stronger than expected for the island's conditions. Ain and his team ready themselves for battle, understanding their situation has changed into a dangerous and unexpected fight. Ain and his classmates faced a swarm of giant butterflies descending over the island, their wings beating violently above them. The group realized the monsters were individually weak, but their overwhelming numbers made them dangerous as they advanced together rapidly. Ain stayed calm and prepared himself, deciding to rely on his illusion ability while assessing the situation with focused determination. As the swarm attacked, Ain struck swiftly while his allies warned about paralysis, struggling to avoid the creature's dangerous tails. An led the group forward, ordering a retreat while protecting both front and rear, ensuring everyone escaped before being surrounded. An and his group arrived at a large cave within the forest, carefully observing the surroundings after escaping danger. The group rested briefly, exhausted from battle, while Ain reflected on his actions and apologized for losing control earlier. They discussed the strange presence of a magic beast on the island, trusting Deal's strength while remaining cautious about threats. Antine listened, as new information revealed Princess Christiana's secret movement, making the situation more complicated and raising concern among them. The group studied a map, confirming their location and deciding to proceed through the fog where the crow butterflies were likely nearby. Ain decided the group would rest first, then continue progressing across the island carefully within the remaining 2 days. As they moved along the rocky path, the group suddenly heard screeches, noticing crow butterflies approaching once again from ahead. Exhausted from constant fighting, the group agreed to rest, with several members already reaching their physical limits after long battles. Ain suggested checking a nearby cave for safety, but concern arose about possible dangers hidden within its dark entrance. Inside the cave, they discovered strange melted purple remains. Realizing magma presence and understanding the area could become dangerous quickly. Ain explained that the miasma was harmless to monsters but dangerous to humans, making the cave area risky. The group discussed their knowledge of beasts, with Roland explaining his experience, while others understood his background and training. As night fell, they set up camp, resting near a fire, while some slept, recovering strength after the exhausting day. Ain reflected quietly, sensing something unusual, doubting that DL would lose control easily, despite the dangerous situation surrounding them. While resting, Ain considered warnings about the crow butterflies, realizing something felt wrong and suspecting hidden dangers still remained nearby. An calmed his thoughts, realizing the true problem was not the island itself but the dangerous situation surrounding them. While others rested, Ain sensed something unusual and remained alert, quietly observing the surroundings instead of relaxing completely. Anan approached Roland during the night, asking for cooperation, while confirming their readiness and ensuring the group stayed prepared. The group tested Roland's magic tool, confirming it could store large amounts of water, which could help them survive longer. An questioned whether the tool could also store miasma, considering a new strategy to handle the dangerous environment ahead. Ain borrowed Roland's magic tool, preparing carefully while allowing his companion to rest and regain strength for upcoming challenges. Suddenly, crow butterflies reappeared, surrounding the group and forcing them to flee as the swarm closed in rapidly again. The group fought back while retreating, struggling against relentless attacks, as the creatures launched continuous assaults without stopping. Ain quickly asked Leonardo about protection against poison, realizing the butterflies' attacks carried dangerous effects that threatened everyone. With confirmation, Ain moved decisively, as the group advanced together, pushing forward despite danger. While trusting their combined strength, Ain stepped forward and called for Leonardo to create a barrier, positioning himself as the butterflies approached aggressively. While Leonardo prepared the barrier, the others fought to hold the swarm back, struggling to defend against continuous attacks. Ain revealed he had formed a plan based on earlier information, deciding to act despite the dangerous and uncertain situation. Before the plan could unfold, one of the butterflies captured Roland, lifting him into the air and putting him in danger. Ain moved immediately to save Roland, striking the monster as the group regrouped. Determined to overcome the relentless swarm, Leonardo successfully deployed a barrier, enclosing the group as crow butterflies surrounded them, preventing immediate danger from reaching everyone inside. The swarm gathered densely outside the barrier, screeching loudly, waiting for an opening, while the group remained trapped within. Exhausted, the group rested briefly inside the barrier, relieved to survive the attack, though their energy remained severely depleted. Owen revealed his plan, reassuring the group before stepping forward, determined to reduce the swarm while others recovered. Owen charged out alone, drawing the butterflies' attention away from the barrier, leading them to chase him as his allies watched. Owen leaped forward and smashed a magic stone, activating his ability, while preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A massive explosion spread outward, engulfing the swarm as Owen stood at the center, drawing all enemies into the blast. The butterflies were overwhelmed, their movements collapsing as the attack struck them repeatedly, forcing the entire swarm to fall. From a distance, the group watched in shock, unable to fully comprehend the scale of Owen's sudden overwhelming power. After the battle, Owen returned unharmed, calmly explaining his resistance to miasma, reassuring everyone as the danger finally subsided. The group expressed relief after the battle, scolding Owen for his reckless actions while showing concern for his safety. Owen urged everyone to continue moving, believing the mission was not over and that they should reach their destination quickly. They finally arrived at the target peninsula, surprised by the quiet surroundings. Sensing something unusual about the area, Dill appeared before them, acknowledging their efforts and praising Owen's strategy while confirming the group's successful teamwork. Christiana and Dill revealed the hidden purpose behind the mission, explaining that it was meant to test and develop Owen's growth. Owen confronted Dill seriously, expressing how much worry his reckless actions caused, while the others watched the tense moment unfold. Dill struggled with his feelings, admitting his immaturity and inability to properly act as both leader and protector. Owen listened and firmly demanded that Dill promise not to act carelessly again, emphasizing responsibility and concern for others. The tension eased slightly as Owen clarified his intentions, showing understanding while still maintaining his firm stance. Dill accepted the criticism, reflecting quietly, while Owen reassured him, showing trust in his ability to improve moving forward. Owen stopped Dill from apologizing, formally, stating that such behavior was unnecessary and instead made a simple request. Dill accepted and respectfully addressed Owen, expressing his willingness to move forward together and support him from that moment on. The group reacted warmly, laughing and easing the tension as they watched the exchange between Owen and Dill. Owen and Dill shook hands, confirming mutual understanding, while Owen lightened the mood with a more casual attitude. Together with Christiana, the group stood united at the coast, their bond strengthened as they prepared to move forward. Christiana announced the end of the field trip, and the group prepared to leave the island after completing their mission. They boarded a large ship, setting course for the capital, leaving the dangerous island behind as the journey continued. Owen questioned Christiana, realizing she had secretly observed them during the mission while hiding her presence nearby. Christiana explained her magic concealment, while also noticing a strange scent connected to the crow butterfly's magic stones. Suddenly, the ship shook violently as a magic beast appeared in the sea, forcing the group to prepare for another battle. Owen and Christiana spotted a massive kraken emerging from the sea, realizing something was unusual about its sudden appearance. Christiana immediately took command, ordering the crew to prepare cannons, while Owen remained alert beside her on deck. The kraken attacked violently, crashing into the ship with immense force, causing destruction and panic among everyone on board. Despite the chaos, the kraken suffered a massive wound, revealing it had already been injured before attacking the ship. As they observed closely, they realized the creature possessed overwhelming strength, with jaws and fins capable of destroying ships easily. Christiana watched in shock as a massive vortex formed, pulling the kraken into its center without any chance of escape. From within the sea, a powerful sea dragon emerged, revealing itself as the true cause behind the disturbance. The dragon rose violently, unleashing overwhelming power while the group realized they were facing a far greater threat. Owen quickly understood the danger, urging everyone to act fast as the sea dragon began devouring the kraken. The ship retreated while the sea dragon continued its attack, leaving the group stunned by the terrifying power they witnessed. Owen realized the sea dragon was the ruler of the ocean, reacting with shock as he understood its overwhelming presence. After returning safely, the incident was reported, but the sea dragon did not appear again, leaving the mystery unresolved. In Astalia Kingdom, no major incidents occurred as Owen continued studies, training, and duties, while rumors of a sea dragon appeared nearby. At the academy, Owen was seen off by classmates cheerfully, while he maintained composure, preparing himself for responsibilities awaiting him afterward. Owen calmly reflected on his progress, having turned 9 years old, and advanced smoothly, continuing his disciplined routine without causing concern. Chris informed Ain about scheduled sword practice and lessons, preventing distractions, while Ain accepted guidance and remained focused on improving his abilities. Crone gently adjusted Ain's uniform before departure, showing quiet support. As Ain stood still, slightly surprised, yet continuing his steady path forward, Crone adjusted Ain's necktie carefully, and he expressed gratitude, while she smiled calmly, satisfied after ensuring his appearance was proper. As Ain and Crone prepared to leave, armored soldiers suddenly approached urgently, drawing attention and interrupting their calm departure from the area. Crone reacted with sharp focus, sensing urgency, while a soldier leaned closer, speaking quietly about a serious matter requiring immediate attention. The soldiers respectfully informed Crone about urgent orders, assigning them to escort Ain to the castle, and she accepted without hesitation. Crone decided on a quick detour before heading to the castle, maintaining composure while guiding Ain forward under the changing situation. Ain questioned the soldiers firmly as they hesitated. Then one began explaining urgently while another restrained someone, showing clear distress. Ain learned a monster-class national crisis had appeared, and Christina had already been dispatched, causing him to realize the situation's seriousness. Upon arriving at the castle, Ain was welcomed back, and quickly informed the king was waiting in the large conference room. Inside, tension filled the halls as knights were few, and everyone appeared uneasy, leading Ain to understand the crisis was severe. Ain entered the conference room where leaders had gathered, stepping forward to report his return, and faced the unfolding national emergency. Ain rushed into the room and saw his mother weak, supported by the king, causing him to panic and lose composure. The king ordered everyone to continue the meeting, maintaining authority, while the tense atmosphere remained as officials focused on the crisis. An elder explained that a sea dragon had appeared in Magnaport town recently, shocking Ain as he listened carefully. The elder revealed the situation was worse than expected, dismissing earlier assumptions, while Ain struggled to understand the sudden escalation. It was finally revealed that there were actually 2 sea dragons, leaving Ain stunned as the crisis grew far beyond expectations. Ain imagined the destructive power of 2 sea dragons, becoming dizzy as his mother supported him while he struggled to process the crisis. An elder explained Christina was sent due to her command ability, warning that Magna would be destroyed quickly without immediate action. Ain raised his voice, insisting the castle's full military strength should be used, unable to accept sending Christina alone into danger. The elder revealed most forces were already deployed, including naval power, leaving the castle with limited defense, despite the growing threat. A knight stated they had no choice but to trust Christina, as remaining forces were needed to protect the capital. Ain struggled internally, recalling the terror of the sea dragon, while understanding his grandfather's words were correct about the danger. Overwhelmed by fear, Ain admitted his weakness, feeling the urge to run away as the pressure of the situation weighed heavily. Ain reflected on his experiences and the people supporting him, gradually regaining resolve as their presence strengthened his determination. Remembering Crone's unwavering support, Ain found courage within himself, realizing there was something more frightening than running from responsibility. Ain declared his decision to go to Magna and fight the sea dragon, standing firm despite fear as he chose to act. The king angrily rejected Ain's decision, while others were shocked, reminding him he was the crown prince with responsibilities. An refused to remain idle, declaring that even the first king would fight, showing his determination, despite opposition from everyone. Olivia tried to stop Ain, worried for his safety, but he remained focused, unwilling to abandon Christina in danger. The room grew tense as everyone watched Ain and Olivia, questioning his resolve, while realizing he would not change his decision. Ain firmly requested permission to join Christina, standing resolute, as he chose to face the sea dragon himself. The king acknowledged Ain's resolve, while the room watched, and Ain felt hopeful, hearing his grandfather's calm response. A sudden impact struck Ain from behind, stopping him instantly as he lost balance, unable to react to the unexpected force. A knight intervened, blocking Ain firmly, declaring his duty, preventing him from moving forward despite Ain's strong determination. Olivia rushed forward and embraced Ain protectively, shielding him. While the knight stepped back after carrying out his role, Olivia protested strongly against the use of force, expressing anger as she defended Ain from being treated harshly. The king ordered Lloyd to take Ain away and send Olivia to rest, while servants obeyed and carried out instructions immediately. The king declared strict authority, forbidding anyone from interfering, as Olivia cried out desperately while being restrained and separated from Ain. Ain lost consciousness as he was held back, while the decision was made that the crown prince could not be sent to Magna. Ain repeatedly struck the sealed door, but it remained unmoved. Inside the castle, tension grew as something urgent unfolded nearby. Ein tried forcing the door open, realizing his abilities would not activate. He grew frustrated as the situation worsened. Ein clenched his fist and tried to stay calm. He worried about Chris and others facing danger beyond the barrier. Crone explained a powerful seal blocked all magic in the room. She urged patience while the group remained trapped inside. Ein admitted his weakness and lowered his head. Despite frustration, he remained still, thinking carefully about what he should do next. Ein prayed quietly, asking for strength to save Chris and others. A faint presence guided him to observe the room. Ein heard a mysterious voice and turned toward the bed. He noticed something unusual hidden nearby and became alert. Ein discovered a strange black magic stone displayed in the room. Its presence felt heavy and unnatural to him. Crone reacted in shock, recognizing the cursed magic stone. The object suddenly moved, releasing force that startled Ein completely. Ein grabbed the cursed stone despite the danger. Ignoring warnings, he prepared himself, determined to use its power carefully. Ein unleashed power. After grabbing the cursed stone, dark phantom hands spread around him, filling the sealed room violently. Crone panicked. As Ein's phantom hands activated despite the seal, the overwhelming energy made her fear losing control completely. Ein's consciousness faded as a gentle presence appeared behind him. The figure embraced him, calming his unstable power slowly. The cursed stone began to drain as Ein absorbed its energy. A warm feeling spread, reminding him of his mother. Ein regained awareness with a calmer expression. The dangerous power settled within him, leaving him stronger and more composed. Ein gently held the drained magic stone and closed his eyes. His expression softened as the dangerous power stabilized inside. Crone reacted with shock, realizing Ein absorbed the stone completely. She worried his power might lose control again like before. Ein calmly pointed forward, showing confidence. He reassured himself internally, maintaining control over the power he had just gained. The seal suddenly shattered, sending fragments across the room. The barrier blocking the door disappeared as the magic collapsed. Ein extended his hand, releasing controlled power. Crone braced herself as the room changed, realizing Ein had overcome the seal. Crone stared at Ein in shock, realizing he broke the seal. She questioned how much power he had gained. Ein calmly introduced himself as the Crown Prince. He stepped outside and quietly closed the door behind him. Claudia appeared in the hallway and approached Ian. She questioned his decision, but he continued forward with determination. Ian looked back and assured Claudia he would return. He showed resolve as he prepared to face what awaited him. Claudia moved closer and embraced Ian gently. The moment remained brief, strengthening his resolve before he continued forward alone. Ein reacted with surprise as Claudia suddenly moved closer. He lost balance slightly, unprepared for her unexpected action. Claudia smiled gently and encouraged Ein. She expressed her support, hoping he would return safely from the coming challenge. Ein regained composure and smiled back. He accepted her encouragement, showing quiet confidence before continuing on his path. Ein ran down the corridor, leaving Claudia behind. She watched silently, holding her feelings as he moved farther away. Claudia remained alone in the hallway, wishing for Ein's safe return. The quiet space reflected her lingering concern. Ein ran forward and suddenly stopped. He sensed a powerful presence ahead, realizing someone dangerous was waiting for him. Lloyd appeared with armed soldiers behind him. His sharp gaze focused on Ein, immediately recognizing his arrival. Lloyd spoke calmly while observing Ein. The soldiers watched closely as tension built between the two sides. The surroundings began to crack under pressure. Lloyd stepped forward as the structure reacted to the overwhelming force between them. Ein declared his intent to move forward. Lloyd opposed him, standing firm as both prepared for an inevitable confrontation. Lloyd stepped forward with his sword ready, his sharp gaze locked onto Ein, showing clear intent to stop him. Lloyd attacked swiftly, testing Ein's strength. Soldiers watched as Ein resisted, though the pressure limited his movement briefly. Ein released his power, causing energy to overflow around him. His strength increased suddenly, surprising everyone watching the clash. Lloyd paused and acknowledged Ein's resolve. He stepped aside, reminding him of responsibility while allowing him to continue forward. Ein ran toward the exit without hesitation. Lloyd remained behind, watching silently as Ein moved ahead with determination. Lloyd breathed heavily after the clash. He endured the strain silently, maintaining composure, despite the pressure from Ein's overwhelming power. Lloyd released a burst of energy, steadying himself. His strength surged briefly as he pushed back against the lingering force. Lloyd regained control and stood upright. He acknowledged Ein's movement and informed the soldiers they would recover once distance increased. Ein continued running forward at full speed. Lloyd watched him leave, recognizing his potential and accepting his decision without interference. Ein exited the castle and paused briefly. He looked around, unsure of his next move, as urgency pushed him forward again. Ein encountered Dill, who brought a horse and offered assistance. He insisted on accompanying Ein on his urgent journey. Ein hesitated, unsure about involving Dill. He questioned his decision but realized he needed help to move faster. Dill declared his loyalty, choosing to serve Ein directly. His determination showed he was ready to follow without hesitation. Ein accepted Dill's help and mounted the horse together. They began moving quickly toward their destination with urgency. As they traveled, Dill explained the route ahead. He guided Ein, planning the fastest way despite limitations they might face. Dill explained that the king had ordered Ein not to go to Magna. This restriction made their journey difficult. Ein grew concerned and pressed for a solution. Dill hinted there was another method, warning that time was running out. Dill revealed a special authority reserved for the royal family. As crown prince, Ein could override the king's current order. Dill explained that using such authority carried consequences. The decision would later be questioned within the royal court. Ein hesitated, understanding the risks involved. He realized that acting now could bring serious consequences depending on the outcome. Dill warned Ein that using royal authority could lead to exile. Ein imagined the consequences but continued considering the decision. Ein resolved himself and chose to act. He decided to use his authority to move the water train without hesitation. Dill reacted with concern, but Ein remained firm. He thanked Dill and showed confidence in the path he had chosen. The water train activated and began moving toward Magna. Ein hurried forward, committing fully to his decision, despite the risks. The entire nation's forces mobilized as a colossal threat emerged from the ocean, dark scales rising against the fleet. A massive sea dragon crashed through ships, its forehead glowing with a hidden magic stone, while chaos spread across the waters. Christina stood resolute with her knights behind her, ready to exploit the dragon's weakness and turn the battle in their favor. She assessed the damage, realizing half of their strength had already been lost, but her determination never wavered. Christina ordered a renewed assault, focusing on the dragon's magic stone, knowing eliminating it could secure their victory. The sea dragon surged forward, slicing through waves with terrifying speed, its eyes focused on the approaching fleet. Christina commanded the cannons to fire, the ships unleashing a barrage aimed directly at the dragon's exposed head. The projectiles struck the dragon's magical stone, sending shards scattering as the creature roared in pain. The dragon staggered, thrashing violently, water and blood splashing across the battlefield, while the fleet pressed their advantage. Finally, the dragon let out a final, deafening roar as it collapsed. Its magical stone shattered, signaling the end of the threat. Christina ordered her knights to stay alert, celebrating the first success while maintaining readiness against any counterattack. The remaining sea dragon thrashed violently, but concentrated fire from the fleet hit its magic stone directly. Massive waves erupted as the wounded dragon roared, tossing smaller ships and spreading chaos across the waters. The fleet maneuvered carefully through the turbulent waves, keeping formation while the dragon tried to escape the onslaught. Finally, the colossal creature collapsed, its magical stone shattered, leaving the sea calm and the surviving forces victorious. Even after its magic stone was broken, the sea dragon unleashed a final devastating attack, throwing soldiers into the water. Christina realized another dragon appeared, its presence sending shock through the fleet and forcing her to stay alert. The new sea dragon roared fiercely, towering above the deck, threatening to crush the remaining forces. Christina braced behind her shield, summoning courage and commanding her knights to engage the relentless creature. A thick fog rose around the battlefield, obscuring vision as the enormous sea dragon disappeared into the mist, leaving uncertainty behind. Christina noticed fog surrounding the sea dragon, reducing visibility and making it impossible to track the creature's movements. Suddenly, Ain appeared on the deck, his presence surprising Christina and the remaining soldiers. Ain explained the fog was caused by his skill. Thick fog designed to impair the dragon's sight and protect the fleet. He declared his authority as Ain von Ishtalika, invoking the power of the royal family to lead the battle. An commanded the forces, rallying everyone to support him as he prepared to fight the sea dragon directly. An reminded Christina to follow the crown prince's orders, asserting authority as the royal heir on the battlefield. Christina recognized Ain's resolve, noticing the same determined look in his eyes as he commanded the fleet. Ain delegated control of the ships to his allies, preparing himself for direct confrontation with the approaching sea dragon. The dragon surged forward, roaring fiercely, while Ain stepped forward to challenge it, ready to take on the main threat. With unshakable courage, Ain positioned himself as the dragon's opponent, signaling the decisive showdown between man and monster, and faced the sea dragon directly, tentacles lashing across the deck, showing no hesitation against the overwhelming threat. The dragon attacked violently, snapping its tentacles, while soldiers struggled to maintain their positions on the shaking ship. Ain stood firm, countering the dragon's assault with precise skill and unwavering determination, holding his ground despite danger. Christina and the fleet watched in awe as Ain's training and experience allowed him to stop the dragon's attacks. An leapt forward, dodging and striking with agility, continuing the intense battle while the sea dragon roared in frustration. The sea dragon roared violently, its massive body thrashing across the deck as An struggled to maintain his footing. Ain analyzed the dragon's movements carefully, slowing his motion to predict its attacks while keeping his focus sharp. He prepared his skill, Straw of Darkness, aiming to absorb the dragon's magic stone and neutralize its power. The attack struck the dragon's forehead, causing it to roar in pain as its magical energy began to drain. Christina watched in shock and awe as Ain's maneuver created a whirling force, disrupting the sea dragon's strength dramatically. Ain struggled as he tried to fully extract the magic stone, realizing the King of the Sea's power was overwhelming. Determined, he pushed himself further, attempting to complete the skill even underwater, turning it into a battle of endurance. The dragon thrashed violently, but Ain maintained focus, gripping tightly and applying all his strength to the task. He reached the limit of his oxygen and magical stamina, feeling the strain of water pressure and phantom hands. Despite exhaustion, Ain kept going, knowing the dragon's highest-level magic stone lay just ahead, refusing to give up as his power waned. Ain focused intensely, declaring he would convert the magic he absorbed back into power, determined to overcome the dragon. He drew more energy from the sea dragon, carefully siphoning its remaining magic through his skill, building momentum for the final strike. Ain's power surged as he continued absorbing magic, pushing his strength to the limit and preparing to unleash it all. The sea dragon roared in agony as Ain drew the last remnants of its magic, weakening the creature drastically. With a final push, Ain channeled the accumulated energy into an overwhelming attack, striking decisively while the dragon struggled to resist. An realized he needed just a little more effort, pushing himself to maintain focus and continue the struggle against the dragon. The fleet and allies watched after the battle, relief and smiles, showing that the dragon's threat was nearly over. An prepared for the decisive strike, positioning himself over the dragon's head with his weapon, ready to end the fight. He drove his weapon down, striking the dragon with immense force, aiming at the remaining magic stone. The final blow shattered the dragon's magical stone, the creature roaring one last time before its defeat was complete. The sea dragon roared one last time as its massive form fell, signaling the end of the terrifying threat to the fleet. Christina and the remaining soldiers looked around in disbelief, amazed at the destruction and the dragon's collapse. The chaos subsided, and the surrounding town and ships were safe, the danger finally neutralized after a brutal battle. Ain and Christina embraced, relief and gratitude showing on their faces, the battle won and the fleet saved by their courage and skill. Ain arrived at the room with Klon and Christina, preparing for his departure on the royal ship. On board, Ain reflected on his recent battle, feeling stronger after absorbing the sea dragon's magic stone. Christina and Klon watched in shock as Ain's newfound energy seemed almost too powerful to control. Ain reassured them calmly, noting the effects were temporary and that they would recover soon. He examined the ruby of the earth, realizing it had shattered, yet he survived, proving his skill's strength. Ain realized the ruby of the earth had shattered, understanding the stone's power activated only in life-threatening situations. Christina sobbed, recalling how close Ain had come to dying, while Klon and others watched helplessly. Ain comforted Christina, gently holding her hands, telling her she must not overexert herself like that again. He laughed lightly, explaining the sea dragon's magic stone had been intensely flavorful, a rare delight beyond ordinary experience. Christina and Klon were left dumbfounded by Ain's calm reaction, realizing his resilience and composure were extraordinary. Ain, Klon, and Christina shared a quiet laugh, easing the tension after recent dangerous events. Christina checked on Ain, asking if he could walk as the ship approached the capital, confirming his recovery. Ain acknowledged the risks, noting he might have been sentenced for disobedience, but he had no regrets for following the king's orders. He stepped forward confidently, appreciating the chance to assist and support his companions, however small his role. From the balcony, Ain, Klon, and Christina observed the massive crowd below. Feeling the pride and admiration of the people, Ain returned home, and was greeted by a loyal attendant, guiding him to the castle where the king awaited. He entered the grand hall and bowed respectfully, signaling his return to the king and his court. The king addressed Ain directly, acknowledging his service but noting important matters weighed on his mind. The king praised Ain and his companions for their bravery in exterminating the sea dragons, honoring their efforts. The court and advisors congratulated Ain, celebrating his achievement, leaving him surprised at the recognition he received. Christina explained how Ain's actions minimized predicted damage, while ensuring the extermination squad returned safely. The king praised Ain, calling his bravery the work of a true hero, acknowledging the impact of his deeds. Ain explained the damage caused by the royal water train and glacier family's ship during the battle, taking responsibility. Dill accepted accountability for his actions, confirming he was prepared to face any consequences from his father. Ain rushed to the king's side, asking him to wait, showing his respect and readiness for discussion. An declared that he used the royal family's authority to make Dill cooperate, taking full responsibility for the outcome. He insisted that if anyone should be punished, it should be him, demonstrating his selflessness to the king and companions. Dill bowed deeply, admitting he could not stop Ain despite being a marshal, claiming he deserved any punishment. The king laughed heartily, easing the tension, while Ain and Dill showed respect, acknowledging the moment's gravity. The king reassured everyone, stating that there was no way he could punish Dill, rewarding loyalty and understanding. The king announced that Ain would receive 2 months of house arrest as punishment, sparing Dill entirely. As a reward, Chris was promoted to marshal, while Lloyd was discharged to become the king's exclusive escort. Ain expressed fatigue, while the king advised him to view the situation from a judge's perspective. The royal court and advisors laughed at the king's approach, surprising Ain with the light-hearted handling of the situation. Outside, Ain approached Klon, noticing her distant, emotional state, realizing she might have been crying during the events. An reassured Klon that he was not crying and promised he would keep his commitments, easing her worries. Klon, flustered and emotional, playfully scolded Ain while holding his hands, showing relief and affection. Ain comforted Klon, asking about Olivia, demonstrating his concern for others and his sense of responsibility. He returned home to his mother, announcing he had come back safely, finally reuniting with family. Ain discovered a massive mysterious tree inside the estate, leaving him shocked and intrigued by its unusual presence. Ain was stunned to see massive tree roots inside the estate, questioning what they were and how they appeared. His mother reassured him, explaining the strange roots were part of her unique abilities. While Ain expressed relief at her safety, she gently held Ain's face, checking that he was truly unharmed after his recent dangerous adventures. An felt tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed by his mother's care and relief at returning safely. He experienced a strange sensation as his mother's magic seemed to affect him, leaving him puzzled by its unexpected effects. Ain hugged his mother tightly, overwhelmed by relief and gratitude after surviving the sea dragon battle. His mother reassured him, telling him he no longer needed to be afraid or hold back, offering comfort and security. In her embrace, Ain finally felt at peace, knowing he had fulfilled his duty and could now rest safely in her care. Ain receives gentle treatment from Katima, who carefully presses his hands to restore circulation. Olivia observes quietly, ensuring everything proceeds safely. Katima scolds Ain for absorbing a cursed magic stone, warning him of the consequences, while Ain apologizes sincerely for the incident. After treatment, Ain moves his arm freely and feels confident he can manage on his own, signaling progress in recovery. Olivia insists on continuing care until Ain is fully healed, while the cheerful crown princess playfully encourages him during rest. Ain prepares to check his status after consuming the magic stone, curious about changes, while Katima eagerly guides the process. Ain examines his status card after consuming the magic stone, observing his new stamina, attack, magic power, and skills. Katima and Olivia explain that his growth has exceeded the normal course, earning him 2 national treasure-class magic stones. Ain reflects on the numbers, noting they could be higher, while Katima teases him about gaining strength like eating meat. Ain realizes his job class is named, a rare type usually reserved for powerful monsters, leaving him astonished. Olivia questions when he stopped being human, and Ain struggles to comprehend the sudden extraordinary evolution of his abilities. Ain studies a magic stone, discovering it contains the skill, Great Sorcery, a long-lost magical ability of the highest class. He realizes the true form of the cursed magic stone is a witch, and Katima confirms the dangerous implications of the spell. Olivia explains that Great Sorcery should belong to an elder lich, leaving Ain and the crown princess stunned by the revelation. Katima scolds Ain for reading her ancient notes without permission, while he apologizes deeply for the unintended curiosity. Ain reflects on how someone nearby can understand ancient magic, and he feels humbled, acknowledging the hard work required to reach this level. An discovers the identity of a monster as the Elder Lich, learning she supported the Demon Lord's territory development alongside her husband. the Dullahan Katima and Olivia, confirm that the elder Lich and Dullahan were married. Connecting the cursed magic stones to their combined powers, Owen notices a dagger in an illustration resembling his own, and Olivia explains it was created by the elder Lich herself. The dagger's power equals a demon lord's attack, given to her husband using her own core, astonishing Owen and the others. Owen reflects that the dagger and cursed magic stone were combined using the Dullahan's power, solidifying the significance of their historical magic. Owen reflects on the magic stone of the married couple, remembering the powers he absorbed and their historical significance. He recalls the words from the cursed magic stone, processing their meaning as he regains focus after the magical experience. A visitor knocks at the door, interrupting the quiet moment, while Owen, Olivia, and the crown princess prepare to respond. The visitor, Klon, is invited inside by Olivia, who explains Owen and Katima have already finished his treatment. Olivia informs Owen that a messenger arrived from the August Company, requesting both him and Lloyd to go to the harbor immediately. Olivia wonders if the August Company should lead the dismantling of the sea dragon at the harbor, while Owen listens quietly. The crown princess informs them that an egg-like object was discovered inside the sea dragon's corpse, surprising Owen and Olivia. The scene shifts to the harbor, showing the massive sea dragon's remains being carefully handled and examined by workers and officials. Lloyd, Christina, and Olivia arrive with the royal guards, approaching the officials to inspect the findings closely. Owen greets Graf Dono formally, surprised to see him, while Olivia and the group prepare to report the situation regarding the dragon. Graf Dono examines the alleged sea dragon egg, with Lloyd, Christina, and Olivia closely observing to confirm its authenticity. They find 2 large eggs, causing surprise and urgency among the royal party and guards present at the harbor. Olivia orders the soldiers to draw their swords, preparing for any threat that may emerge from the eggs. She instructs Owen to step back for safety, while Chris and the others position themselves to control the situation. The eggs begin to crack, and everyone braces as the creatures inside prepare to emerge, signaling imminent danger and action. The sea dragon eggs hatch, revealing 2 small winged creatures, startling everyone at the harbor. Owen, Olivia, Lloyd, and Christina react with shock and concern as the creatures begin to move. The hatchlings make noises and start exploring their surroundings, causing the soldiers to tense in readiness. Lloyd prepares to subdue the creatures while Owen questions the need to control them, showing his hesitation. Owen admits he feels uneasy about the situation, explaining he has a bad aftertaste from the previous experience. Owen smiles at the newly hatched sea dragons, kneeling to greet them as they react with bright chirps. He holds both creatures gently, showing comfort and affection, while Lloyd, Olivia, and Christina watch cautiously. Owen realizes the twins view him as a parent, because he absorbed the magic stone of their original parents. Lloyd assures him the creatures could easily be subdued if needed, but Owen considers a different approach. Graf Dono asks what Owen plans to do with the creatures, giving him time to decide. Owen grins and decides he wants to keep them, planning to convince his grandfather to allow it, embracing responsibility. Owen walked through the castle gardens, observing the neatly trimmed hedges and quiet pathways, thinking about his next training. He released the sea dragons he had raised, watching them eagerly devour food, their power growing with every bite. Owen brought the creatures to the royal hall, where his grandfather reluctantly allowed him to keep them after careful consideration. He named the dragons, the older sister Elle and the younger brother Al, bonding with them as they grew stronger. Owen continued feeding them, noting their loyalty and charm, feeling a quiet satisfaction in nurturing his magical companions. Elle played with the sea dragons, feeding them while their tails and wings splashed gently around the courtyard. Owen watched her, feeling a sudden warmth and noticing a change in his own heart as he observed her. Elle handed him a magic stone, smiling gently as Owen accepted it. Surprised by the gesture, he tasted the stone, its bittersweet flavor filling him, while the dragons wiggled excitedly around them. Later, in the quiet royal hall, Owen reflected on the day, feeling both joy and a hint of longing. Owen reported to his family, reassuring them that his arm had healed, and he could resume sword practice without problems. He explained he could manage small tasks himself, like combing his hair, though it was still somewhat difficult. Olivia insisted on doing it for him, stating she wanted to, showing her care and attentiveness. Even his grandfather noted that Olivia's abilities surpassed many, comparing her favorably to heroes of past adventures. Finally, the grandfather assigned Owen a special official task, lifting his house arrest, and entrusting him with responsibility. Owen's grandfather appointed him as his representative to Euro, entrusting him with an important official mission abroad. He learned the mission involved overseeing the sea crystal trade, a crucial resource for the kingdom's magic tools. Owen reflected on his role as crown prince, realizing the weight of responsibility and the need to act carefully. The grandfather detailed the escort plan, assigning Chris and several Imperial guards to ensure Ain's safety during sensitive trade talks. Though nervous about the duty, Ain clenched his fist, determined to perform well and honor his grandfather's trust. Ain felt excitement as Olivia embraced him, looking forward to seeing new places on their upcoming journey. Meanwhile, in the library, the young cat girl, Katima, struggled to keep up with her studies, dozing on piles of books. She focused on the pages, her attention caught by illustrations that revealed mysterious and important information. Ain discovered that the little girl depicted was the Demon King, Ash, known as the Nightmare of Envy. Katima examined the book further, finding it hard to reconcile the image with the reputation of the feared Demon King. Ain studied the history of the Demon King, noting the devastation she caused and the high cost of her battles. He examined her close associates, the Dullahan and the Elder Lich, and questioned their true intentions during the war. He wondered why the Elder Lich avoided attacking humans directly, while the Dullahan waited passively, not taking initiative. Ain concluded that, despite the war, neither of them intended to kill, which preserved parts of Ishtalika. He realized there was another close associate of the Demon King whose role had yet to be fully understood. Unlearned about the Red Fox, a mysterious human form monster that influenced the Demon King's behavior, a bewitching presence that altered history. Katima studied the texts, noting that the Red Fox was likely the cause of the Demon King's rampage and destructive actions. She compared the Red Fox to other names in Euro, suspecting a connection between the creature's worship and local traditions. Exhausted from translating, Katima fell asleep while working, showing her dedication but also the toll of research. Elle reminded her of upcoming official business with Ain, signaling the transition from study to real-world responsibilities. Katima and Elle prepared for Ain's journey to Euro, ensuring all research and arrangements were complete. Ain observed the city from above, taking note of its size and the potential for trade and diplomatic activity. He arrived in the neutral trade city of Hardland, noting its structured streets, bustling markets, and grand architecture. The city's arena was crowded with spectators, signaling an important event that drew attention from across the region. Ain encountered a fierce opponent in the arena, prepared to test his skills and represent his kingdom effectively. Ain faced his opponent in the arena, launching a fast and precise attack while maintaining focus. His opponent, Edward, recognized Ain's growth over the past 3 years, acknowledging his improved strength and skills. Ain endured a powerful strike from Edward, realizing that his old body still had limits but remained determined. The clash continued with swift movements and heavy impacts, as both fighters tested each other's abilities to the maximum. Each strike shook the arena, drawing the attention of spectators and proving the intensity of their duel. Ain's duel ended with Edward landing a decisive blow, leaving Ain struggling to recover from the powerful attack. The arena declared Edward the winner, celebrating his victory in front of the cheering crowd. Despite the loss, Ain acknowledged the value of the match, promising to continue improving and seeking future victories. Glint Roundheart, witnessing the fight, resolved to avenge his father's defeat and train to surpass the competition. Elle encouraged Glint, expressing confidence in his growth and anticipation for his future battles. Elle reassured Glint that his abilities as a holy knight would help him, and that Shannon would provide support in upcoming tasks. From the castle, Prince Tejal paced angrily, frustrated that the search for someone important had taken so long. Despite instructions to remain calm, Tejal struggled to control his anger, anxious about the pending report and unresolved matters. Tejal clenched his fist, desperate to know if his beloved Klon was safe after 3 long years. Harley tried to reason with him, but Tejal's concern over his father and daughter overpowered his ability to remain composed. Prince Tejal reflected on the strength required as a parent and head of his house, realizing he must endure for the sake of his family. He considered the possibility of a temporary separation or exile to protect his loved ones, weighing the consequences carefully. Glint noted that Klon's presence could help Ishtalika accept their involvement, preserving safety amid deteriorating relations between nations. Elle stepped forward, requesting permission to stay by Glint's side, determined to ensure success and protect him. The grandfather questioned whether this concern was excessive, prompting reflection on the balance between care and responsibility. Prince Tejal received an apology for his distress, acknowledging his deep concern for Klon and his emotions. He and his allies learned that the last known carriage and inn had been identified, signaling a potential lead. Instructions were given to continue the search, prompting immediate action from Tejal and his team. Glint encouraged Tejal, emphasizing the approaching reunion with his father and daughter as a motivating milestone. Tejal expressed gratitude and determination to ensure both his father and Klon were safe once the search concluded. Prince Tijul declared his intention to make Klon his wife, expressing joy and confidence in his decision. Harley assured him that Klon's heart would respond positively to Tijul's care and commitment. Tijul relaxed. While plans continued to increase the search party and prepare for the Euro journey, he called for Glint, instructing him to accompany the mission as part of the escort team. Tijul clenched his fist, determined to find Klon and reunite with her safely. Ain and the others agreed to head to Euro, joining the mission and preparing for the next adventure. Ain von Ishtalika arrived at the Duchy of Euro, observing the fortified city and its alert guards, preparing for his arrival. The White King, the personal warship of Ishtalika's monarch, appeared at the dock, astonishing the duchy's officials with its immense size and firepower. Duke Amiel and his advisors discussed Ain's appearance, unsure if it would intimidate the troops. While Ain prepared to assert his authority, rows of armored soldiers lined the pathway, forming a grand corridor leading to the ship's interior, ready to receive the prince. Ain descended gracefully, his presence commanding respect, leaving Duke Amiel and the officials both impressed and slightly uneasy. Ain von Ishtalika arrived in Euro with his retinue, presenting himself as the representative of the Ishtalika king. He met Duke Amiel and the ruler of Euro, shaking hands and beginning their formal journey toward the castle. The officials and guards observed Ain closely, intrigued by his calm presence, sensing an unusual strength within him. Ain's innate magical power radiated subtly, creating an overwhelming aura that seemed far beyond his youthful appearance. The dukes discussed in hushed tones, acknowledging that Ain might surpass even the strongest warriors in one-on-one combat. Ain reflected silently, wondering what hidden power might reside within him as he prepared for the upcoming meeting. Duke Amiel arrived at the formal meeting room, and the officials took their seats around the long table. Prince Tijul appeared unexpectedly, surprising the dukes and interrupting the formal proceedings, causing a tense atmosphere in the room. The duke confronted Prince Tijul, questioning his sudden appearance, while Ain observed calmly from his position at the table. Prince Tijul presented a formal letter from King Haim, officially recognizing the visit, and the meeting began with authority. Glint noticed Ain and froze, recognizing him with disbelief, feeling an immediate connection to the figure before him. He urgently warned his companions, revealing his shock at seeing Ain, while others tried to understand the situation. It became clear that Ain was formerly part of the Roundheart family, the brother Glint had long sought. Ain calmly greeted Glint, acknowledging their past, and the room fell into a tense silence as recognition spread. Chris San restrained Glint from acting rashly, while Ain asserted his authority as Crown Prince, forbidding any attack against the guests. Ain declared that the room was no longer suitable for discussion, insisting that urgent matters take priority. Glint protested loudly, defending his rank as the third prince, challenging Ain's authority despite the tense atmosphere. Ain calmly explained that as Crown Prince, he held a higher position, and even a child could recognize it. Ain's expression hardened, commanding everyone to be silent, asserting his control over the room with quiet authority. Glint hesitated, and the others paused, as Ain revealed his singular reason for visiting Euro, shifting the focus entirely. Glint demanded answers, insisting that Klon August should have become his wife, expressing his outrage openly. Officials explained that Klon had traveled to the Duchy of Euro under instructions from Archduke Graf August. Prince Tijul angrily accused the Duchy of Euro of trading the Archduke and his granddaughter to curry favor with Ishtalika. Duke Amiel and the other officials reacted in shock, realizing the gravity of the accusation and its political implications. An maintained his composure, acknowledging the situation and noting that Euro had become a villain in this story, despite diplomatic ties. Glint insisted the Duchy of Euro denied involvement in human trafficking, but his agitation revealed doubt within him. Wolans Lark introduced himself as Ishtalika's chancellor, stepping forward calmly while the room shifted toward negotiation. Glint declared he would investigate Klon's situation personally, determined to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. Wolans explained that diplomatic ties were severed, suggesting cooperation only through mutual benefit, rather than obligation. Duke Amiel proposed an exchange, offering information about Klon only if Ishtalika agreed to negotiate terms first. Glint contemplated the Chancellor's proposal, realizing that certain consequences might follow if they pursued information about Klon. Wolans Lark calmly questioned the price, prompting Glint to react with urgency, while Ain observed quietly. Glint expressed frustration at the limitations imposed, feeling powerless against the political maneuvers of Euro's rulers. Ain rebuked Glint's behavior, reminding him that a crown prince must act with dignity and restraint. Prince Tijul acknowledged Ain's accomplishments, emphasizing that Ain's heroic deeds, including subduing dragons, earned him respect that could not be dismissed. Prince Tijul threatened to prove his strength if his authority was questioned, showing determination and anger. The dukes and officials observed warily, as Wolin's Lark and Ain assessed the tense situation with care. Prince Tejal suggested a contest to resolve the disagreement, surprising everyone in the room. Ain whispered to Wolins, seeking guidance on how to approach the escalating negotiations tactfully. Glint, Tejal, and Ain faced an explosive confrontation, uncertain how their conflicting demands would be resolved. Ain von Ishtalika approached the castle gates, its towers towering above the training grounds. The kingdom's stronghold stood firm. He arrived with Christina and Chancellor Warren, all panting from the climb. The training field stretched before them. Ain observed the knights, his eyes steady. Christina and Warren watched closely, impressed by the unexpected differences in skill. Dill drew his sword, testing his strength. The air crackled as he readied himself for rigorous combat. Ain noted Dill's progress, realizing he had grown stronger. Christina and Warren nodded, acknowledging his remarkable improvement. Clint struggled to maintain his stance. Gripping his sword tightly, Ain watched. Relieved, he restrained his full strength. Dill faced Clint, his focus sharp. Christina, Warren, and Ain observed from a distance, evaluating the young knight's technique. Clint's tension grew, and Dill readied himself for another strike. Warren and Christina remained attentive, noting each movement. Clint activated his skill, Holy Knight, unleashing a surge of power. Sparks flew as the ground trembled beneath him. The strike landed, and Clint fell back, exhausted. Ain, Christina, and Warren acknowledged his growth and increasing skill. Clint clashed with Dill, swords meeting with sparks. Both pushed their limits, dust and energy swirling around them. Observers, including Ain, Christina, and Warren, watched intensely, astonished by the young knight's strength and skill. Dill finally overpowered Clint. He stood firm, commanding respect, while Clint fell, exhausted but still determined. Clint knelt before Ain, dedicating his victory. Ain smiled, acknowledging the young knight's loyalty and effort. Even exhausted, Clint reflected on his abilities. Ain and Christina discussed his growth, noting that his skill exceeded expectations. Ain observed Dill, noting the pinnacle of skill a holy knight could achieve. He reflected on the risks involved. Warren applauded the duel, impressed by the fight. Ain considered asking his father for guidance regarding dangerous techniques. A meeting began with Duke Amul. Ain and the others listened attentively as formal discussions started. Wolin explained details of Miss Klon to Duke Amul. The group listened, surprised by the unexpected developments. The advisors smiled, sharing advice on how to approach Ain regarding important figures in Ishtalika. Ain remained thoughtful. A noble read the letter, trembling with shock. He shouted, unable to believe the news about Miss Klon. Ain sat at the throne, flanked by Christina and Warren. The council continued, calm and composed. Outside, Ain and Christina walked through the castle grounds. The kingdom lay peaceful beneath the afternoon sun. Ain explained to Christina the importance of observing towns to understand the kingdom's weaknesses and resources. They surveyed Euro from above. Ain analyzed the farmland, noting reliance on grain imports and the challenges of sea trade. Ain and Christina studied a map, noting the grain production and Haim and trade routes across Euro and other regions. Ain explained how excess grain from Euro could disrupt Haim's economy, preventing poverty while benefiting trade partners. Christina reflected on Ain's careful planning. He aimed not for profit alone, but for the well-being of farmers and citizens. From the castle balcony, Ain and Christina surveyed Euro. Fields and towns stretched wide, showing the potential for trade and prosperity. An envoy presented a gift to Ain, praising the fruitful diplomatic meeting and the successful arrangements with Duke Amulan. Envoy explained the gift was a statue of a guardian deity. He affirmed the kingdom's faith in its protection. The ship carrying the gift sailed across the harbor. The castle and town remained visible in the background. Inside, Ain, Christina, and Warren examined a statue resembling a scarlet fox. It was said to protect people from disaster. Ain realized the statue was one of the forms of the red fox. The significance of the guardian became clear. Wolin confirmed the deity's purpose. Ain acknowledged the explanation, understanding its importance for the people and the kingdom's spiritual security. Christina questioned the origin of the guardian deity. She referenced Kataima's research, linking it to the Demon Lord's associates. Ain, Christina, and Warren reflected. Wolin explained the red fox played with people, hinting at its mysterious behavior. Ain recalled past errors in trusting the entity. He felt regret, and realized his judgment had been flawed. Christina and Wolin reacted with concern, noticing Ain's sudden agitation. His focus shifted as he struggled with internal conflict. Christina's body stiffened, restrained by magic. She realized the presence of a binding spell, unable to move or act. Christina felt the overwhelming presence of fear around Ain. His intense emotions radiated, shaking the room. Ain's focus sharpened as dark energy gathered. Shadows twisted around him, signaling the magnitude of the danger. He seized the great sword connected to the guardian statue. Sparks flew as he wielded its immense power. Ain swung the sword with precision. The guardian statue was knocked aside, illustrating his incredible strength and control. Christina and Wolin watched in awe. The statue flew through the room, emphasizing the formidable skill Ain now possessed. Ain's sword struck the ship with immense force. The blast tore through the vessel, sending debris into the air. Christina and Wolin watched in shock as the White King's armor was shattered. The destructive power was overwhelming. Ain collapsed from the exertion, drained by the immense power he had unleashed. Observers feared the consequences of his uncontrolled strength. Ain von Ishtalika lay alone on the grassy field, staring at the sky. The wind rustled the leaves around him as he tried to gather his thoughts. Slowly, he realized his body wouldn't respond, and he felt a strange presence nearby. A soft melody filled the air, leaving him unable to move or resist. A woman appeared beside him, tending to him with care. She reassured him silently, offering comfort and apologies for the troubles he had endured. Before he could question her, she turned and began to walk away, leaving Ain uncertain about her identity. Ain's eyes widened as he finally woke, realizing something significant had just occurred, and a new mystery had begun. Ain awoke in a grand castle room, sunlight filtering through tall windows. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, wondering how he had arrived there. Flipping through fragmented memories, he recalled parts of his recent travels, but found gaps in his recollection, leaving him puzzled about the events that brought him here. He noticed strange bandages covering his right arm, etched with mystical symbols, and examined them closely, trying to understand their purpose. Calmly, Ain decided to summon someone for guidance, testing the room and his surroundings while remaining composed. Suddenly, two women rushed into the room, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern, signaling that his arrival had drawn urgent attention. Ain explained that he had no memory of returning to the castle, still confused about recent events. Christina and his mother rushed to his side, embracing him tightly, relief and concern written on their faces. An struggled to understand why they were crying, sensing the depth of their emotions without fully knowing the reason. His grandparents appeared, quietly listening, as Ain requested an explanation, seeking clarity on the strange circumstances surrounding him. Finally, they revealed that Ain had fallen into a coma for nearly half a year after returning from Euro, explaining the lost memories and prolonged absence. Ain's mother explained he had just woken up, advising him to rest and promising a detailed discussion the next day. Despite his protests, Ain was led by his parents, both emotional, as they guided him through the castle corridors alone. Ain recalled that he had no memories after seeing a mysterious present, trying to piece together the missing time. Looking out over the city at night, he clenched his hand, feeling the weight of everything he had missed. Soon Ain was brought before the royal family, seated in a wheelchair, and prepared to confront the consequences of his prolonged absence. Ain and his companions were gathered before the royal family, with everyone present as they prepared to move to the audience hall. Ane, Nia, and the others followed cautiously, unsure of what awaited them inside, though Nia remained calm as instructed. Suddenly, the wheelchair felt impossibly heavy, leaving Ain and Christina struggling to move forward as confusion and concern grew. Katima instructed them to push through, revealing that an invisible barrier blocked their path, making it almost impossible to advance. A violent surge of energy erupted from the barrier, screaming, "Get away from me," and shocking everyone in the hall, signaling a hidden and powerful force at play. Everyone watched in shock as the barrier emitted intense energy, their expressions tense and fearful. The glowing magical circle above the throne radiated power, sending waves of energy throughout the hall. The energy expanded, filling the room, forcing everyone to step back as the invisible force pressed outward. Naya and Christina tried to move Ain away from the source, urgency in their movements as the energy threatened to overwhelm him. Christina lifted Ain, pushing him away just as the force surged, narrowly avoiding catastrophe while the royal family looked on, stunned. After the barrier subsided, Ain recovered, though still shaken. Christina quickly checked him, ensuring he was unharmed. Katima explained that the force came from the demon lord Ash, confirming the terrifying presence that had caused the barrier to appear. The magic stone of the demon lord actively rejected Ain and Naya, explaining why the invisible wall had prevented their progress in the audience hall. Naya handed Ain a book she had translated and summarized with Christina's help, intending to clarify the mysterious events. The book detailed the demon lord Ash's nature, revealing her as shy and inexperienced as a queen, offering Ain insight into the power he had encountered. Naya explained that the demon Lord Ash had two family members, the Dullahan and the Elder Lich, giving context to the demon hierarchy. The demon lord's realm had begun as a small settlement created by Ash and her companions, gradually reaching out to demons and inhuman races. Over time, the settlement grew into a large city and eventually became a fully recognized country under Ash's rule. Ain learned that the title of Demon Lord was not original, but an acquired evolutionary trait as the country developed and Ash matured. Thanks to Ain's actions, the temporary chaos caused by the Demon Lord's initial rampage became a resolved conviction, shaping the stability of Ash's realm. Nanya explained the chain of events. The Demon Lord Ash rejected Ain due to the reactions of her family, the Dullahan and the Elder Lich, triggered when the Red Fox statue activated. The catastrophe in the audience hall was clarified as unintended. It was not caused by the Dullahan or Elder Lich, but by Ash's dormant power responding to the Red Fox. Ain confirmed this by checking his status card, ensuring that the previous voice and rampage were connected to Ash's emotional responses. Nenya summarized the situation. Ain's current circumstances were tied to Ash, but he was not directly responsible for her rampage. Ain realized that his presence placed him in a delicate position, one where he could neither fully interfere nor remain unaffected by the Demon Lord Ash's actions. Ain questioned whether Euro's actions had set him up, but the elder advisors explained it was likely just a coincidence tied to national interests. Nanya emphasized Ain's rampage and abnormal status card readings, calling it monsterification, and stressing the need to monitor his health carefully. Ain agreed to cooperate, allowing Nanya to directly investigate and consult him, while the elders arranged support from the academy and adventurers. The royal family and companions expressed concern for Ain, reassuring him that their worries came from care and not blame. 1 month later, Ain was transported in a carriage, beginning the next phase of investigation and preparation for what lay ahead. Ain sighed in exhaustion, overwhelmed by the demands of catching up after his half-year absence. Christina explained the extensive tasks ahead: physical rehab, keeping up with advancement tests, and coordinating with the Adventurers Guild. Ain and Nea planned to visit Majorica's shop, with precautions against public exposure, using perception-obstructing magic tools. Entering the shop, they found it empty, silent, and devoid of any customers, adding to the tension of their mission. Suddenly, the shopkeeper revealed herself, explaining that the real deals began only in the evening, startling Ain with the unexpected timing. Ain appeared nervous as Majorica playfully hid in a strange pose, prompting Christina to intervene and insist she reveal herself. Majorica closed the shop temporarily, acknowledging the unusual situation and preparing to discuss matters with Ain seriously. She questioned Ain's identity after his long absence, pondering whether he had become human or a monster due to his body changes. Ain reassured her that, despite the transformations, he was mostly human, addressing her concerns while maintaining composure. From her perspective, however, Ain resembled a monster who had evolved after consuming a magic stone, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of his transformation. Antain suggested telling Majorica about his skills and the events in Euro, though Christina hesitated, warning him of the potential risks. Majorica explained her role, comparing herself to a deity and the world tree, protecting nearby life and absorbing evil monsters. She advised Ain that if he wanted to research his body and the Red Fox incident, he would need to travel to specialized cities. The first city, Isto, was a holy land dedicated to magic tool research, gathering most of the relevant information. The second, Balto, was near Old Demon Lord territory, containing the castle and the corpse of a giant monster from the first Emperor's conquest. Ain excitedly decided to travel to Balto, though Christina expressed concern for his safety in the Old Demon Lord territory. She recalled her own experiences investigating the Demon Lord's castle, noting the presence of mysterious monsters and the danger involved. Ain planned to visit Isto first, with Majorica offering to write an introduction letter to a knowledgeable acquaintance there. They discussed needing a magic tool to obstruct perception for safe investigations, and Majorica offered to create special robes for them. The cost of the magical robes was confirmed, emphasizing the seriousness and preparation required for their upcoming research and missions. Ain noticed the high cost of the magic tools and questioned the reasoning, while Majorica explained they were specially ordered and fairly priced. He learned that the story's content was complicated and difficult to explain fully, leaving him curious yet cautious. Majorica revealed that her older sister had been in the same adventuring party with herself and Kaiser Dano, surprising Ain. Ain reacted with shock, realizing that Chris San's sister was reportedly stronger than Lloyd San, which seemed incredible to him. Ain comforted Christina, who seemed uneasy discussing her sister, acknowledging that she had been tamed and encouraging her to relax. Ain reflected on their decision to travel to Isto, understanding the necessity of gathering information for his research and investigations. Klon pouted quietly, feeling overlooked as Ain focused on preparations and investigations. Ain noticed Klon's mood and asked if she was upset, Realizing that their time together had been limited due to his rehabilitation and busy schedule, he expressed gratitude to Klon and the others for caring for him during his unconscious state, emphasizing his appreciation and relief. Klon playfully teased him, lightening the mood with a wink and joke, bringing smiles to both, and ending the conversation warmly. Ain asked about El and Al, showing concern for their progress and safety, as he prepared for Isto. Christina explained that the creatures had grown stronger and more difficult to navigate in the castle waterways, but they could still aid Ain if needed. Ain inquired about his time in Isto, and Christina mentioned that he would stay until enough information was gathered for their investigation. She handed Ain a small, valuable tool, a message bird, a device for long-distance communication. Christina described the new model, capable of multiple messages, allowing Ain to stay connected with others despite the distances involved. Ain asked Klon what she would do if he were to change into a monster, pondering the implications of his evolving state. He looked concerned, unsure of how such a transformation might affect their relationship or his identity. Klon responded simply, suggesting that nothing in particular would change, showing her calm and trusting nature. Ain panicked slightly, worrying he might become another living being, questioning if he would still be himself. Klon proposed a promise to ease his mind, highlighting her gentle approach and support in his ongoing self-discovery. Ain asked Klon about her feelings if he were to transform into a monster, seeking reassurance about his identity and their bond. Klon calmly reassured him that nothing would fundamentally change, showing trust in Ain regardless of his form. Ain promised to be careful and considerate, physically touching Klon's hand to emphasize his vow. He vowed to give Klon a star crystal again, and with that promise, they looked toward the future as Ain prepared to leave the capital for Isto. Ain stood on the platform, luggage in hand, preparing to board the water train to Ishtalika. He observed the busy travelers and focused on his journey ahead. Katima, disguised with feline features, quietly adjusted her magical tools, preparing herself for the journey. Her playful demeanor hid careful planning. Ain noticed Katima appearing unexpectedly, curling happily on his luggage. He frowned slightly but accepted her presence, realizing she had found a way to accompany him. Olivia considered the trouble of concealing Katima's identity, while Ain and his companions adapted, allowing Katima to travel hidden in the luggage. Katima revealed her own magic device that disguised her identity completely. Ain nodded, satisfied, as the train departed toward new adventures. Ain and his companions, including Katima, traveled on the water train toward Isht, preparing for the research trip. Katima, lively as ever, remained excited and energetic, despite the long journey. Anan observed her antics, noting her playful behavior and determination. The group passed through scenic landscapes as the train moved swiftly toward their destination. Upon arrival, the party stepped into the magic city of Isht. The city's towering spires and intricate streets impressed everyone, marking the start of their adventure. They approached the Tower of Wisdom, the center of magic tool research. The structure stood apart from the capital, emphasizing Isht's unique magical technology. Pipes extended from the tower throughout the city, distributing magical energy from stones. Ain and the others marveled at its design, realizing the immense scale of the research and the tasks ahead. Katima explained the Tower of Wisdom's purpose as a research facility. Ain listened, learning about the strict screening and limited access. The party approached the tower. Olivia noted that the city used the most sea crystals, powering the advanced magical research. Ain reflected on his mother's sacrifices to obtain the sea crystals. He felt conflicted about their use in Isht. The companions silently observed the tower, understanding its importance and the weight of magical development on their journey. Lloyd suggested checking into the inn first. Ain agreed and decided to contact Klain, preparing for the next steps in Isht. Ain contacted Klain upon arriving in Isht, noting the colder climate and the massive Tower of Wisdom. He felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. The group moved carefully through the city streets. Lloyd reminded Ain to keep his hood on to maintain identity concealment while walking. Following Majorica's referral letter, the party searched for the correct address. Ain led, attentive to the city's layout and landmarks. Olivia examined the letter closely, realizing they had reached an academy affiliated with the institute. Katima confirmed the location. Guards at the entrance stopped them. The party was questioned about their intentions, readying themselves for the next stage of their magical research mission. Ain noticed the guards' caution, aware that Katima's feline appearance made them uneasy. He whispered reassurance to her. Olivia presented the referral letter. The guards examined it carefully, wary of counterfeit documents, maintaining strict protocol. Lone Guard hurriedly called for Chief Professor Oz after reviewing the letter, showing the urgency and respect for the referral. The party waited calmly at the gate. The guard apologized politely, requesting they remain for a moment while procedures were completed. Suddenly, the guard's demeanor completely changed. Ain and the others realized Majorca-san's influence was significant, and the gate procedures became smoother. Ain finally met Chief Professor Oz, who introduced himself warmly. The professor's friendly demeanor eased the party's tension. Oz expressed pleasure at their visit, acknowledging Majorica's recommendation and the importance of their inquiry. Ain and Olivia felt reassured. Oz gestured them inside, explaining Majorica Dono's status as a revered professor. Katima noted the respect others had for him. The party entered Oz's office, surrounded by countless books and magical artifacts. The space reflected the tower's research depth and prestige. Oz addressed Ain directly, recognizing him as the Crown Prince. The party realized the significance of their visit and the Academy's trust. Professor Oz apologized for his earlier formality. Ain shook his hand, appreciating the professor's thoughtfulness and the warm welcome. Oz suggested self-introductions. Christina Vernstein introduced herself as the Marshal of the Knights, and Dill Glacier as Ain's bodyguard trainee. Katima Vonishtalika stepped forward, presenting herself formally. She expressed honor at meeting Professor Oz, her feline demeanor shifting to a regal composure. Ain was stunned by Katima's sudden princess-like behavior, realizing her true status and the importance of her presence in the party. Professor Oz was excited to meet the first princess. Katima explained she was here to help her nephew, hoping to gain valuable knowledge. Professor Oz asked how he could assist. Ain requested the professor meet with Katima later, signaling a private discussion about his body. Ain explained he wanted help regarding his body and the red fox, highlighting the urgency and personal significance of the matter. Oz listened attentively as Ain detailed his concerns, considering the unusual combination of factors involving magic and physiology. Oz analyzed the case, noting Ain's exceptional constitution and the relevance of his magic stone energy, realizing the case's uniqueness. The professor reflected further, surprised that Ain had absorbed both Dullahan's and Elder Lich's magic stones, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of his abilities. Professor Oz moved through the office, indicating he would show Ain something important, capturing everyone's attention. Ain and Olivia noticed Oz holding a sealed box. Katima asked if it contained a magic stone, intrigued. Oz explained that Majorica had sealed the room and the box, ensuring the magic stone would not go rampant. Ain, curious, questioned whether the box held the information he sought. Oz confirmed it was critical for him to see. Christina held Ain's hand, ready to support him as Oz prepared to reveal the contents. Oz opened the box, revealing the Red Fox's magic stone. Its dark, crackling energy demonstrated the immense power they had discovered. Ain and his companions, Christina, Olivia, and Katima, discovered the Red Fox's magic stone, its power radiating intensely before them. Ain reassured Christina, showing calm and determination, as the group observed the effects of the stone on their surroundings. An explained that the stone was unique, confirming that it was the only one he had acquired during his research. He approached Professor Oz, requesting assistance to understand the stone's power and its influence on his body. Professor Oz agreed, stating he would need a few days to compile data, while Ain patiently waited for answers. Ain offered Professor Oz a reward for his help, but Oz insisted that hearing Ain's story was enough. Christina intervened, explaining that the people might think Ain was forcing Oz to assist, urging him not to refuse. Oz considered a reward that was not monetary, thinking carefully while Ain and Katima watched attentively. Oz began explaining a troubling matter, noting that in East, children had been abducted recently. He continued, revealing that the cases involved orphans living in slums, and authorities had not taken the matter seriously. Professor Oz expressed concern to Ain, saddened that the children's abduction cases remained unresolved. He urgently requested Ain to instruct the knights, personally, emphasizing the importance of his words. Ain recognized the professor's dedication to helping orphans, showing gratitude as Oz prepared to act. Ain decided to join the search for the missing children himself, ensuring the investigation received full attention. Christina worried about the danger, but Ain suggested joining only until Professor Oz completed his research. Balancing safety with action, Christina sighed, realizing Ain's decision to join the search could not be restrained. While Ain and Katima observed calmly, Professor Oz asked if it was truly acceptable, and Ain assured him that it was a normal occurrence. Ain and Oz shook hands, agreeing that in the meantime, Ain would do his best to find the missing children. Oz arranged for guards to escort Ain, ensuring his safety as he left. While the group prepared to depart, Oz handed Ain old research data from East, explaining it might provide clues about Ain's unusual body condition. Ain thanked Professor Oz as guards were called to escort the group outside, ensuring their safe departure. Professor Oz received a letter, acknowledging it with a smile while preparing for the next steps. The group led by Ain, Christina, Olivia, and Katima left the building under careful guidance from the guards. Professor Oz, alone, looked thoughtfully out the window, reflecting on the tasks and research he still needed to complete. The group paused outside, taking a short break at an inn, and Katima excitedly suggested shopping while everyone prepared for their next actions. And called after Katima as she moved ahead, concerned for her safety. While Christina reassured him, Ain and Christina entered the inn, surprised to find their usual room unavailable. The innkeeper grew furious, demanding the room be vacated, startling everyone present. Christina explained the situation to Ain, noting there was no reason to worry, while Ain observed calmly. The innkeeper angrily left, vowing never to host them again, and the group prepared to continue on their way. Ain and his companions were warned of a powerful guest approaching. Christina urged Ain to stay behind for safety. The guest threatened, boasting control over monsters like wyverns and krakens, startling the group. Christina and Ain discussed the guest's lineage, learning he was Viscount Seiji, a noble with a long notable family history. Katima explained that some nobles run monster-selling businesses, keeping creatures as pets, revealing a strange social dynamic. Christina reflected on the guest's strange financial situation, noting that despite wealth, he did not live in luxury. Ain observed Viscount Seiji's back, reflecting on the noble's authority and influence in the city. Katima expressed confusion about the situation, while Ain and Christina tried to explain quietly. Christina revealed the reason for staying up late, bringing attention to a small puzzling piece of junk. Ain noticed Christina sleeping on his lap, showing her exhaustion from the long day of events. Ain quietly acknowledged her fatigue, while Katima remarked on the unusual sight of a marshal asleep on a crown prince's lap. Ain reflected on the documents he read all night, surprising Katima and Christina with the depth of the research. He revealed the documents recorded human experimentation, including attempts to create an artificial demon lord and outlander monsterization. Ain explained the process, noting how magic stones were melted into subjects, forcing them to grow stronger artificially. Katima mentioned the historical context, when outlanders were considered monsters, and believed to grow strong like monsters by consuming magic stones, and connected this to his own experiences, recognizing that surviving such methods was rare and often fatal, showing the danger inherent in magic stone absorption, and considered the danger of his monsterization, fearing he could harm those he loved if his power continued unchecked. He reassured Katima that their investigation aimed to prevent such outcomes, showing concern for everyone's safety. Katima asked about the demerits of transforming into a monster, prompting Ain to think carefully about the risks. Katima corrected him, explaining that he wouldn't become helpless, though he might lose the ability to speak properly. She reminded Ain to consider the appearances of Dullahan and Elder Lich, noting that ordinary clothing could hide their monstrous nature. Katima advised Ain about evolving into a monster, explaining that he would need to re-register his race if it happened. Ain laughed, realizing overthinking was unnecessary, and felt relief with Katima's guidance. Ain excused himself to go to the washroom for a moment, leaving Christina asleep on the couch. Christina, holding tea, instructed Katima not to tell anyone, and said she would speak to her father if necessary, noting Ain had realized she was awake. Katima confessed she couldn't find the right timing to wake Christina and debated whether to keep it a secret. Katima laughed and suggested a simple solution, making Ain and Christina react with surprise. Katima formally declared a royal decree addressing Christina and asserting her authority as the first princess of Ishtalika. She forbade anyone from revealing information about Ain's monsterization, emphasizing secrecy for safety and discretion. Katima clarified that the decree covered all matters concerning Ain's condition, including royalty and sensitive information. Anne and Christina acknowledged her command, following her instructions with respect, showing obedience and understanding of her authority. Katima acknowledged the exhaustion from being serious and explained that her actions were for the sake of her impertinent nephew, Ain. Anne experimented with a magical water tool, noting its ability to produce water from thin air while considering that he too had things he preferred to keep private. Christina awoke suddenly, panicked and apologetic for the earlier situation, causing Ain and Katima to react to her startled state. Ain von Ishtalika adjusted his uniform in front of the mirror, preparing for the day ahead. He felt determined. Olivia entered with breakfast, noticing Ain's tired eyes. She insisted he rest, but Ain insisted on investigating the matters at hand. Ain glanced around the empty room, realizing Dill and Katima were absent. He wondered about their morning activities. Olivia explained they had gone shopping early. Ain noted Dill was the designated sacrifice for the day. Ain examined a mysterious message pad. Olivia confirmed they would investigate together, leaving Ain ready to act decisively. Ain held a small magical device in his hands, relieved that it had arrived safely. Klon reminded him to stay healthy in Isht's cold climate. Ain focused on following her advice carefully. Ain used the device to send a message to Grafsan, mentioning his grandfather and asking for guidance. He clasped the device and resolved to do his best in addressing the problem he faced, feeling determined. Walking through Isht's busy streets with Klon, Ain observed the lively city, preparing for the challenges ahead. An and Klon moved carefully through Isht's busy streets, deciding to enter a narrow alley to gather information safely. They realized they were completely lost among the twisting alleys, surrounded by tall walls and confusing paths. Ain suggested finding the Tower of Wisdom, while Klon admitted the alleys were hard to navigate and laughed at their predicament. Suddenly, a group of men appeared, chasing a young girl. Ain noticed the danger and prepared to act. The men caught the girl holding her tightly as she screamed, leaving Ain and Klon facing the threat in alarm. Ain and Klon confronted the men holding the girl. The men decided not to harm her, prioritizing her value. Klon swiftly incapacitated the attackers, her sword precise and efficient, while the girl watched in fear. Ain checked on the girl, ensuring she was unharmed, noticing her exhaustion and vulnerability. Klon carefully lifted the fainted girl, and Ain followed, supporting her as they prepared to move her to safety. Examining her clothing, Ain realized she was an orphan from the slums. They decided to take her back to the inn. The girl lay asleep under warm blankets, recovering from the events in the alley. The room was quiet and safe. Ain and Klon noticed she had awakened. Ain gently greeted her, making sure she felt comfortable and calm. The trio sat together in the inn's dining area, allowing the girl to regain her strength while observing her surroundings. Olivia encouraged her to eat first, offering a meal to replenish her energy. The girl hesitated, feeling unsure. An reassured her with a kind smile, explaining the food was prepared specifically for her and meant to help her recover. The girl cried quietly as she began eating, tears running down her face. The simple meal gave her comfort. She expressed heartfelt gratitude, amazed that she had been given such delicious food after enduring hardship. Ain encouraged her to relax and sit comfortably, showing gentle concern and patience as he listened. He asked why the men had been chasing her, hoping to understand the danger she faced. The girl explained that her sister had already been taken, and she was running desperately, trying to escape the attackers. The girl knelt before Ain, tears streaming down her face, begging him to save her sister from danger. Ain reassured her, promising firmly that he would rescue her sister, holding her hands to show sincerity. Olivia and Ain encouraged the girl to rest and feel comfortable in their home after the emotional plea. Ain noted that she had good manners and wondered how she ended up in the slums, reflecting on her past. Just then, Pil returned, and Ain greeted her, asking about the progress of the interrogation while preparing for the next steps. An and Olivia learned that the men chasing the girl were hired adventurers, unaware of the mastermind behind the operation. After questioning locals near the alley, they discovered that the carriage had been stopped at the Tower of Wisdom. An and Olivia realized that the tower officials might be involved in the kidnapping, causing alarm and concern. The city skyline and distant towers suggested the situation was becoming dangerous, and Ain knew they had to investigate carefully. Ain reflected on the long night of interrogations and the lack of new information, feeling both tired and frustrated. Ain and Klon decided to hand over the captured men to Warren for further handling, though Ain still worried about his promise to the girl. Klon suggested a brief distraction at the monster arena to change the pace, giving them a moment of respite. Ain and Klon considered sightseeing around Isht, taking advantage of the opportunity to relax while observing local attractions. The duo explored the city, marveling at the architecture and planning their route to the popular arena. At the arena, they observed chained monsters, preparing for demonstrations, and discussed how the attraction worked for visitors. Ain and Klon looked down at the arena from above. Observing the variety of chained monsters in separate sections, they noticed a green wyvern and several unusual creatures, some of which Ain had never seen before. Ain commented on the size of the monsters, noting that they varied individually but were mostly manageable compared to normal standards. Klon and Ain watched as a massive monster appeared, its size impressing and frightening them simultaneously. The green wyvern was dwarfed by an even larger creature, nearly twice its size, leaving Ain and Klon in awe. Ain and Klon observed the massive wyvern up close, noticing the sheer size and muscles that intimidated other monsters in the arena. They decided to approach and look at the wyvern more closely. Despite its terrifying presence, the wyvern suddenly roared and slammed the ground, causing smaller creatures and spectators to tremble in fear. Ain noted how powerful the creature appeared, realizing the wyvern might be reacting to the sea dragon's power inside him. Meanwhile, a noble visitor, Viscount Seti, arrived and was formally greeted, signaling the beginning of an important event at the arena. Viscount Seti scolded the spectators for causing a disgraceful scene, demanding order and attention from his subordinates. He noticed Ain behaving unusually, and his companions wondered if someone had drugged him due to his strange reactions. Seti confronted Ain and Klon, asking if they had been observing the wyvern earlier, though they insisted they were only looking. On was ordered to remove his hood, while Klon and he stood silently under scrutiny. Klon stepped forward, raising her hand to prevent Seti from taking any action against Ain, asserting her authority. An and Klon stood firmly, facing the noble visitors who questioned their intentions, maintaining calm but determined expressions. Klon threatened to stop the interrogators if they attempted any rough actions, asserting her authority. Ain declared that the girl was very important to him, warning that he would not allow her to be touched. He reiterated that they had only been observing the wyvern, insisting on the truth of their actions. The nobles reluctantly acknowledged Ain's courage and spared him, though they instructed the wyvern to be returned to its cage. Ain and Klon decided to end their sightseeing for the day, reflecting on the unusual encounters they had experienced. Klon grabbed Ain's hand, holding it tightly, signaling comfort and reassurance. As they walked together, Ain looked down, contemplating the events, while Klon stayed close, their bond evident in silence. Klon smiled gently at Ain, showing her support and conveying warmth without words. They continued walking through the city, side by side, their hands still joined, moving forward together after the day's events. Klon pouted at Ain and turned away, while Ain reached out, signaling a moment of playful tension between them. Ain considered the financial strain of maintaining the wyvern and kraken, questioning how the Viscount's family could support them. He calculated that feeding one creature could cost millions per month, realizing that prize money from the arena would not cover it. Ain and Klon looked up at the Tower of Wisdom, awestruck by its towering height and magical design. Klon explained that the tower could create auroras under certain conditions, leaving them amazed by the magical infrastructure. Ain and Klon walked through the rainy streets, discussing whether Viscount Saji had access to the Tower of Wisdom. Klon explained that the previous owner had a laboratory, suggesting that Saji likely inherited access, prompting Ain to consider the kidnapper's motives. They realized that the carriage heading to the Tower of Wisdom implied an aristocrat with unknown wealth might be involved in the kidnapping. Ain and Klon looked up at the Tower of Wisdom, sensing that it could be central to the mystery they were uncovering. They observed prisoners confined in a distant facility, hinting at the darker side of the city, and the stakes of their investigation. An and Klon observed the room where several children sat, looking frightened and vulnerable, hugging themselves tightly. One of the children, crying and clutching her knees, called out for her sister, revealing the emotional toll of their captivity. Ain watched Crone quietly as she mentioned the Tower of Wisdom, sensing danger around the suspicious structure nearby. Crone warned Ain that using royal authority recklessly could bring trouble. While he considered forcing entry into Tower, Ain hesitated, realizing the Tower of Wisdom security was difficult, as Crone suggested a stealthier infiltration approach instead. Crone showed Ain detailed plans, explaining they needed to disable the tower security systems before proceeding further inside. Ain understood the plan, realizing the giant magic stone furnace underground powered the tower, giving them a target. Ain suggested destroying the tower, but Crone strongly objected, warning massive casualties would result from such reckless action. Crone leaned closer and whispered advice, guiding Ain toward a better plan while he struggled to decide what action. Verla reacted in shock after hearing her sister might be inside the Tower of Wisdom, while Ain confirmed uncertainty. Crone gently asked for details, and Verla, emotional, hoped any clue about her missing sister could help find her. Verla introduced herself and revealed her sister Macy was only 6 years old, making the situation far more urgent. An calmly introduced himself, while Katima loudly denied being a cat, insisting on her identity despite obvious appearance. An prepared to leave, assigning Dull to guard Katima, while Verla remained confused about his true background and identity. Verla earnestly asked Katima about Ain, calling him her savior, while Katima casually told her to close the door. Katima introduced herself as Katima von Istalika, revealing Ain's full name, deciding it was pointless hiding such information anymore. Verla froze in shock after hearing the Istalika name, realizing Ain's true status and importance far exceeded expectations. Ain moved with determination, revealing his status as Crown Prince, while Katima and Crone followed closely behind him. Katima quickly took charge, declaring it was time to act, while preparing to begin their plan inside the room. Katima criticized Ain for acting without planning, while the knight understood the urgency of saving the kidnapped victim. The knight outlined preparations, including contacting authorities, bringing a healer, and gathering supplies, while Katima continued directing actions. The knight requested to join the mission, determined to assist, while Katima listened and considered his resolve seriously. Katima organized preparations, asking for letters to maintain secrecy, while Ain's presence remained hidden from others in the kingdom. The group prepared supplies and confirmed arrangements, as Graf and others agreed it was time to depart immediately. Inside the wagon, concern grew as Graf questioned their decision, while the journey toward the Tower of Wisdom began. Ain reassured everyone calmly, comparing the danger to past battles, while Crone showed visible unease about the mission. They met Graf and discussed support, as Ain appreciated his help, recognizing the importance of cooperation for success. Ain listened as Graf explained the magic stones would be delivered to the basement, confirming preparations before entering the tower. Crone suddenly insisted on going alone, worried about Ain's safety, but he remained determined to continue the mission. Crone expressed her anger toward the kidnappers, unable to forgive them, while Ain calmly acknowledged her strong feelings. Ain imagined the suffering children, realizing the cruelty of those separating them from families, strengthening his resolve further. Ain clenched his fist tightly, anger building, as he decided to stop those responsible and end their actions. Ain declared his responsibility as Crown Prince, realizing he must face the existence of criminals harming innocent people. Graf listened silently, acknowledging Ain's resolve, while tension filled the space as the seriousness of their mission grew. Crone accepted Ain's decision and promised full support, while he calmly prepared himself for the operation ahead. At night, the group arrived near the Tower of Wisdom, beginning their infiltration as planned under darkness and secrecy. The scene shifted between August Mansion and the city, showing the scale of the kingdom tied to Ain's actions. Chris reflected on Ain's departure to Isht, understanding his duties would delay his return, leaving her with growing thoughts. She remembered moments with Ain, recalling his kindness and presence, which quietly strengthened her emotional attachment toward him. Chris struggled with her feelings, admitting jealousy while wishing to stand beside Ain, yet hesitating to accept those emotions fully. She tried to distract herself with daily life, recalling simple activities, while thinking about how she should respond to him. Chris lowered her gaze, deep in thought, as her feelings settled into quiet determination about her connection with Ain. Chris lay in bed, overwhelmed by her feelings, realizing she could no longer suppress her growing emotions for Ain. She reflected on herself, surprised she endured so long while acknowledging how deeply Ain's presence affected her thoughts. Holding memories of Ain, Chris recalled their shared moments, recognizing how important he had become in her life. Chris admitted her loneliness, missing Ain deeply, as distance made her feelings clearer and stronger than before. She calmed herself, embarrassed by her thoughts, quietly accepting her emotions, while regaining composure in the silent room. Chris panicked as her hidden feelings were accidentally transmitted, realizing her private thoughts about Ain were no longer secret. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Chris worried about Ain hearing everything, yet accepted that her words honestly reflected her feelings. Under the night sky, Chris quietly blamed Ain for her emotions, while wishing he would return sooner to ease her heart. Inside a large facility, several massive tanks filled with water shook violently. Shadows of creatures moved within, and guards monitored the area from above, unaware of the hidden threat approaching. The guards continued their routine inspection, calmly reporting the situation. They believed everything was under control, not noticing any disturbance beyond the surface. Crone and another cloaked companion silently eliminated the guards. Their movements were precise, ensuring no alarm was raised during the infiltration. Ain and Crone regrouped. After entering through a cramped wooden passage, they confirmed the infiltration was successful and moved deeper into the facility. Ain was called out from hiding as the team prepared for the next step. The group advanced carefully, ready to uncover the truth behind the investigation. Ain and Crone arrived at the underground facility, observing massive tanks where magic stone energy circulated through controlled systems below. Crone explained the furnace process to Ain, outlining how Katima's plan involved controlling the system and its energy output carefully. The turbine above operated continuously as Ain analyzed the structure, understanding that overheating it could disrupt the entire facility system. Ain focused his power, extending his senses toward the liquid below while preparing to interfere with the magic flow inside. The water began swirling violently into a whirlpool, alarming Crone as the energy reacted, suggesting influence from a powerful sea dragon. Ain activated ocean current, forcing massive waves to surge violently, overwhelming the system and pushing the turbine beyond limits. Ain maintained control of the flowing energy, focusing intensely, while Crone watched as the pressure inside the system increased rapidly. The overheated pool suddenly froze from extreme reaction, shocking Crone as the entire chamber turned cold and unstable quickly. An and Crone decided to advance upward, aiming to find proof while security weakened due to the disruption below. They moved through the facility, climbing higher floors while guards rushed elsewhere, allowing Ain and Crone to continue unnoticed. Ain and Crone reached a massive sealed door, recognizing it as the final destination where the hidden truth was kept. Crone identified the door as a magic item and prepared to break it, warning Ain to step back carefully. Crone unleashed her strength, striking the door repeatedly while Ain watched, sensing the barrier gradually weakening under force. The door shattered open, revealing the chamber beyond as debris scattered, confirming their path forward into the hidden facility. Inside, Ain and Crone discovered large containers holding monsters, realizing the facility was secretly storing powerful creatures for unknown purposes. Ain and Crone examined the captured monsters, realizing they were unnaturally strengthened, suggesting experiments to enhance their abilities artificially inside. They discovered another hidden door behind the chamber, carefully approaching it while remaining alert to possible threats nearby. Inside, they found a strange room resembling living quarters, with objects suggesting unusual and disturbing activities, conducted within secretly. Ain sensed something wrong with the atmosphere, feeling uneasy as the room carried traces of overwhelming and unnatural human desire. They uncovered imprisoned people in cages, realizing the facility was conducting inhumane experiments, involving both monsters and captured humans. Ain discovered imprisoned girls in poor condition while Crone approached carefully, deciding he should not be the one to handle them. Ain examined documents nearby, confirming records of child trafficking and financial reports, exposing the facility's true criminal operations clearly. Ain realized inconsistencies in the reports, noting changes in targets, raising suspicion about the purpose of the imprisoned girls. Anger filled Ain as he understood the cruelty behind the operation, recognizing the people responsible as completely unforgivable individuals. Crone helped the rescued girls prepare to escape, giving them clothes while Ain guided them safely out of the facility. Ain spoke with a rescued girl, learning about her sister Verla, while Crone reassured her they would reunite soon. Suddenly, a disturbance appeared ahead, forcing Ain and Crone to stop as something dangerous emerged from the shadows. The contained monsters broke free from their tanks, rushing forward violently after escaping control inside the unstable facility. Ain identified the mastermind behind the kidnapping, confronting the situation as an unknown presence revealed itself nearby. Viscount Seiji appeared with his subordinates, confirming his involvement as the one responsible for the cruel experiments and operations. Ain and Crone faced Viscount Seiji, who denied wrongdoing and claimed he protected the girls while commanding monsters to attack. The monsters charged forward, surrounding Ain and Crone as Seiji demanded their execution for infiltrating his hidden laboratory. Suddenly, Seiji was struck from behind, blood spilling as he realized something unexpected had turned against him completely. Onen and Crone swiftly defeated the attacking monsters, cutting them down with precision while maintaining control of the chaotic battle. Seiji panicked and demanded help, realizing his forces were failing, unable to understand the overwhelming strength before him. Seiji's subordinates panicked as their weapons were rendered useless, realizing they had completely lost control of the situation. A sudden projectile flew past, shocking Seiji as he sensed danger approaching faster than he could react. Crone confronted Seiji directly, demanding answers while asserting control, making it clear he would not escape punishment easily. Crone struck him down and forced submission, deciding to capture him alive for further questioning instead of immediate execution. Despite surrendering, Seiji suddenly resisted, attempting a desperate counterattack as he lunged toward Ain in a final act. Seiji released a dangerous miasma, choking his own subordinates as they collapsed, unable to endure the spreading toxic energy. Crone reacted in anger while Ain realized the danger, recognizing the miasma as a deadly threat spreading rapidly. Ain activated his ability, focusing to decompose the toxin, trying to neutralize the miasma before it harmed everyone nearby. A powerful creature suddenly burst through the structure, destroying the facility and overwhelming the remaining forces instantly. The creature escaped outside, flying over the city, while Ain shouted, realizing the situation had escalated beyond control. Ain and Crone struggled to endure the lingering curse, protecting themselves as debris and toxic energy continued spreading around them. Ain hurried through the station with Crone, preparing to depart for the capital as instructed, carrying responsibility on him. Inside the train, Ain and Crone entered calmly while a servant greeted them, and a beastkin girl observed their arrival quietly. Ain reflected on threats beyond the city, prioritizing Seiji's safety, while explaining the situation and his decisions to Crone. Ain admitted he intended to handle the issue alone, but Crone understood the importance of acting under royal authority. Afterward, Ain confirmed the rescued children's safety, acknowledged allies' efforts, and continued preparing for future responsibilities awaiting him. On reviewed Professor Oz's documents while observing Verla and companions, as plans formed to employ them as maidservants. An received a sealed box containing a red fox magic stone. Realizing its importance and reacting with visible surprise, the train carrying Ain continued across a long bridge, moving steadily toward the capital and the responsibilities awaiting him. Alone in his room, Ain reflected on recent actions and remembered a message from Klon he had not heard. Ain recalled Klon's feelings, recognizing her loneliness and understanding the emotional distance created by his duties and responsibilities. Ain looked at the ring in his hand, processing Klon's feelings and feeling uncertain about how to respond. Alone in his room, Ain struggled with his emotions, hesitating while considering his reply and feeling overwhelmed by sincerity. Suddenly, the window shattered as a violent force struck, interrupting Ain's thoughts, and signaling an unexpected danger approaching rapidly. The train shook violently as alarms spread, and Ain prepared himself while others rushed toward him, sensing a serious threat outside. A massive dragon appeared under the moonlight, flying toward the train, marking the beginning of a dangerous confrontation for Ain. Ain and Crone noticed a flying monster outside, quickly realizing it was targeting the train and causing immediate concern. Passengers panicked as the wyvern circled above, blocking the path and preventing the train from escaping safely forward. Children cried inside the train while Ain steadied himself, recognizing the danger and preparing mentally to face the threat. Ain understood he was the target and decided to act. While Crone insisted on handling the situation alongside him, Ain moved forward with determination, assuring Crone of success as both prepared to confront the wyvern together outside. Ain moved toward the train exit despite warnings, determined to face the danger, while others watched in shock, standing at the doorway. Ain looked outside calmly, focusing on the approaching threat and preparing himself mentally. Ain gave orders to protect Verla and others, revealing his identity as Crown Prince and surprising those nearby. Ain and Crone climbed onto the train roof, confronting the wyvern as it approached over the bridge ahead. The wyvern attacked fiercely, roaring toward them while Ain and Crone steadied themselves, ready to begin the battle. Ain and Crone observed the wyvern's increased size, realizing the situation was more dangerous than expected as they prepared carefully. Crone spotted Seji in the distance, confirming the mastermind's presence while he watched the battle calmly from afar. The wyvern attacked fiercely, but Ain and Crone stood their ground, confronting it directly without retreating from danger. Crone struck decisively, cutting into the wyvern's body while Ain supported her, maintaining control of the fight's pace. The wyvern suffered heavy damage, and Crone evaluated her strike, while Ain remained ready as the battle continued. An and Crone realized the wyvern could regenerate instantly, understanding the battle would be far more difficult than expected. Ain analyzed the situation and concluded the wyvern's weakness was its magic stone, deciding to target it directly. Ain activated his skill, covering the battlefield with thick fog to locate the hidden magic stone inside the wyvern. The wyvern unleashed powerful attacks, but Ain endured and countered, maintaining pressure while searching for its core. Ain confronted the wyvern head-on, declaring his experience against stronger enemies while preparing to finish the battle decisively. The wyvern's body twisted violently, releasing sharp attacks as it roared, resisting Ain and Crone's continuous assault. Ain identified the magic stone on the wyvern's forehead, shouting the weakness while tracking its movements carefully. Crone understood immediately and launched forward, focusing her strength as she aimed directly for the exposed weak point. Crone's attack cut through the air with precision, closing the distance as the wyvern attempted to defend itself. Her strike pierced the wyvern's forehead, destroying the magic stone and ending the creature as its body collapsed. Ain confirmed the wyvern's defeat, while Crone acknowledged the outcome, accepting the necessary choice made during the battle. Ain stood on the train roof as a massive shadow emerged, revealing a new threat rising from below. A kraken attacked the bridge and train, while Seji declared control, threatening destruction and escalating the situation further. Ain and Crone faced the kraken together, defending the train as its massive body crashed violently across the bridge. The kraken collapsed after their resistance, its body falling into the water as the immediate danger was finally subdued. Ain and Crone watched the defeated kraken sink, realizing the sea dragon appeared because it hunted the kraken. Ain processed the explanation, understanding the situation's cause, while Crone calmly clarified the natural relationship between the creatures. Relieved passengers acknowledged Ain and Crone's actions, while Ain relaxed briefly, releasing tension after the intense battle. Crone encouraged Ain, reminding him of Klon's words, suggesting others could support him when needed in difficult moments. Ain looked at the ring under the night sky, quietly accepting his feelings and thinking of Klon with sincerity. A noble carriage is struck and damaged. Seji panics, realizing the plan failed, as smoke rises around the broken vehicle. Seji shows anger and fear. He cannot accept the situation, sweating heavily as his authority and control begin collapsing. Ain overpowers Seji and throws him down. Seji crashes onto the ground, losing strength while Ain stands above him. Ain declares judgment over Seji. With calm authority, he decides to bring Seji to the capital for punishment. Seji resists and shouts desperately. Despite defeat, he clings to pride, refusing to accept Ain's power and authority. Seji trembles as Ain appears before him. The pressure shifts instantly, and Seji realizes he is no longer in control. Ain stands calmly over Seji. With steady authority, he questions Seji's belief, showing confidence in his own overwhelming power. Seji's expression breaks into shock. Fear overwhelms him as he finally recognizes Ain's true identity and status. Under the moonlight, Ain demands truth. Beside him, Crone watches silently as Seji kneels, unable to resist, and declares Seji's crimes. Faced with judgment, Seji lowers himself and begins to confess, accepting his inevitable punishment, and questions Seji calmly about the kidnappings. He seeks the reason behind the crimes, suspecting motives beyond simple greed. Seji hesitates under pressure. His body trembles as he struggles to answer, unable to hide fear in front of Ain. Seji breaks down and reveals the truth. He claims his actions were driven by the orders of another person. Seji confesses further, admitting he served that person in exchange for rewards, becoming a tool without questioning their intent. Before finishing everything, Seji is suddenly killed. Ain and Crone react as the truth is cut off, leaving questions behind. Ain is shocked as Seji suddenly dies. He cannot understand what happened as the body collapses before him. Crone looks at Ain with concern. She calls to him softly while Ain remains tense, trying to process the situation. Under the moonlight, Ain feels frustration. He realizes the truth was lost, leaving the case unresolved and incomplete. Far away, a train moves across a bridge. The scene shifts, suggesting a connection to distant forces behind the incident. Later, Ain rests, but cannot relax. He reviews information alone, thinking about the hidden enemy and planning next actions. Ain lies in the train room, resting as instructed. Despite fatigue, his mind remains active, unable to fully relax. Ain walks through the train and finds Crone. She sits alone, drinking quietly, surprised by his unexpected presence. Crone explains her situation, wearing a different dress. She feels uneasy while Ain observes her calmly from a distance. Ain reassures Crone with simple honesty. She becomes embarrassed, yet slightly comforted by his reaction and presence. They sit together and drink. Both feel uneasy after recent events, reflecting silently as they struggle to find rest. Ain analyzes Seji's confession. He concludes the actions were ordered, confirming the existence of a hidden mastermind behind the crimes. Ain calmly identifies the likely culprit. He suspects the Red Fox connecting the events to a larger and dangerous scheme. Ain explains the Red Fox's abilities. He links the manipulation of monsters to the recent incidents and Seji's strange behavior. Ain recalls information from past documents. He decides to focus his efforts on investigating the Red Fox further. Crone adds important knowledge. She explains evolved monsters keep consciousness, deepening the mystery behind the Red Fox's control. Crone feels relieved after understanding the situation. She reflects on the information and expresses gratitude toward Professor Oz for guidance. Ain speaks about Oz's character. He respects his actions and feels reassured, appreciating the decision to visit Ishkt earlier. Ain recalls their journey. He reflects on his growth, realizing the experiences in Ishkt helped him become stronger. Crone observes Ain closely. She acknowledges his development and compares him to a great ruler from the past. Crone becomes embarrassed after speaking honestly. Ain reacts quietly, while the atmosphere softens between them during the conversation. Crone smiles warmly and suggests another trip. Ain listens quietly, surprised by her sudden proposal and gentle expression. Ain accepts the idea. They raise their drinks together, sharing a small moment of agreement and mutual understanding. Elsewhere, a figure holds a magic stone. He reflects calmly, satisfied as events unfold, according to his expectations. The scene shifts to a grand city. The mastermind watches from afar, considering the situation under the night sky. The mastermind speaks with confidence. He acknowledges Seji's failure, but remains focused, continuing his plans without hesitation. The masked man reflects on Ain calmly. He praises the crown prince while holding a magic stone, observing events with interest. He licks the magic stone and becomes excited. The power stimulates him, deepening his obsession with Ain and his abilities. The man loses control and reveals his madness. He recalls killing a Wixen and desires to see Ain suffer. He regains composure slightly, hearing a knock. He prepares himself and calls the visitor inside his room. A knight enters and reports. The investigation progresses as the mastermind listens, maintaining his hidden identity and plans. The knight reports to the man and receives instructions. The man decides to visit the office later, keeping control calmly. The man reveals his identity as Professor Oz. He smiles quietly, suggesting his deeper involvement in the unfolding events. Aang travels with Crone by carriage, calmly observing surroundings as she notes the bridge ahead nearing their destination. The group approaches the stone bridge while guards escort them, and Aang reflects on seeing this place again. Memories of incident surface, showing destruction, monsters, and danger, reminding Aang how much he has grown since then. Aang, 11 years old, looks outside with confidence as spring begins, marking a new stage in his life. Aang arrives at ceremony with Crone and others as crowds gather to witness the bridge reopening after destruction. Klon smiles confidently after graduating from Libi Girls' College, showing her composed demeanor and readiness to begin serving. Klon becomes the youngest Crown Prince aide, achieving perfect results in exams and earning recognition within the royal court. Aang and Klon prepare for travel using a newly provided carriage, ensuring comfort and efficiency during their official journey. Klon manages expenses carefully, considering Aang's reputation while coordinating arrangements through trusted connections within the noble administration system. Aang adjusts his attire as they prepare to arrive. While Klon reminds him to get ready for duties, Klon adjusts Aang's clothing closely, showing calm confidence while Aang remains surprised by her sudden proximity and composure. Klon corrects Aang's posture and appearance, efficiently handling details while he reacts awkwardly, showing their difference in experience. An stands before the crowd on the bridge, formally leading the ceremony as guards and citizens watch attentively. Crone and Klon observe calmly, while citizens cheer loudly, celebrating the successful reopening and recognizing Aang's leadership. After the ceremony, Aang exhales heavily, showing fatigue as tension fades following his public responsibilities and formal duties. Leonardo, Roland, and Bats notice Aang looking uneasy, while Roland remains cheerful and others question his unusual mood. The students enter the royal castle, surprised by its grandeur, questioning the tour location while Aang reacts nervously. Aang greets everyone, despite discomfort, while Leonardo explains the castle's importance, making the visit meaningful for their group. Dill introduces himself as their guide, explaining rules and structure, ensuring the group understands how to behave inside. The group acknowledges Dill's instructions, addressing Aang formally while maintaining discipline and preparing to follow the established rules. Dill guides Aang, Leonardo, Roland, and Bats through the castle, showing training areas and explaining the knight's environment. The group watches knights spar intensely, witnessing real combat skills, leaving them surprised by the power displayed. Afterward, they rest in a dining area, casually talking while Aang appears relaxed. Compared to earlier tension, Aang reflects quietly on the knight's training, realizing the difference between his world and theirs while speaking with Klon. He observes another match, focusing deeply as he understands the knight's movements and the discipline behind their strength. Leonardo and Roland recall Aang's strength, realizing the knight's level is normal for royalty, while Aang remains unaffected. Bats reflects on his limits, admitting his strength was insufficient, despite maintaining the group since their first year. Leonardo notices Bats' determination growing, sensing a shift in his attitude as he focuses on improving himself. Bats declares his resolve to surpass his limits, deciding to train harder and refusing to fall behind Aang again. Leonardo, Roland, and Bats unite in determination, agreeing to grow stronger together to support Aang as his friends. Aang prepares to eat calmly, holding food while his friends watch, confused by how relaxed he appears. A maid informs Aang about his scheduled appointment, interrupting the meal as he realizes he must leave immediately. Anan apologizes and leaves the table, while his friends react, adjusting to addressing him with proper royal respect. Another maid delivers bread while informing Aang about a meeting with Warren and Klon, guiding his next destination. Métis greets Aang politely, explaining her role in the cafeteria under supervision. While he acknowledges her presence calmly, Aang speaks with the maids, calmly acknowledging their roles, while one reacts with confusion to his composed attitude. The maid bows and leaves while Aang reflects on her growth, recognizing her increased maturity since their earlier days. Aang learns about another maid working near the training camp, known for dedication and respected by the knights. Seeing their efforts, Aang feels motivated, realizing he must continue improving himself alongside those working hard around him. Arrives at the meeting room facing Warren and Klon, preparing to begin an important discussion about upcoming matters. King Silvardo instructed Aang to focus on his duties while the investigation into the old Demon Lord's territory was assigned to Lloyd and his knights. Aang confirmed that Lloyd would accompany him, and Klon also joined their mission, preparing for the journey to Baltic. Aang held the rose Klon had given him, reflecting on her support and the resolve that motivated him to move forward. Klon declared she would no longer wait and prayed, dedicating herself to being Aang's aide in every task ahead. The king entrusted Klon with Ein's care, and with Lloyd and Dill joining, the group prepared to face the dangers of the Demon Lord's domain. Ian asked about Chris, noticing her absence during the meeting about the upcoming mission. Chris was staying behind at home, looking disappointed and anxious as everyone prepared to leave. She apologized to Ein, expressing sadness at being left behind, while Ein reassured her and reminded her importance as a Masha. Chris held Ein's hands tightly, struggling with her emotions, but understanding her duty to protect the capital. Ein gently acknowledged her feelings, noticing her heartache, and silently promising to value her loyalty and presence, even from afar. Chris, holding Ein's hands, decided to stay behind this time. Understanding her role in protecting the capital, she declared that in Ein's absence, she would take full responsibility for defending the city. Ein expressed relief at her determination, while Chris promised to bring souvenirs upon his return. Ein smiled warmly, feeling deep admiration for Chris and appreciating her unwavering spirit. Outside, the wind swept across the distant castle as Ein and the knights began their journey toward the dangerous lands beyond. A lone armored figure walked through the snow, anticipating the arrival of someone wielding a weapon in the coming days. He reflected that there was no rush, having waited for hundreds of years, and that time would pass quickly. A massive, roaring beast appeared, challenging the figure with its overwhelming presence. The figure tossed a weapon into the air, confident that when the right opponent arrived, beasts would not be needed. The armored figure confronted the attacking beast directly, demonstrating skill and authority as the creature lunged with ferocity. The armored figure gripped his weapon tightly, vowing to fulfill his mission no matter the challenges ahead. He stood alone in the snowy wasteland, silently promising to wait for the return of those he awaited, no matter how long it took. Christina prepared everything carefully, determined to help Ein succeed. Her smile reflected both warmth and purpose. Ein appeared before a cheering crowd at the castle, raising his hand in acknowledgement of their support. Back inside the royal carriage, Christina fanned Ein to ease the heat. He sighed, relieved by her attention. She handed him a glass of iced tea she had prepared earlier, ensuring he stayed comfortable during the journey. Knights reported on the surrounding area while Ein relaxed. Christina stayed nearby, quietly supporting him as they traveled. Christina looked at Ian with a gentle expression, insisting they were alone and safe, her focus entirely on him. Ian nodded, comforted by her presence, trusting that nothing else was needed as long as she stayed nearby. The carriage moved through the snowy mountains, and Ian noticed a giant bird with 4 wings flying overhead. He pointed in amazement at the creature, while Christina calmly read, keeping him entertained during the journey. Christina reminded Ein not to take reckless actions, listing his past dangerous feats while he admitted his mistakes. Christina noticed Ein's excitement, and reminded him of his admiration for the first king, grounding his enthusiasm. Ein expressed curiosity about the old Demon Lord's territory, and asked when Ishuterika was founded. Christina explained the uncertainty of history, showing the emblem and discussing whether the country emerged before or after the demon attacks. Ein considered the divided opinions of historical researchers, sharing his thoughts and asking further questions about the past. Christina summarized, explaining that Ishuterika's royalty included children of various races, creating a diverse royal lineage over time. He considered the possibility that Ishuterika's royalty might have mingled with other races in the Demon Lord territory. Christina explained that other races and monsters had magic stones and cores in their bodies, yet they were not harmful to humans. Ein reflected on the first king's unknown queen, noting that her race was not recorded in history. Christina suggested that the royal lineage mixed with many races, showing Ein out how the royal gacha system worked. Ein became flustered, thinking about the future and his own potential children, while Christina smiled and reassured him. Ein acknowledged that Christina was more knowledgeable about Ishuterika and credited her for arranging the journey and supplies. Christina explained that although her tasks were tough, she had chosen to take responsibility and handle them willingly. She smiled, telling Ein that performing these duties did not bother her at all, giving him reassurance. Suddenly, the train shook from an earthquake, startling Ein and Christina, but they quickly confirmed that he was safe. A knight entered to explain that the train had stopped due to the quake, and an investigation would follow. Ein and Christina worried as the train approached Baltic, uneasy about the sudden earthquake and the timing of events. Snow fell heavily over the mountains, and Christina silently hoped that nothing dangerous would happen during their journey. From above, the walled city of Baltic appeared, blanketed in white, giving the travelers a clear view of their destination. Ein stepped out into the cold, shivering uncontrollably as the icy wind hit him, showing his vulnerability to the environment. Christina, Ein, and the accompanying knights braced against the wind, moving forward cautiously while keeping an eye on the surroundings. The group finally arrived in Baltic, marveling at the stark contrast from the warmth they had felt earlier. Lloyd instructed Dill on how to properly show respect, emphasizing that only certain members needed to follow protocol. Ein looked around the town, observing its architecture and the remnants of monster activity that marked its history. The adventurers' town spread out before them, bustling with activity despite the harsh snowy environment. Christina asked if Ein was unwelcome, prompting Lloyd to respond and explain the social dynamics of the town. The group noticed that despite arriving in Baltic, nobody seemed to greet Ein, causing curiosity and concern. Lloyd explained that Ein's reputation was so great, defeating the sea dragon alone, that the townspeople ignored formalities. Ein and the group listened as Lloyd laughed, remarking that most people never read the official reports about him. They spotted a massive skeleton head emerging from the snow, drawing attention to the dangers of the surrounding region. Lloyd described how an ogre once attacked a village after fleeing a monster, defeated later by the first king, leaving the terrain scarred. Lloyd explained how the scar on the ogre's skull had been caused by the first king cracking it and its magic stone with a single strike. Ian gazed in awe, impressed by the power and legacy of the first king. Lloyd compared Ian's previous subjugation of the sea dragon to the first king's feat, praising his achievements with a laugh. Christina and the group noted that night had fallen, suggesting they find an inn for rest. The inn displayed a giant skeleton on its roof, echoing the history and danger of the surrounding lands. Ein and Christina gazed out over the balcony, amazed by the expansive view of the snowy landscape below. The northern lights danced across the sky, adding a magical glow over the walls and buildings of the town. Ein commented on the unexpected beauty near the Demon Lord's castle, wondering if the scenery had influenced its location. He considered the portrait of the Demon Lord, imagining how she would appear amidst the silvery snowscape. Christina and the group visualized her there, reflecting on the majesty and mystery of the frozen realm around them. Ein asked Christina about their plan to greet the feudal lord, and she confirmed they would visit Count Baltic at noon to accommodate their tiredness. Ein smiled, ready to rest, while the cold wind reminded them of the harsh environment outside. Christina and Ein stepped inside, moving carefully as they entered the building to avoid the chill. Count Baltic formally greeted the group, explaining that he had been entrusted by the king to manage the territory. Ein expressed his honor to meet the famous Count Baltic, and the group acknowledged his importance in the region. Count Baltic offered to prepare a letter of introduction to a skilled blacksmith, highlighting the town's reputation for craftsmen. Ein listened, as Baltic expressed gratitude for Ein's care of his brother in the capital, showing respect for his deeds. Baltic introduced his brother Kaisel, providing Ein with the family connection that he had not known. Kaisel appeared, surprising Ein with his imposing presence, and confirming the family relation in person. Ein apologized for not recognizing Kaisel, while Baltic reassured him, noting that Kaisel had become an adventurer outside the family home. Ein recalled receiving a guild introduction letter from Kaisel a year ago, surprising Lloyd and the group. Count Baltic confirmed that Kaisel was indeed an eccentric person, matching his reputation. Ein explained that with Kaisel's introduction letter, the guild would fully support their investigation of the old Demon Lord's territory. Baltic reviewed the document carefully, acknowledging that it would be helpful for their mission. Ein thanked Count Baltic, appreciating that the document included the latest route information and recent weather conditions, preparing them for the journey ahead. Count Baltic handed Ein a letter from Professor Oz, explaining that the professor had visited the town but could not meet him personally. Baltic described how the professor believed Ein should personally visit the old Demon Lord's territory to reveal potential discoveries. Christina accepted the letter, realizing that the Dullahan and Elder Lich inside Einen might show reactions if he entered the territory directly. Lloyd warned that this task would be difficult, citing observed signs of a powerful monster. Ein questioned the identity of the monster, preparing for the challenges they would face in the old Demon Lord's domain. Ein learned that the powerful monster was likely ancient, surviving since the country's founding, as strong as the sea dragon. Count Baltic explained that the earthquake had agitated surrounding monsters, and rumors suggested this one had finally emerged from hiding. The group reacted in alarm, realizing the imminent threat of a monster appearing so close to them. Baltic drew his sword and moved to confront the danger, preparing for immediate action. Ein and Christina turned in shock as Lloyd sprang into motion, ready to respond to the monster's emergence. The group watched in horror as the city's water train tracks were destroyed by a massive tremor, realizing the monster's immense power. Emerging from the old Demon Lord's territory, the ancient monster revealed itself, the ice dragon Upas Kamui, a being that had survived since the country's founding. 10 magic cannons were positioned around the town as soldiers carried heavy crates of cannonballs, preparing for a decisive operation. Ein von Ishtalika sat calmly, considering the mission ahead, while his advisors looked on with concern over the risks of his direct involvement. A detailed map of the old Demon Lord's territory lay on the table. Advisors explained that the cannons alone might be enough to subjugate it. Lloyd warned that Ain's personal participation could be dangerous, but the prince had already decided to take the initiative. Ain ordered Count Baltic to coordinate with the adventurers and protect the town, determined to begin the subjugation that evening. Ain and his companions sat on a bench, preparing mentally for the upcoming expedition. The adventurers reminded him that it was almost time to depart. An listened as they discussed the first king's failure and the dangers posed by the monster Upas Kamui, who had survived past conflicts. Curious about his mission, Ain asked what Upas Kamui's magic stone would taste like, reflecting his habit of gaining power from monster stones. His companions grew uneasy, worried that discussing taste was irrelevant compared to the immediate dangers, but Ain remained focused. With determination, Ain promised to return victorious and assured everyone that the town would be safe, ready to begin the subjugation. Ain thought about Upas Kamui's magic stone, and his companion guessed that its taste might be like chicken. She explained that the monster resembled a chicken, making Ain laugh at the unusual idea. Both smiled together, imagining the monster as a chicken, which eased the tension before the mission. A messenger arrived to report that the magic cannon units had started moving to their designated positions. Ain stood determined, signaling everyone to move forward as he led the group toward the subjugation of the monster. Snow covered the mountains as Ain and his companions prepared to move through the forest toward the monster's territory. Ain led a formation of soldiers, their steps crunching through the snow, advancing carefully toward their destination. The group struggled to move efficiently through the deep snow, and Lloyd joked about including snowfield training in the future. Lloyd reminded Ain to keep his earlier promise, making the prince nod seriously in acknowledgement. Ain resolved that if Upas Kamui wasn't targeting him, he would return to the town safely, keeping the mission and town protected. Ain noticed that strange events seemed to target him directly, and he moved cautiously with Lloyd and the soldiers. He recalled the earthquake that occurred upon arriving in Baltic and the revival of the ancient monster, Upas Kamui. Lloyd worried as Ain examined the destroyed water train tracks. Suspecting the attacks were designed to prevent his escape, the group encountered a strange monster, a lamprey rabbit, which appeared harmless but intrigued them. Lloyd commented on the rarity and deliciousness of the creature's meat, noting its speed and scarcity in the market. Lloyd reminded Ain to control his excitement, and they agreed to restraint while hunting the lamprey rabbit. The rabbit moved incredibly fast, leaping across the snow and keeping Ain and the soldiers on alert. The group advanced cautiously through the forest, following the creature's movements, maintaining formation with the soldiers behind them. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the soldiers realized something massive was approaching. Lloyd shouted for everyone to run as the threat revealed itself, forcing Ain and his companions to sprint for safety. Ain and his companions faced the massive monster charging toward them, its jaws wide and claws destructive. Ain noticed the creature's red eyes and injuries, realizing they were remnants from its fight with the first king. Determined, Ain resolved not to lose, noting that the monster was already wounded, giving him a chance. The monster struck, forcing the group to dodge and take cover as soldiers scrambled in the snow. Ain prepared to engage directly, while his companions stepped forward decisively, ready to support him in the fight. Ain faced the massive monster head-on, his sword ready as the creature loomed threateningly. He called out to Dill, signaling him to move forward and support the attack. The monster swung its claws fiercely, and Ain engaged directly, attempting to strike the creature's wounded areas. Dill pressed his attack, forcing the monster back as both fought desperately for control. The monster retaliated violently, slashing at Ain, who struggled to defend and maintain his ground against its immense power. Ain watched Lloyd deflect the monster's claw with a single sword, amazed at his father's skill and bravery in combat. Lloyd reflected on Ain's safety, willing to take any risk, even if trapped under snow or crushed by the monster's attacks. The monster lunged aggressively, and Lloyd sprinted forward, shouting for Ain to run, prioritizing his son's life, while keeping the enemy occupied. Ain noticed the monster shifting focus, clearly targeting him now, as he prepared to engage while protecting the soldiers and his companions. Lloyd stood firm, brandishing his sword, declaring that Ain could not defeat him easily, ready to face the monster head-on. The monster lunged aggressively, its massive claws striking the ground as Lloyd prepared to meet it head-on with precise sword movements. Lloyd's attack connected, forcing the creature to recoil, but its jaws snapped dangerously close, testing his reflexes and defensive skill. He leapt into the air, striking from above, trying to exploit the monster's wounded areas while avoiding crushing blows. Lloyd pivoted and slashed expertly, breaking some of the monster's scales, assessing its strength and planning his next strategic strike. He paused momentarily, considering his options as the monster roared in frustration, signaling Lloyd to choose carefully for the next assault. The monster recoiled as powerful attacks struck its body, shards of rock and scales flying from the impact of concentrated force. Ain shouted, drawing the monster's attention toward him, positioning strategically, while calling for the creature to charge in his direction. The monster attacked with a ferocious roar, its claws slashing through the snow as Ain prepared for a defensive maneuver. Ain commanded the soldiers to shoot, coordinating with the magic cannons as the monster's movements became predictable under combined assault. The monster was blasted by cannon fire, debris and stone exploding around it, severely damaging its armored body and slowing its attacks. Lloyd braced as the monster charged, its powerful jaws snapping dangerously close, while Ain prepared to strike at the right moment. Ain activated his skill, Ocean Current, creating a swirling torrent to control the monster's movement, drawing it into the planned attack area. He observed the monster halt, giving him the opportunity to exploit its vulnerability while the soldiers prepared the magic cannons. The cannons were readied, pointing directly at the monster as everyone coordinated their timing for a synchronized strike. Lloyd declared that although their attack might not rival the First King's, it represented centuries of wisdom, urging the monster to survive. The monster roared violently as bright flashes from the magic cannons illuminated the battlefield, shattering the snow and ice around it. Yupa's Kamui screamed in pain as debris and energy hit it, staggering under the coordinated attacks of the soldiers and cannons. Lloyd commanded the cannons to keep firing, reminding everyone that the monster had survived its fight with the First King. Explosions and cannon fire pummeled the monster, sending cracks across its armored scales while forcing it to the ground. Dill cheered as Yupa's Kamui stopped moving, the soldiers realizing that the coordinated strategy and combined attacks had immobilized the monster. Ain and the soldiers celebrated, acknowledging the success of their strategy as Lloyd praised Ain's idea for luring the monster to the frozen lake. They observed the immobilized monster, noting that it lay partially in the water, but confirming its death would require a boat. Lloyd suggested they prepare to return, emphasizing caution, while Ain and the soldiers considered the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, a mysterious sound echoed, alerting everyone and causing them to pause, scanning the surroundings for potential danger. Ain noticed the lake's surface beginning to freeze, signaling the environment was rapidly changing, adding a new layer of challenge to their mission. Ain and Dill observed the lake, noting unusual freezing patterns. The temperature change and sunset might have caused the ice, but something felt unnatural. Ain realized the freezing rate was abnormal, spreading faster than expected, signaling that Upas Kamui might still have latent power within the ice. Ain shouted for his companions to stay alert. The battle wasn't over yet, and the monster could rise unexpectedly, requiring constant vigilance. Through the cracked ice, Upas Kamui stirred, revealing it had survived the previous attacks, a formidable survivor against even the First King's assault. Ain walked confidently through the courtyard, passing knights who were on guard. Servants and onlookers turned to watch his steady steps as he moved toward the castle entrance. He circled the doors twice, inspecting the area, while the maids watched silently from the side. His movements were precise and deliberate. Olivia observed him from a distance, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Ain's calm demeanor remained unchanged as he continued his rounds. A maid reminded Ain that Olivia wanted him to feed the twins. He paused, surprised, realizing he had been too absorbed in his wandering. Ain finally followed the instructions, carrying the bucket, while the maid noted that he had been moving through familiar places, as if retracing his usual path. Ain walked through the castle corridor, bucket in hand, while the maid reflected on the unusual attention Chris gave him. He moved quietly, focused on completing the task. Ain paused, realizing the rumors about him were true, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He kept his expression calm, determined not to show weakness. He approached the waterway where the twin sea dragons waited. Their long bodies glided smoothly through the water. Watching him carefully, Ain began feeding them. The dragons eagerly swallowed the fish, their size growing rapidly, making the waterway feel smaller than before. He watched the dragons, surprised at their growth. Other characters observed him from the edge, noticing his careful handling and the unusual scale of the creatures. Ain reached out to the twin dragons, who nuzzled him in response. He felt their warmth and comfort, calming his earlier tension. The dragons chirped excitedly, acknowledging Ain's presence. He silently hoped they would stay safe and grow strong under his care. Ain poured a bucket of fish into the waterway. The dragons eagerly ate, splashing water as their bodies twisted and moved. He watched them closely, smiling as they devoured their meal. Their energy and happiness were clear in their movements. Unturned to leave, looking back at the castle with determination. He promised to return soon and take care of the dragons again. The group discovered that Upas Kamui was still alive, shocked. They braced themselves for the ongoing threat. The monster lunged with immense force, smashing through the terrain as it roared. Its massive jaws opened wide, threatening the group. Ain and the others dodged the attack. The creature's attacks shattered the ground around them, showing the destructive power of its special ability. The team regrouped quickly. Magic cannons failed to fire due to the freeze effect, leaving them with limited options against the rising threat. Upas Kamui continued to rise, a menacing figure looming over the characters. The group faced the terrifying challenge together, preparing for the next clash. Ain's allies formed a protective line, standing ready with weapons drawn. They prepared to defend him at all costs. The massive Upas Kamui roared, lunging toward the group, its jaws opened wide, striking fear into the defenders. Ain stepped forward, shielding others as the monster's attack collided with his defenses. He resolved to support the team directly. He unleashed a powerful strike of energy, pushing back the creature and keeping it from advancing further. Ain assessed the monster's toughness, realizing its strength was greater than expected. He readied himself and his allies for the next assault. Ain and his allies were thrown back by the monster's sudden attack. He shouted to the group, urging them to stay alert. Upas Kamui advanced aggressively, its massive body striking the ground and threatening to crush the party. Ain realized they were in grave danger. He refused to give up and began formulating a strategy. He identified the problem. The magic cannons were useless, and they needed a weapon capable of piercing the creature's armored skin. Ain's eyes fixed on a distant landmark, a large skull-shaped structure. He recognized it as a potential solution and prepared to act immediately. On revealed that he had found a weapon capable of defeating Upas Kamui. He instructed his ally to carry out a critical task that only they could manage. He explained that after striking the monster, he might be too exhausted to move. The ally agreed, ready to support him, no matter what. The ally accepted the responsibility, understanding the importance of Ain's plan. Both prepared for the decisive attack. Ain expressed confidence, drawing strength from the presence of his ally. He promised to unleash his full power, reassuring his companion. He called out to Upas Kamui, signaling the start of the final confrontation. Determined, Ain prepared to strike with all his might. Ain acted decisively, prompting his allies to question his plan. He signaled them to trust his judgment despite the danger. Upas Kamui struck the ground, shaking the battlefield and forcing everyone to brace for impact. The ice spread across the terrain, hindering movement and threatening the group's stability. Ain dodged the monster's assault while staying alert for openings. He analyzed the enemy's patterns carefully. The monster charged toward him, and Ain leapt into action, ready to implement the strategy that would turn the battle in their favor. Ain spotted the large skull-shaped structure in the distance. He sprinted toward it, preparing to use it against Upas Kamui. Thick fog enveloped the battlefield, making it difficult to see. The monster roared, sensing movement through the haze. Ain called out, signaling his position to the monster. He used the fog strategically to confuse Upas Kamui. The creature lunged toward him, its massive body crashing against the ground. Ain dodged nimbly, staying focused on his plan. He swung into action, targeting the monster with precision, and using his surroundings to gain an advantage in the chaotic fight. Ain declared victory over Upas Kamui, standing confidently as the monster faltered under his attack. The creature's massive jaws broke apart, showing signs of defeat. Ain's precision had struck true. The battlefield shook as the monster collapsed, leaving cracks and debris in its wake. Ain remained alert as the monster struggled, ensuring the fight was truly over before lowering his guard. He summoned the support of his ally, ready to finalize the victory, their combined strength overwhelming the foe and securing the battlefield. Ain held onto the massive weapon as the monster strained beneath him. He prepared for the final decisive strike. The monster fell, its enormous body crashing against the ground. Dust and debris filled the battlefield. Shattered fragments of the creature's skull and body littered the area. Ain remained vigilant, ensuring it would not recover. He observed the defeated monster, noticing subtle movements that hinted at its immense life force. Ain discovered a glowing magic stone within the creature. Its energy radiated power, confirming that the monster had contained a rare magical essence. Ain prepared for the final strike, determined that this would end the battle once and for all. He brought down the massive weapon, shattering the monster's remaining defenses. Upas Kamui fell completely, defeated at last. Ain landed safely, breathing heavily. He surveyed the battlefield, ensuring the monster could no longer threaten anyone. He examined the magic stone, noting its energy, and deciding to inform Klon of its discovery. Ain's ally approached and carried him, offering support. The battle was over, leaving them exhausted but victorious. Ain finally rested, exhausted from the battle. His eyes closed as he felt relief and calm after the intense fight. His allies carried him carefully, ensuring his safety. They moved past the defeated monster and toward the castle, signaling the end of the conflict. The skull-shaped battlefield stood silent, a testament to the monster's defeat. Ain slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling above. The morning light barely reached the room, leaving a quiet stillness around him. He realized he was lying in a large bed at an unfamiliar inn. Memories of recent events came back as he recalled Dill carrying him here. Klon appeared nearby, holding a book. She watched him carefully, explaining that he had been unconscious and asking how long he had been out. Ain learned he had slept through the entire day. Klon guided him gently, checking if he was awake or dreaming. As Ain confirmed he was conscious, Klon leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, surprising him with the unexpected gesture. Ain was startled as Klon suddenly embraced him, pressing close and expressing how worried she had been. He apologized for causing her concern, and Klon reassured him that she understood, and was relieved he was safe. Klon handed Ain a letter that had arrived while he was asleep. He hesitated, reluctant to read it. Ain read that the king recognized his actions as necessary, so he would not face punishment this time. Relief washed over him, and Klon smiled. The letter also granted him permission to participate in an investigation of the former Demon Lord's territory, opening a new chapter in his journey. Ain reviewed the letter Klon had given him and smiled. The recognition from the king was likely due to the detailed report he submitted. Klon reminded him about absorbing Upa's Kamui's magic stone. Ain checked his status sheet and noticed a new skill had appeared, though the numbers stayed the same. The new skill was Ice Dragon, surprising Klon. Ain admitted that his prediction about the magic stone's effect had been wrong. Despite the unexpected result, Ain found the stone remarkably tasty, comparing it to a steak, which made him excited about future stones. Klon laughed at his energy and enthusiasm, watching Ain animatedly discuss his newfound abilities as the afternoon sunlight filled the room. 2 days later, snow covered the mountains, signaling the start of a cold, harsh journey. A group of knights and Ain advanced through the snowy forest, mindful of the dropping temperature. Ain insisted he was ready, confidently claiming he could face an ocean dragon if it appeared. The knights discussed Ain's sudden readiness and his remarkable improvement since waking from his long sleep, sharing their surprise at his strength. Ain's aura radiated more power than before, refined by the fight against Upa's Kamui, and the adventurers acknowledged his growth with awe. Ain spoke to the adventurers, sharing that many believed he had the potential to surpass the first king, leaving the group surprised. Although the knights found the statement extreme, Ain could understand the sentiment, prompting laughter and playful disagreement among them. Suddenly, a large, unusual creature appeared from the bushes, catching Ain and the knights off guard as it sought food. The creature bolted, startling Ain, who realized it was after its own dinner, creating a chaotic but amusing scene. Dill offered to hunt the creature, but the adventurers corrected him that it wasn't typical food. Ain laughed, recognizing the strange situation with a mix of excitement and confusion. Ain led the adventurers, announcing they would move toward the former Demon Lord's territory, while one knight decided to report progress to Klon. The group laughed as the older knights expressed relief and joy seeing Ain enjoying the journey despite the harsh conditions. Ain marched forward through the snowy forest, observing the terrain carefully while the knights followed closely, their breath visible in the cold air. One of the knights sensed a presence watching them from the trees, warning the group but noting it likely wouldn't attack. Ain spotted the presence briefly before it vanished, wondering if it was a monster or some other mysterious creature, keeping the group alert. Ain and the adventurers prepared to enter the former Demon Lord's territory, remaining vigilant for any threats. From a distance, they spotted the ruined lands, with Ain realizing they had arrived at the desolate former Demon Lord territory. The group looked over the devastated city, the destruction stretching as far as the eye could see, with a looming fortress in the distance. The adventurers examined the structures, noting that the buildings resembled their own cities, despite the decay. Ain sensed the land's strange quiet. There were no animals, wind or snow, and the warmth in the air puzzled him. Ain stared at the massive castle ahead. Lloyd confirmed it was the Demon Lord's castle, and Ain felt as though time had stopped around it. From below, the castle's towers appeared identical to the royal capital's castle, astonishing Ain and the adventurers alike. Ain experienced mixed emotions, happiness and sadness, confused by the strange sensations that welled up inside him as he gazed upon the fortress. He contemplated the feelings, uncertain of their cause, but a strong intuition seemed to connect him to this place. Ain fell silent, lost in thought, while the adventurers watched him closely, sensing the weight of the moment. Ain closed his eyes briefly, gathering his thoughts as the group stood silently before the massive castle. He whispered to himself, I'm home, feeling a strange connection to the ruins of the former Demon Lord's territory. The wind blew through the area, stirring leaves and signaling a subtle shift in the air, surprising the adventurers around him. Lloyd and the knights noticed the sudden vitality in the forest. The trees and birds seemed to respond to Ain's presence. Ain stared at the enormous gates, astonished as the long-closed entrance began to open, leaving the adventurers in awe and tension. Ain awoke in a camp, the morning sun spilling over tents, signaling the start of a new day's journey. He relaxed on a comfortable bed, noting how magic items made the temporary quarters surprisingly cozy. As he lay back, Ain contemplated the plan for investigating beyond the castle gates into the former Demon Lord's territory. The sound of armor clanging caught his attention, making him sit up and wonder if a patrolling knight approached. Ain rushed out and discovered two large Yatsume, Usagi, startled by their unexpected presence in the camp, leaving him astonished. Ain examined the two Yatsume, Usagi, recognizing them immediately, and noting their unusual presence in the camp. The adventurers discovered the rabbits had been killed skillfully, clearly prepared as gifts, leaving Lloyd and the others puzzled. An tried to see humor in the situation, suggesting they were being welcomed, though his companions urged caution. He checked the animals and confirmed they weren't poisonous, deciding they could share the meat to boost morale. The group prepared the meat together, with Ain encouraging them to increase everyone's spirits before continuing their journey. Ain and the adventurers enjoyed the Yatsume Usagi meat, sharing bites and laughter around the campfire, lifting everyone's spirits. After the meal, Ain leaned back, feeling full and content, a rare moment of relaxation during the journey. He awoke the next day in his tent, sensing something different, and sat up, contemplating the plan ahead. Ain looked around the room, noticing the familiar surroundings, and realizing he was in a private space, comfortable and secure. He recalled the previous night's events, remembering the meal and his return to the tent, reflecting on the strange continuity of his journey. Ain was startled to see a suit of armor standing in his room, carrying a tray with a cup of tea, appearing almost alive. The armored figure introduced himself as Marco, vice captain of the Dark Knights, serving the Demon Lord, explaining his presence and purpose. Marco revealed he was an undead, a living armor, emphasizing his unique existence while standing formally before Ain, blending intimidation with etiquette. Ain prepared the table carefully, adjusting the cloth so it lay perfectly flat. He poured hot water into the teapot, then measured delicate leaves from the elder tree. The tea was set in fine cups, and Ain stepped back, ensuring everything looked proper. Christina sat across from him, surprised by the meticulous arrangement, while Ain gestured toward the seat. He explained that the leaves came from a 1,000-year-old tree, treating the tea with care, and Christina silently marveled at his politeness and attention to detail. Christina asked why she had been brought there, and Marco introduced himself calmly, insisting she drink the tea first, before any explanation. Christina sipped the tea carefully, noting its delicate flavor, while Marco observed her reaction, relieved that poison would not affect her anyway. Marco warned Christina that her vessel remained unstable, advising her to avoid using phantom hands in the area to prevent uncontrolled power. He explained that the core might go out of control, just as it had done for the Demon Lord, creating serious risk. Marco revealed that the area was still cursed by certain beasts, leaving dangerous residual magic that required careful handling and caution. Ain considered Marco's words carefully, realizing the Demon Lord might have been Ash, and asked if he meant the Red Foxes. Marco's hands shook slightly, as he prepared to explain, showing the seriousness of the lingering curse in the area around them. Marco apologized for not speaking their names, explaining the Red Fox's curse prevented him from doing so, while Ain acknowledged and accepted. Marco explained that the tea had blocked the curse's effect, preventing any harm from occurring before Ain drank, providing a safeguard. Ain reflected silently, realizing Marco bore no hostility, and he himself was not seen as an enemy in the tense situation. Marco offered to guide Ain outside, noting that his comrades were likely worried and it was better to proceed carefully. As they walked, Marco advised that entering the castle required waiting for Ain's vessel to mature, avoiding potential danger inside. Ain observed the castle grounds and architecture, contemplating the meaning of his vessel and its significance in the ongoing journey. Ain asked Marco about loneliness, and Marco explained he had an important mission, reassuring Ain not to worry about him. Marco suggested traveling south to learn more about the cursed beasts, guiding Ain carefully while keeping their mission's goal in mind. Marco revealed that after the Great War, forces had sailed from a remote southern port, surprising Ain with the cunning strategy. Ain learned the army had secretly prepared a ship during the war, and Marco's tense stance emphasized the cunning plan. Dark energy began to manifest around Marco, his hands trembling as he prepared to handle a hidden threat silently approaching. Multiple phantom hands emerged suddenly around Marco, threatening him as Ian watched, shocked by the powerful and unexpected attack. Ain tried to react as Marco struggled against the grasping shadows, his composure, tested by the curse's sudden, forceful manifestation. Ian shouted Marco's name as he struggled against the phantom hands, realizing the cursed beast's attack was overwhelming and relentless. Marco marveled at the phantom hands, calling them a wonderful species, while Ein watched in disbelief at his calm reaction. Ein protested, explaining that the phantom hands had caused chaos for the demon lord, but Marco remained fascinated by their nature. Marco insisted that Ein should not speak such criticism aloud, gesturing toward the chaotic phantom hands, emphasizing both awe and warning. Marco unsheathed his sword with force, preparing to fight the phantom hands, attacking with strength and precision to protect Ein. Marco roared as he struggled against the phantom hands, preparing for a decisive strike to regain control over the curse's power. Ein shouted Marco's name as he fell to the ground, watching his protector struggle while the cursed phantom hands surrounded him. Marco explained to Ein that the attack came from the curse of the beasts, which causes berserk behavior and irrationality. Marco warned Ein to be especially careful, emphasizing the lingering threat of the beast's curse and its potential danger. He revealed that the beasts bore grudges against Esoterica royalty, waiting for Ein's return, signaling a continuing threat for the future. Ein reassured Marco not to force himself to speak, trying to calm him while processing the overwhelming chaos around them. He considered what had occurred between Esoterica royalty and the Red Foxes, realizing the historical conflict might explain the current danger. The two stood before the grand castle gates, observing the distant city and the path ahead for their journey. Marco guided Ein, explaining the straight path to the camp while handing him a mysterious box for a future purpose. Ein received the box, realizing Marco intended for him to create a sword, silently appreciating his careful guidance and trust. Ein asked Marco why he risked so much, revealing his status as Esoterica royalty, seeking the reasoning behind Marco's actions. Marco explained that it was natural for a knight to serve royalty, despite the demon lord's army being their supposed enemy. Ein questioned why Marco hadn't harmed the investigation unit, noticing multiple visits to the demon lord territory by the group. Marco revealed he had promised to protect the people of the area, committing himself to safeguarding innocents from danger. A mysterious figure appeared in the distance, quietly observing, adding an element of intrigue and signaling potential new developments for Ein. A girl reminded Marco that he needed to get along with everyone, speaking seriously, while birds fluttered around them. Ein was surprised that the phrase had come from the demon lord, noting it was almost a favorite saying. Ein laughed, realizing Marco's duty to protect the people stemmed from the demon lord's teachings. Understanding his motivations clearly, Ein said goodbye, wishing Marco safety on his journey while Marco acknowledged the farewell with careful attention. Ein cheerfully celebrated his hunt of Yatsume Usagi, thanking Marco silently as he prepared for the next stage of his journey. Marco stood alone in the hall, reflecting silently on the journey and the lessons he had imparted to Ein. Ein's comrades rushed toward him, calling out his name, relieved to see him safe after the recent events. Ein apologized for being kidnapped by a monster, holding the box carefully while explaining his ordeal to the worried group. The group feared punishment for the mishap, but Ein reassured them that nothing could have been done differently. Ein reflected on the demon lord's phrase about getting along with everyone, remembering Marco's chivalry and careful guidance throughout the journey. Ein observed the ruined castle from a distance, noting its similarity to the first king's no invasions rule, connecting with history. He looked at the walled city below, considering its strategic layout and imagining the lives of its inhabitants, and shared a quiet smile with a companion, reflecting on the journey and the bonds they had forged along the way. Ein revealed the box contained a severed-looking helmet, intended as a gift and initially shocking to the recipient. He explained that Marco had instructed him to craft a sword from the helmet, and a letter of introduction was prepared. Ein complimented Klon for her fast work while learning that the blacksmith, Muton, was the best in the Baltic Holy Land. Klon asked Ein if he wanted to meet the blacksmith immediately, and Ein eagerly agreed to go meet him. They approached the blacksmith's workshop, which was marked by a large skull sign, making the building look impressive and intimidating. The inside of the workshop displayed hanging meat and tools, showing it was fully prepared for crafting and forging. The group stood before the workshop entrance, ready to enter, contemplating the blacksmith's skill and the task ahead of them. Ein and Klon arrived at the blacksmith's place, questioning if it was really the correct location, feeling nervous and uncertain. One companion, Lloyd, was instructed to guard the entrance while the others prepared to enter, showing careful teamwork and caution. Ein approached the workshop, insisting on greeting the blacksmith first, despite another companion's concern. moving forward with confidence and respect. Inside, Ein struggled to follow instructions on using the hammer correctly, causing a humorous commotion with the blacksmith yelling at him. The blacksmith and Klon looked shocked at the scene, wondering if the blacksmith was mentally stable after seeing Ein's unusual approach. Ian entered the blacksmith's workshop, noticing the clutter and mess. Despite the untidy surroundings, he remained calm, observing the tools and materials around him. Blacksmith Mouton complained about the lack of customers over the past 3 years, while student Amy watched, curious about the newcomer. They had almost given up hope for meaningful work. In presented a piece of material and requested a sword. Mouton examined it carefully, skeptical about its quality and uncertain if it could become a proper weapon. Mouton's eyes widened as he realized the material was extraordinary. He recognized it as a living armor's helmet, unlike anything he had worked with before. Emily explained that it was her first time seeing the helmet, but Ein identified it instantly. He confirmed it once belonged to Marco, a legendary figure, realizing the sword he requested would be extraordinary. Mouton explained that the living armor helmet was a rare monster material, shed only once in a lifetime. Emily emphasized its value, while Ein understood its significance immediately. Mouton considered taking the job but warned that processing the material would require the magic stone furnace, a special furnace, powered by magic stones to reach extreme heat. Ein asked about the total cost. Mouton calculated it, stating the material itself would be 50 million, a surprisingly high but manageable price. Mouton added a 20 million service fee, making the total 70 million. Ianzen was shocked, realizing the sword project would be expensive. Ian protested, explaining that even as Crown Prince, such a cost was excessive. He called Klon over for assistance, showing his determination to move forward despite the price. Klon reminded Ein that 70 million was a fair price, considering all he had accomplished, including subduing the sea dragon. Ein considered this carefully. Klon suggested using the sea dragon's material for the sword's hilt. Ein hesitated, unsure if it would be appropriate, while Mouton thought it was an excellent idea. Mouton asked if the material was available in the capital. He decided to have only the finest pieces sent for the sword's creation. Mouton expressed his preference to personally select the material, but noted it was inconvenient to travel from Baltic to the capital. Klon indicated she had a solution. Ein and Mouton listened closely as she prepared to present her idea for acquiring the material efficiently. Klon proposed making the sword in the capital instead of locally, explaining the advantages of access to better materials. She revealed that her company could handle all preparations and expenses, introducing herself as the granddaughter of the chairman of August Company. Ein admired Klon's talent, noting her skill in both negotiation and support. Mouton considered the plan, weighing its benefits carefully. Ein praised Klon's idea enthusiastically, trusting her to manage the details and take responsibility for the project. Mouton agreed, wholeheartedly, offering his full financial support. He instructed that a proper site, house, and new furnace be prepared, so the work could proceed efficiently. Mouton decided to set up a new store in the capital while preparing the sword, seeing an opportunity to expand his business. He instructed Emily and Ein to begin packing, promising to create the best sword for Ein and asking them to trust the process. The group left the workshop, and Ein admired Mouton's decisiveness, noting how overwhelming his spirit and energy were. Emi worried about the high costs of land in the capital and whether Mouton's plan would be feasible. Feeling nervous for him, the team arrived at the newly prepared location, astonished by the scale of Mouton's investment. The shop was grand, reflecting his commitment and generosity. The city skyline glimmered at night as Ian prepared for the upcoming celebration, reflecting on his recent victories. He attended the grand banquet, dressed formally, observing the elegant surroundings and the bustling crowd of nobles and knights. The king addressed the gathering, thanking the crown prince and knights for their efforts, praising their bravery and accomplishments. Guests approached Ian to commend him for defeating the sea dragon and Upas Kamui, acknowledging his extraordinary courage and skill. Ian humbly credited his vassals and the royal guards for their support, impressing the attendees with his modesty and leadership. Guests raised their glasses to toast Ishtalika, celebrating the kingdom's prosperity and Ian's achievements. Ian felt the party was unnecessary, but his mother reminded him that his accomplishments deserved recognition, praising him for his valor. He acknowledged his mother's words, realizing that not having the party would disappoint his father and others who supported him. Ian noticed an elf hiding behind a pillar, unsure how to approach her due to her nervousness. His mother encouraged him to speak with the elf, explaining that she had been too shy to approach him after his long expedition, giving Ian the confidence to initiate a conversation. Ian reminded himself to be assertive as his mother suggested, preparing to approach the elf with confidence during the party. He politely instructed Chris to escort him to the terrace, taking the first step in initiating conversation. On the terrace, Ain and Chris walked together overlooking the city lights, giving a quiet moment away from the crowd. Chris adjusted her hair nervously, aware of the formality and the presence of the party, still shy in his company. Ain complimented her, noting how well her hair suited her, and expressing that he wished he could see her like this more often, putting her at ease. Chris wiped her brow, noting the summer heat, while Ain asked about events she missed during his absence. Chris recounted how life in the castle had been normal and peaceful, though she hesitated to mention the subtle changes that had occurred. Ain reminded her that she had not been present during his important battles, including the confrontations with the sea dragon and other threats. Chris listened silently, her expression thoughtful, as Ain admitted he had been worried about her. They recalled past missions together, the sea dragon fight, the Academy City bomb riot, the infiltration of the Tower of Wisdom, and the train raid, reflecting on the challenges and victories that shaped their shared history. Chris confessed her regret for not being able to join Ain during his battles far away, expressing guilt and frustration for being unable to act. Ain listened intently, realizing how strongly she felt about the events he faced, and understood her emotional struggle. Chris cried out, overwhelmed by her feelings of helplessness and heartbreak over Ain's dangerous missions. Ain's expression softened as he acknowledged her honesty and the depth of her emotions. Chris, still distressed, addressed Ain indirectly, revealing the vulnerability she had held back, bringing a moment of emotional closeness and understanding between them. Chris expressed that she could not monopolize Ain, yet her emotions compelled her to speak honestly, revealing her strong desire to protect him. She admitted her feelings, explaining that she wanted to safeguard Ain and her frustrations stemmed from being unable to act before. Tears streamed down her face as she released her pent-up emotions, apologizing for her outburst and declaring she felt better afterward. Ain noticed her vulnerability, equally affected by the intensity of her confession, as they held hands in the moonlight. Chris turned away, overwhelmed, while Ain's determined gaze showed he understood her feelings, solidifying a silent bond of trust and protection between them. Ain held Chris's hand gently, surprising her, as he reassured her that he understood her feelings and position as a marshal. He acknowledged the restrictions imposed on her, but expressed his desire to protect and care for her regardless of her role. Chris cried, relieved to release her pent-up emotions, apologizing for being overly emotional, yet feeling lighter and more at ease. Ain remained calm, trying to understand why she cried so intensely, realizing the depth of her concern and affection. Chris turned away, overwhelmed by her emotions, as Ain quietly processed the intensity of her feelings. He spoke decisively, preparing to address the accumulated rewards and recognition, promising to ensure she received the acknowledgement she deserved, strengthening their bond. Ain stood before the royal council in the quiet of the night, the moon casting shadows across the grand hall. He bowed respectfully to his grandfather, ready to discuss the rewards he had earned through his recent adventures. Chris watched silently, her eyes filled with concern as Ain prepared to make his request. The king allowed Chris to be present, ensuring she witnessed the moment, while Ain remained composed. Before naming his own reward, Ain considered carefully, aware that the decision would shape his next path. Ain requested that a reward be given to Lloyd Glacier for his contributions. He explained that Lloyd had risked his position to allow Ain to leave the castle during the Sea Dragon rampage, and had ensured victory against Upa's Kamui without casualties. Ain wished for Lloyd to be reinstated as marshal, highlighting the fairness of honoring his efforts. The king acknowledged Lloyd's achievements, even though the marshal position was currently held by Chris. Ain understood that if Lloyd became marshal, Chris would need to step down, but he accepted the necessity of rewarding true merit. Ain announced that he wanted to use all the rewards to reinstate Chris as his mother's and his personal bodyguard. The king reacted in surprise, questioning the removal of the current marshal to reinstate the former. Ain stood firm, aware that such a change was not trivial and required careful consideration. The king's expression grew stern, warning Ain to stop talking nonsense. Warren tried to intervene, but Ain remained resolute, focused on honoring Chris's past loyalty and service. Ain addressed the council firmly, telling them to wait, and that he was speaking directly with the king. The king felt the pressure of Ain's presence, recognizing his authority and resolve. Ain explained that his request, though unusual, was for the greater good of Ishtalika. He argued that Lloyd could only use his full power as marshal, and Chris's skills suited personal protection. The king acknowledged that Ain's reasoning was sound, understanding the strategic benefit for the kingdom and its leadership. Olivia commented that Ain's plan made sense, even if he was forceful in presenting it. The king's expression shifted with hesitation and contemplation, weighing the consequences of Ain's request. Ain ordered Warren to prepare the necessary paperwork to reinstate Lloyd as marshal, surprising everyone in the council. Chris was relieved, being reassigned as a personal bodyguard to Ein and Olivia, no longer Marshall. The king expressed his trust in Ein's judgment, signaling the approval and transition of duties across the leadership. Chris stood before the royal council, bowing respectfully. The king and queen smiled warmly as they formally accepted his service. As he turned, a young noblewoman watched him quietly. Chris's expression softened, acknowledging her presence without words. Later, in the palace corridors, the noblewoman thanked Chris for staying late to guide her safely. He reassured her with a gentle smile, waving off her concern. She apologized for making him use all his rewards on her behalf. Chris shook his head calmly, saying it was fine. Finally, he smiled brightly, explaining that helping her was exactly what he wanted. Relief and surprise spread across her face as the moment of trust and friendship deepened. Chris walked through the castle, greeted by memories of his childhood. The noblewoman reflected on how much he had grown since he was a little boy, her heart quietly racing at the sight of him. She looked down at his feet as he approached, noticing the changes in his stature. Chris noticed her glance and smiled gently, acknowledging her attention. He joked that he might grow taller than her one day, raising his hand to measure his imagined height. The noblewoman's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by his confident, playful tone. Chris stepped a little too close, and she flustered, quickly regaining her composure. He apologized, but she reassured him it was fine, though her cheeks were tinged with red, gathering courage. She made a quiet request for him to continue staying by her side from now on. Chris listened with a calm, warm smile. The noblewoman shouted passionately, demanding Chris call her by her name. Her voice echoed through the grand hall, filled with determination. Chris raised his hands, trying to calm her. She sniffled, blushing, overwhelmed by emotion, and struggled to contain her tears. She took a deep breath, gathering her composure. Chris looked uncertain, waiting quietly, unsure how to respond to her sudden outburst. Chris smiled warmly, expressing his excitement to work with her the next day. She froze, captivated by his gentle, sincere words. Tears streamed down her face as she joyfully shouted her agreement. Their bond strengthened, filled with mutual respect, admiration, and happiness. Chris and the noblewoman laughed together, sharing a private joke. Their bond grew stronger through light-hearted moments, building trust and comfort. She ran down the palace corridor, excitement in her steps. Chris watched, smiling quietly, enjoying her enthusiasm and lively energy. 3 months later, the mid-November capital appeared in view. The city bustled with life, signaling a new chapter in their journey. The harbor displayed a dragon skeleton atop a building. Ships rested in the water nearby, marking the city's unique character. Inside, a workshop, Chris and the noblewoman joined allies. Discussions and preparations filled the space, planning their next adventure carefully together. Chris and his companions stood respectfully before the nobleman. Apologies were exchanged as the group waited, anticipation building for the event. A magnificent sword lay in a display case. Its craftsmanship gleamed, reflecting pride and dedication. Clearly the artisan's finest creation. Chris lifted the sword carefully. It trembled slightly, signaling loyalty. The blacksmith explained the sword was uniquely attuned to him. Chris swung the sword experimentally. It followed his movement smoothly, responding naturally, as if attuned perfectly to his intent and skill. The noblewoman and companion admired Chris's elegance. He thanked them both. Their smiles reflected satisfaction, approval, and a shared sense of pride. Chris examined the sea dragon's spine carefully. The noblewoman asked how tough it was, curious yet confident about his skills. Chris hesitated, considering the strength of the material. Though confident in the blacksmiths, he doubted whether the sword could break it. He tapped the sword lightly against the spine, testing its response. First, precision and caution guided his careful, deliberate movements. Everyone watched with astonishment. Chris's strike caused the spine to crack, surprising all present at how easily it responded. Chris marveled at the texture. The spine cut smoothly with minimal effort, leaving everyone amazed at the sword's exceptional sharpness. The companions cheered loudly, amazed by Chris's skill. Even the blacksmith admitted he couldn't comprehend the sword's performance, despite creating it. Chris considered naming the sword. The blacksmith requested the nobleman choose a name, hoping for a title that matched its elegance. Looking out the window, Chris reflected. He hoped to meet Marco again to decide on the sword's final name soon. A sudden accident in the workshop caused a crash. The noblewoman fell, hurt by the broken materials scattered across the floor. Despite her fall, she reassured herself, repeating that Chris was a wonderful person. Her admiration and gratitude filled her thoughts endlessly. The noblewoman struggled in the workshop, smoke and debris surrounding her. Her determination and effort persisted despite exhaustion and chaos. Chris's armor emitted flames. The ancient knight struggled, his power uncontrollable, yet he endured, resisting centuries of confinement and restraint. Chris reflected on the knight's mission. He knew the knight's service would continue until the destined person returned to this land. Night fell. The knight resisted another day, enduring darkness and hardship, fighting against time and circumstance with unwavering persistence. The knight Marco received acknowledgement. His long efforts were recognized, and he silently expressed gratitude for the guidance he had received. Marco's soul creaked under exhaustion, yet he credited his endurance to Chris, the wonderful person who gave him purpose and strength. Chris sat quietly at his desk in the Grand Library, reviewing his notes and preparing for the day ahead. Katima, always cautious, approached him nervously, unsure if his intentions were harmless. Chris reassured her with a calm smile, easing her tension. Meanwhile, a young dryad spread her roots during the night, accidentally ensnaring passers-by, almost taking their magic stones in the process. Chris explained that no harm was done, while the dryad realized she had matured by spreading her roots. Katima observed silently, thoughtful. Katima struggled with her feelings, as Chris remained composed, leaving her to navigate her complicated emotions quietly. Chris received a letter from the king, delivered through his friend, signaling an important duty. He learned he was to attend the anniversary of the previous king's death, a responsibility now his as an adult. Katima and his companion explained the significance, noting the cemetery his grandfather always visited. Chris reflected on the weight of his future role. The group traveled through the lush surroundings, moving silently as Chris considered the meaning of his new position. At the cemetery, Chris and the others approached with flowers, honoring the past while facing his responsibilities as the future king of Ishtalika. Chris followed his mentor to the cemetery of the previous kings, learning its significance for Ishtalika. He gazed at the grand gravestone of the first king, King Jael, contemplating the legacy he now inherited. His mentor reminded him that it was the death anniversary of his father, the previous king, and instructed him to follow carefully. Chris lifted his sword to chest level, preparing to perform the proper ceremonial bow. He bowed solemnly, touching the sword to his forehead, honoring his father and embracing his duty as the future king. Chris held his sword as a sudden light burst forth, surprising his grandfather and companions. He explained that the sword reacted to human bones, its glow caused by undead materials in the blade. His grandfather laughed heartily, reassured that his father's remains were safely buried and untouched. Chris took a moment to ask a serious question, seeking wisdom from his grandfather about leadership. He finally asked, "What is the caliber of a king?" Reflecting on the responsibilities he must now carry, Chris admitted to his grandfather that he had begun to ponder the meaning of the caliber of a king. He explained that the phrase had piqued his interest recently, prompting him to seek understanding. His grandfather defined it as the ability to control the life and death of one's people. Chris realized the weight of a king's words and how a self-centered ruler could never be worthy. His grandfather advised him to think carefully, reminding Chris that he had all the time in the world to prepare for the responsibility. Chris and his grandfather returned inside to avoid the cold, walking side by side through the castle gates. Later, Chris stood alone in the hall, contemplating the empty throne and the weight of his future role. He reflected silently, realizing that becoming a king meant more than titles or admiration. It required responsibility. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. A self-centered person would never be worthy of the crown. Chris reviewed his past actions, worried he might have done wrong, yet understood that his admiration for the first king had guided his choices. Chris reflected quietly, admitting he might be a self-centered person and unsure if he could be a true king. Katima approached, reminding him of the dangers that remained and offering guidance as he wrestled with his doubts. Chris nervously approached her, and she acknowledged him with a gentle gesture, offering silent reassurance. They placed their hands together, a shared moment of trust and connection. Katima dedicated her magic stone to Chris, symbolizing her support and belief in his ability to grow and lead. Chris was startled as Katima placed her hand over his, initiating a moment of connection. She invited him to place his hand on her chest as well, deepening the gesture of trust. Chris learned this was an ancient elf ritual, normally with a different purpose, now showing mutual respect. Katima explained that elves carry their magic stone in the right side of the chest, and touching it symbolizes utmost trust and affection. She promised to always be by Chris's side, affirming her loyalty and support as he faced his responsibilities as crown prince. Katima reassured Chris that even after he became king, she would always remain by his side. Chris was touched by her words, acknowledging how often she had supported and saved him in the past. He smiled, expressing his gratitude, and saying he had finally moved past his doubts. Unseen observers commented on Katima's reliability and the wisdom of assigning her as Chris's personal bodyguard. They reflected on the ancient elf ritual Chris had used, noting its unusual meaning yet understanding its significance as a gesture of trust and support. Chris and Katima shared a light-hearted moment, with Chris jokingly called a precocious crown prince. Outside, the knights trained diligently, their movements precise and disciplined in the courtyard. Chris greeted Lloyd with a friendly smile, signaling his readiness to engage and learn. Lloyd noted Chris's radiant expression, impressed by his energy and enthusiasm for duty. Chris asked to join the training, requesting to be Lloyd's partner, and Lloyd agreed, ready to guide him through the exercises. Chris faced Lloyd in the training courtyard, ready for a sparring session with full concentration. He announced he would fight using his current full power, determined to give his all. Chris unleashed a massive strike, sending shockwaves across the arena, overwhelming the observers with his strength. He collided with Lloyd, demonstrating incredible skill and power in close combat. The clash shocked Lloyd, who realized Chris's true potential and the growth he had achieved through training and experience. Chris unleashed a powerful strike, sending debris flying toward Lloyd and his training companions. The force of his attack shook the arena, forcing the onlookers to brace themselves against the shockwave. Dust and rubble filled the courtyard, temporarily obscuring the fighters from view. Chris yelled, focusing all his energy into his sword, determined to test his full power. After the dust settled, Chris thanked Lloyd, acknowledging that he had confirmed his true strength thanks to his teacher's guidance. Chris apologized for destroying the training ground, saying he had other tasks to attend to. Lloyd's father reacted in awe as he witnessed Chris's immense power firsthand, surprised by the display. Lloyd commented on how terrifying Chris's strength was, acknowledging the seriousness of his potential. Chris ran forward confidently, his hesitation gone, showing that the future king was determined to continue growing stronger.